Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Read Harry. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry relived his life from age 3 and prevented Peter Pettigrew from escaping. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Boy Who Remembered the Green Light Consumed Everything. Harry had always wondered what death would feel like, in those quiet moments between battles, during sleepless nights in the tent with Hermione and Ron, walking through the forbidden forest toward Voldemort with resurrection stone cold against his palm. He'd imagined peace. Release. Maybe a long sleep without dreams. He hadn't imagined this. Pain. That was the first thing. Not the clean, sharp pain of a curse or the dull ache of exhaustion, but something deeper, bone deep, muscle deep, like his entire body had been compressed and stretched and compressed again. His lungs burned. His head throbbed. His skin felt too tight, too small, wrong. Harry opened his eyes. Darkness. Not the absolute darkness of death or the gentle darkness of King's Cross Station, but ordinary darkness. Familiar darkness. The kind of darkness that came with a small space and no windows and the musty smell of old cleaning supplies. The cupboard under the stairs. No. Harry tried to sit up and cracked his skull against wood barely a foot above his face. The pain was sharp and immediate and absolutely, impossibly real. He raised a hand to rub his head and froze. His hand was tiny. Pudgy fingers, soft skin, no calluses from years of wand work and manual labor. A child's hand. No, 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 Harry's breathing accelerated. He patted himself down frantically, feeling the thin mattress beneath him, the scratchy blanket tangled around his legs, the cheap cotton of pajamas that were somehow too big despite his apparently diminutive size. His glasses weren't on his face. He didn't seem to need them. His vision was blurry but functional in the darkness, the way it had been before his eyesight properly deteriorated. Because he was a child. A small child. A very small child, if the proportions of this hellish cupboard were anything to go by. This isn't real, Harry whispered, and his voice came out high and thin and wrong. This isn't, I died. I died. Voldemort killed me, I felt it, I was in the forest and, the memories crashed over him like a wave. The Battle of Hogwarts. Fred falling, George's scream echoing through the corridors. Remus and Tonks lying side by side, peaceful in death as they'd rarely been in life. Snape's memories bleeding into a vial as he choked out his last words. The long walk through trees, shades of his parents beside him. The clearing. Voldemort. Green light. The boy who lived, come to die. And then, Harry Potter. The voice came from outside the cupboard, sharp and imperious and achingly familiar. Petunia. Aunt Petunia, who would die in the war that Harry had apparently returned from, who would never reconcile with the magical world she hated and feared, who, I know you're awake, boy. I heard you bumping around in there. You've slept long enough. Get up and start breakfast before Vernon comes down. Harry's breath caught. Vernon. Vernon was alive too. They were all alive, everyone who died in the original timeline, everyone Harry had failed to save, everyone. Focus. Breathe. Think. The voice in his head sounded like Hermione. It usually did, when he needed to be calm. He forced himself to inhale slowly, exhale slower, the way she'd taught him during those endless months hunting Horcruxes. Assess the situation. What do you know? He was small. Child-sized, probably no more than 3 or 4 based on the fit of this cupboard. He was at Privet Drive, definitely Privet Drive, he'd spent enough miserable years here to recognize it by smell alone. Petunia was alive and as unpleasant as ever. The cupboard hadn't changed, same camp bed, same dangling light bulb, same shelf of cleaning supplies that had given Harry asthma symptoms every winter. And he remembered everything. Every spell he'd ever learned, every battle he'd ever fought, every friend he'd ever lost. The knowledge sat in his mind like a library he could browse at will: Dumbledore's lessons, Snape's desperate memories, the hard-won experience of a war he'd apparently never fight. Unless I'm meant to fight it again. The thought should have been horrifying. It was horrifying, on some level, the idea of living through all that pain again, watching people die again, facing Voldemort again. But underneath the horror was something else. Something that felt suspiciously like hope. Because if Harry was really back, if this was somehow real and not a dying hallucination or an afterlife punishment, then he could change things. Sirius didn't have to die. Remus didn't have to die. Fred, Tonks, Colin, Lavender, the 50 others who fell at Hogwarts, none of them had to die. Not if Harry was smart. Not if Harry was careful. Not if Harry used every scrap of knowledge he'd accumulated in 17 years of war and suffering to rewrite the story from the beginning. Harry Potter. The cupboard door rattled violently. Harry flinched, his body's instinctive reaction, learned long before his conscious mind could override it, and scrambled to his feet in the cramped space. Coming, Aunt Petunia. His voice. God, his voice. High and piping and small, a child's voice, nothing like the confident tone he'd developed over years of leadership and combat. He sounded scared. He probably was scared, some animal part of his brain that remembered what happened to little boys who disobeyed Aunt Petunia. You're not a little boy. Not really. You're Harry Potter, the chosen one, the man who killed Voldemort. This woman cannot hurt you. But she could. That was the problem. Harry might have an adult's mind, but he had a child's body, weak, clumsy, completely dependent on these people who had never wanted him. If he revealed himself, if he showed even a fraction of what he was capable of, they'd, what? Call the police. Send him to an institution. The Ministry would get involved, Dumbledore would get involved, and Harry's carefully hoarded advantage would evaporate before he could use it. Play the long game. You have years before Hogwarts. Use them. Harry pushed open the cupboard door and stepped into the hallway of number 4, Privet Drive. Petunia stood at the foot of the stairs, arms crossed, mouth pinched in the expression of perpetual disapproval Harry knew so well. She was younger than he remembered. Well, of course she was, he traveled back at least 14 years, but somehow she looked older too. Worn. Tired. Like the bitterness she cultivated had already begun to etch itself into her face. Look at the state of you, she sniffed. Hair standing up every which way. Just like your father. My father was a hero. My father died protecting his family. My father was worth 1,000 of your husband. Sorry, Aunt Petunia, Harry said instead. His voice came out meek and small, the way it always had in those early years. Good. The disguise was working, even if Harry hadn't consciously chosen to adopt it. Some part of him remembered how to survive in this house, how to make himself invisible and unthreatening and easy to overlook. Don't just stand there gaping. Breakfast won't make itself. Harry followed her to the kitchen, his bare feet cold against the linoleum. The room was smaller than he remembered, or maybe he was just smaller, his perspective warped by the dramatic change in size. The counters loomed above him. The stove was a distant mountain range he'd need to climb a step stool to reach. I used to cook for them when I was this size. I remember cooking for them. The memories were there, faint and distant, overlaid by the sharper recollections of his teenage years. Standing on a wobbly stool to reach the frying pan. Burning his fingers on the bacon grease because no one had thought to teach him about spatters. Dudley laughing when Harry dropped a plate, Uncle Vernon's face turning purple as he dragged Harry to the cupboard. Stop. Focus on what you can control. Harry found the step stool in its usual place and dragged it to the counter. His arms protested, so weak, impossibly weak, he'd been able to duel Death Eaters and now he couldn't even lift a stool properly, but he managed. The eggs were in the refrigerator. The bacon was in the crisper. He knew this routine, had performed it 1,000 times in another life. "4 eggs for Vernon," Petunia said, settling at the table with her morning tea. "Scrambled. 3 rashers of bacon, not too crispy. Toast with butter, not margarine. I want my eggs poached, and make sure the yolks aren't runny this time. And Dudley wants chocolate pancakes," Harry said automatically. "With extra syrup." Petunia's eyes narrowed. "How did you know that?" "Because your son is predictable. Because I spent years memorizing what would get me in trouble and what would keep me safe. Because even at 3 years old, I understood that knowing what Dudley wanted was a matter of survival." "He said so yesterday," Harry lied. "At dinner." Petunia studied him for a long moment. Harry kept his face blank, innocent, slightly confused, the expression of a child who'd said something without understanding its significance. "Don't be clever," Petunia said finally. "I don't like clever boys." "No, you don't. That's why you pretend Dudley isn't as stupid as he is." "Yes, Aunt Petunia." Harry turned to the stove and began cracking eggs. His hands trembled, partly from muscle weakness, partly from the sustained effort of keeping his expression neutral when every instinct screamed at him to react, to demonstrate that he wasn't the helpless child they thought he was. "Patience. You have time. All the time in the world." The morning passed in a blur of domestic labor. Harry cooked breakfast, scrubbed dishes, wiped down counters, swept floors. His body protested every task, muscles unused to exertion, joints too small for the work he demanded of them, but Harry pushed through. He'd survived worse. He'd survived Cruciatus curses and near drownings and the literal killing curse. He could survive a few hours of household chores. Vernon left for work with a grunt that might have been acknowledgement or might have been indigestion. Dudley demolished his chocolate pancakes and demanded more, then threw a tantrum when Petunia, surprisingly, refused. Harry watched from the kitchen doorway, cataloging details he'd forgotten or never noticed in his first life. Dudley was smaller than Harry remembered. Not by much, he was still a chubby, demanding child, but there was less cruelty in his face, more simple selfishness. A toddler's selfishness, the kind that came from being told he was the center of the universe rather than the calculated malice he'd develop later. "He's not a monster yet. He's just a spoiled kid." The thought was uncomfortable. Harry had spent years hating his cousin, and that hatred had been earned, the bullying, the Harry hunting, the constant campaign to make Harry's life miserable. But Dudley hadn't done any of that yet. Right now, he was just a 3-year-old boy whose parents had failed him in different ways than they'd failed Harry. "I could change him. If I wanted to. If I tried." But did he want to? Dudley Desley had never been crucial to the war effort. He'd survived, sure, protected by the blood wards and his own irrelevance. Saving Dudley wasn't like saving Sirius or Remus or the Weasleys, it wouldn't change the trajectory of the conflict. But it would change him. It might change the person he becomes. Harry filed the thought away for later consideration. He had bigger concerns than his cousin's moral development. "Boy!" Harry's head snapped up. Petunia stood at the back door, lips pursed, garden gloves in hand. "I'm going to work on the roses. You're to stay in your cupboard until I come back. No touching anything, no looking out windows, no making noise. Understood?" "Yes, Aunt Petunia. If I hear one peep out of you, you'll go to bed without supper." Again. Again. Because starving a toddler is appropriate punishment for existing. Harry didn't let his fury show on his face. He nodded, meek and compliant, and shuffled toward the cupboard while Petunia watched. Only when the back door closed behind her did Harry pause. He stood in the hallway, utterly alone for the first time since waking. "Now. Test what you can do." Harry slipped into the cupboard and pulled the door mostly closed, leaving a crack to watch the hallway. If anyone came, he'd hear them. If anyone opened the door, he'd look like he was sleeping. He held up his hand and focused. Magic was intention and will, that's what he'd learned over years of practice. Wands helped, they channeled and amplified and shaped, but they weren't necessary. Harry had done wandless magic before, in moments of desperation, when his life or others' lives depended on it. He knew the theory. He knew the feeling. Lumos. Nothing happened. Harry frowned and tried again, pushing harder, visualizing the light blooming in his palm the way it had so many times before. Nothing. Okay. Don't panic. Your body is 3 years old. Your magical core might be underdeveloped. But that didn't feel right. Harry could sense his magic, a warm presence coiled somewhere behind his breastbone, vast and ready and waiting. It was there. It just wasn't cooperating. He tried smaller. Simpler. Instead of a full lumos, he imagined a single spark. The smallest possible manifestation of light magic. A candle flame's worth, a firefly's glow. A tiny point of light flickered in his palm and died. Harry exhaled slowly. Not nothing, then. Just, limited. His magical core was there, his knowledge was there, but his body couldn't channel power the way it once had. Like trying to pour a river through a garden hose. Practice. That's what I need. Years of careful practice, building up my control, expanding what this body can handle. It wasn't ideal. Harry had hoped to have full access to his magical abilities, to be able to defend himself if necessary, to have that one unassailable advantage over everyone around him. But limited magic was better than no magic. And it would grow. Magical cores developed over time, especially with use. Harry spent the next hour experimenting. He couldn't cast proper spells, not even basic first-year magic, but he could move small objects if he concentrated hard enough. A spider crawling up the wall paused when he focused on it, then jerked sideways, then resumed its normal path when Harry's concentration broke. A dust mote floating in the shaft of light from under the door danced at his command, swooping and swirling in patterns that had nothing to do with air currents. By the end, Harry's head ached and his nose was bleeding, but he was smiling. I can work with this. I can build on this. He wiped the blood away with his pillowcase. He'd learned long ago not to leave evidence of anything unusual, and lay back on his thin mattress, mind racing. 8 years until Hogwarts. 8 years to prepare. First priority, physical conditioning. This body is weak, clumsy, unsuited for combat. I need to change that. Easier said than done. The Dursleys noticed everything, and a suddenly athletic nephew would raise questions. But there were ways, exercises he could do in the cupboard, movements he could disguise as play. And once he started primary school, he'd have more freedom, more unsupervised time to build the body he needed. Second priority, magical development. Slow and steady, building control before power. I can't afford to blow anything up or set the house on fire. Third priority was trickier. Harry needed information. He knew the broad strokes of what would happen, Voldemort's return, the Horcruxes, the final battle, but his knowledge was incomplete. Spotty. Based on what he'd managed to learn while also trying to survive. In his first life, he hadn't known about the Horcruxes until 6th year. Hadn't known about the prophecy until 5th. Hadn't understood Snape's true loyalties until the man was dying in front of him. All that lost time, all those missed opportunities, because Dumbledore had kept him in the dark, for his own good. Not this time. This time, I'm going to find out everything. But he couldn't just walk into Hogwarts and start demanding answers. He was 3 years old. No one would take him seriously, and anyone who did would become suspicious. He needed to be subtle. Patient. Clever. Peter Pettigrew. The name surfaced in Harry's mind like a shark rising from dark water. Peter Pettigrew, who had betrayed his parents. Peter Pettigrew, who had framed Sirius. Peter Pettigrew, who was right now living as a rat in the Weasley household, biding his time until he could return to his master. In the original timeline, Peter had escaped during Harry's 3rd year. He'd fled to Voldemort, helped resurrect him, set the entire war in motion. Everything that followed, Cedric's death, the battles, the horrors, could be traced back to that moment when Peter slipped away. But it doesn't have to happen that way. I know where he is. I know what he is. I can stop him. The plan took shape in Harry's mind, pieces clicking together like a puzzle he'd been assembling for years without knowing it. Peter would be at the Weasleys. He'd be there for years, hiding, waiting. Harry had time, plenty of time, to figure out how to expose him. And once Peter was exposed, once he was captured and forced to testify under Veritaserum, Sirius would go free. Harry would have his godfather back, would have a real home, would have an adult ally who knew the truth about Voldemort and would believe Harry's warnings. That's the first step. Free Sirius. Everything else builds from there. But he couldn't rush. Couldn't draw attention. The Ministry had eyes everywhere, and Dumbledore had eyes beyond that. If Harry moved too quickly, acted too knowledgeably, someone would notice. Someone would start asking questions. And Harry wasn't ready to answer those questions yet. 8 years. I can wait 8 years. Harry closed his eyes, letting his aching head rest against the pillow. The plan crystallized, etched itself into his memory. Year 1 through 6, grow. Train. Learn everything he could about wandless magic, about controlling his developing core, about the physical conditioning his body would need. Stay invisible. Stay unremarkable. Be the poor, pitiful orphan everyone expected. Year 7, make contact with the wizarding world. Carefully. Through Hagrid probably, the same way it had happened before. Get his Hogwarts letter, get his wand, get access to Diagon Alley and all the resources it contained. Year 8, Hogwarts. Find Peter. Expose him. Free Sirius. Change everything. Harry smiled in the darkness, for the first time feeling something other than disorientation and fear. The future was uncertain, yes. Dangerous, yes. He might fail. He might make things worse instead of better. But he had a chance. A real chance, bought with death and paid for with memory, to save everyone he'd lost. He wasn't going to waste it. The days blurred together. Harry fell into a routine, the way he always had at the Dursleys. Wake early, cook breakfast, do chores, stay out of sight. The work was exhausting, his body tired easily, needed more sleep than he was given, struggled with tasks that had been automatic in his previous life, but Harry pushed through. Pain was temporary. Weakness was temporary. He wouldn't be small forever. At night, in the cupboard, he trained. It started with physical exercises. Sit-ups and push-ups modified for a 3-year-old's frame, nothing that would build muscle too fast or too visibly, just enough to establish a baseline of fitness. Stretches to improve flexibility. Balance exercises performed in the cramped space between his bed and the door. The Dursleys never noticed. Why would they? The cupboard had no window, no light after bedtime. Harry could do whatever he wanted in there, as long as he stayed quiet. And Harry was very, very good at staying quiet. After the physical work came the magical practice. He started with meditation. Clearing his mind, the way Snape had tried to teach him all those years ago. Harry had been terrible at occlumency in his first life, too emotional, too reactive, too unwilling to submit to Snape's brutal teaching methods. But he'd learned some. Enough to recognize when Voldemort was in his head, enough to push back when the connection flared. Now, with nothing but time and motivation, Harry threw himself into it properly. The first week was agony. His mind wouldn't settle. Thoughts crashed against each other like waves in a storm, memories of the battle, fears about the future, rage at the Dursleys, grief for everyone he'd lost. Harry would sit for hours, trying to find stillness, only to jerk awake with his heart pounding and his scar tingling in phantom pain. But slowly, it got easier. By the end of the second week, Harry could hold a clear mind for 30 seconds at a time. By the end of the month, he could manage 5 minutes. The thoughts didn't stop, would never stop entirely, he understood now, but they became quieter. More manageable. Less like a hurricane and more like a river, flowing around him rather than through him. This is how you're supposed to feel, Harry realized one night, surfacing from a particularly deep meditation. This is what peace feels like. He'd never had it before. Not really. His first childhood had been survival, his teenage years had been war, his death had been, well, death. There had never been time to simply be. Now there was nothing but time. Harry turned 4 in July. The Dursleys didn't acknowledge it. Of course they didn't. Harry had never had a birthday cake or a present or even a card in this house. But this year, for the first time, Harry didn't mind. He woke at dawn, as usual, and lay in his cupboard for a few minutes, taking stock. His magical control had improved dramatically. He could levitate small objects, buttons, coins, the occasional spider, for minutes at a time without losing focus. His wandless lumos still flickered more than it should, but it was getting brighter. And he'd discovered something new, something that might have been legilimency or might have been accidental magic or might have been something else entirely. If he concentrated hard enough, he could sense the emotions of people nearby. Not their thoughts, not yet, but the general shape of their feelings. Vernon felt irritated constantly, a low-grade annoyance that spiked into fury when crossed. Petunia felt anxious. Afraid. More than Harry had realized. Dudley felt nothing much at all. Contentment when fed, frustration when denied, the simple emotional landscape of a well-tended pet. Useful information, Harry thought. Knowing their moods means knowing when to stay out of sight. His body was improving too. Slowly, so slowly it was almost imperceptible, but Harry could feel the difference. He was stronger than he'd been, more coordinated. His accidental magic had stopped almost entirely, no more broken dishes or inexplicable happenings, replaced by a controlled, deliberate use of power that the Dursleys had no way to detect. He was building foundations. Laying groundwork. Preparing for wars that wouldn't come for years. The summer passed in a haze of chores and secret training. Harry discovered he could communicate with snakes. He'd known about his Parseltongue, of course, but hadn't had cause to use it since the Chamber of Secrets. A garden snake behind the shed became his unlikely confidant, happy to share information about the neighborhood in exchange for warmth and company. The fat man leaves at the same time each morning, the snake reported one day. The thin woman goes to the garden when the sun is highest. The round child plays in front, always in front. But you go nowhere, little speaker. Why? I'm waiting, Harry replied. Building my strength. When I'm ready, I'll leave and never come back. You should eat the round child, the snake suggested. He would make a fine meal. I'll keep that in mind. September brought a new development. Dudley started attending preschool. Harry, of course, did not. The Dursleys couldn't afford to send him, or rather, couldn't justify the expense when Harry's absence meant free household labor. But Dudley's departure from the house 3 mornings a week meant 3 mornings when Petunia was focused elsewhere, distracted, less likely to check on Harry's whereabouts. Harry used the time wisely. He explored the house methodically, searching for anything useful. Most of what he found was mundane, bills, receipts, the detritus of ordinary suburban life, but in Vernon's study, tucked into the back of a filing cabinet, Harry discovered something interesting. A letter. Old, yellow with age, written in green ink on heavy parchment. Harry's hands trembled as he unfolded it. Dear Mrs. Dursley, I am writing to inform you that your sister, Lily Evans Potter, was killed on the night of October 31st, along with her husband James Potter. Their son, Harry, survived. He has been placed in your care, as the closest living relative on his mother's side. I understand this news will come as a shock. I further understand that your relationship with your sister was complicated. However, I must impress upon you the importance of providing Harry with a home. There are protections tied to your blood, protections that will keep him safe from those who would harm him, protections that will only function if he can call your residence home. I ask only that you treat him fairly, give him shelter, allow him to grow. In return, I will ensure that the magical world does not intrude upon your life more than necessary. Enclosed you will find financial assistance for Harry's care. Use it as you see fit. I trust that you will do what is right. Yours sincerely, Albus Dumbledore. Harry read the letter 3 times. Financial assistance. He'd always wondered how the Dursleys afforded their lifestyle on Vernon's salary alone. The new cars every few years, Dudley's endless toys, the constant renovations to make their home the nicest on the street. He'd assumed Vernon made more money than he seemed to, or that Petunia had savings from somewhere. But no. Dumbledore had been paying them. Paying them to take care of Harry. And they'd taken the money and starved him anyway. Harry felt the rage rise in his chest, hot and familiar. It would be so easy to let it out. To set this letter on fire, to burn the study, to walk upstairs and stop. He forced himself to breathe. To think. To be the adult he was supposed to be, not the child his body wanted him to become. This is information. Information is power. Use it. Dumbledore had known. Had always known, probably, what kind of people the Dursleys were. And he'd sent Harry here anyway, wrapped it in pretty words about blood protection and safety, and left a baby to be raised by people who saw him as nothing more than a burden and a paycheck. Why? The question had haunted Harry in his first life, and it haunted him now. Why Dumbledore had made so many choices that seemed designed to keep Harry weak, ignorant, dependent. Why he'd never told Harry about the prophecy until it was almost too late. Why he'd allowed Snape to torment Harry for years, let the Dursleys abuse him, kept him isolated from everyone who might have helped. He was preparing me to die. The realization wasn't new, Harry had understood it, on some level, since that night in the forest. But seeing it laid out so clearly, evidence of Dumbledore's manipulations preserved in yellow parchment and fading ink, made it viscerally real in a way it hadn't been before. He always knew I'd have to die. He was making sure I wouldn't fight it. Harry put the letter back exactly where he'd found it, careful not to disturb the other documents. Petunia would be home soon. He needed to be in his cupboard, invisible, unremarkable. But he carried the knowledge with him like a knife. Another weapon for the arsenal. Another piece of the puzzle that was Albus Dumbledore. I trusted you, Harry thought. In another life, I trusted you with everything, and you led me to slaughter like a lamb. Not this time. This time, I'm going to survive. And you, old man, are going to tell me the truth, whether you want to or not. Winter came hard that year. The cupboard under the stairs was not insulated. Harry shivered through December, huddled under his thin blanket, practicing warming charms that didn't quite work and breathing exercises that kept his core temperature up through sheer force of will. He got sick anyway. The flu hit him like a truck, leaving him feverish and aching, coughing so hard his ribs hurt. The Dursleys didn't call a doctor, of course they didn't, just left him in his cupboard with a glass of water and instructions not to spread his germs. Harry spent 3 days in a delirium, dreams and memories blurring together until he couldn't tell what was real. He saw his parents dying, saw Sirius falling through the veil, saw Cedric's lifeless eyes staring at the sky. He saw Voldemort's face, pale and terrible, laughing as the killing curse struck. He saw Dumbledore, old and sad, telling him that he had to die, had always had to die, that the piece of Voldemort's soul lodged in Harry's scar could only be destroyed one way. And he saw something else. Something new. A room full of shelves. Orbs glowing with soft light, each one labeled, each one containing a secret. And at the center of the room, a veil. An archway hung with tattered curtains, whispering in voices just below hearing. A figure stood before the veil. Tall, robed, faceless. It turned toward Harry, and though it had no eyes, Harry felt its gaze like a physical weight. "You've returned," the figure said. "That is unusual. Who are you?" "You know who I am. We've met before, Harry Potter. You walked to me willingly, once. Surrendered yourself to my embrace. Death." Harry was talking to death. "Am I dead again? Did the fever?" "No. Not yet. Your body fights. Your spirit is strong." The figure tilted its head, curious, considering. "But you carry something of mine. A mark. A connection. It lets me speak with you in moments like this, when the boundary between living and dying grows thin. The scar." Harry's hand rose instinctively to his forehead, though he had no body here, no physical form. Just thought and memory and the impossible weight of death's attention. "What do you want?" "Want?" Death seemed amused. "I don't want anything, Harry Potter. I simply observe. I watch. And I find you interesting. Because I came back. Because I changed the timeline. Because you won. You collected my hallows, united them, became my master, and then you gave them up. Dropped the stone in the forest, let the wand pass to another, walked away from immortality as if it meant nothing. It didn't mean nothing. It meant, I know what it meant." Death's voice softened, almost gentle. "You chose to be human. To die like a human, live like a human. That is rare. That is worthy of respect." Harry didn't know what to say. This was beyond anything he'd experienced, beyond even the strangeness of King's Cross Station and the conversation with Dumbledore that had sent him back to life. "Why am I here?" he asked finally. "Why did you bring me back?" "I didn't bring you anywhere. You brought yourself. Your will, your love, your desperate need to protect those you've lost, it pulled you backward through time, rewound the thread of your existence to a point where change was still possible. Then this is real. I'm actually back. I can actually change things." Yes and no. Death drifted closer, the veil's whispers growing louder. "You can change things. You will change things. But there are limits. Forces that want the timeline preserved. And consequences for those who meddle with the weave of fate." "What consequences?" "That remains to be seen." Death paused before the archway. "I offer you no help, Harry Potter. No guidance. Only this, be careful. The past is not as malleable as you think. And some things." The figure turned back toward the veil. "Some things are fixed." The vision shattered. Harry woke gasping, drenched in sweat, his fever broken and his mind burning with new information. He lay in the darkness of his cupboard, staring at the ceiling, processing what he'd learned. Death was real. An entity, a force, something that could communicate and observe and judge. And it was watching Harry, interested in what he would do with his second chance. Some things are fixed. What did that mean? Were there events Harry couldn't change no matter how hard he tried? Deaths that were destined, tragedies that were woven into the fabric of reality itself? "I'll find out," Harry decided. "I'll try to change everything, and whatever doesn't change, whatever pushes back, that's what's fixed. That's what I'll have to work around." It wasn't a perfect plan. But it was a start. Harry closed his eyes and slept, for the first time in days, without dreams. Spring arrived slowly, tentatively, as if unsure of its welcome. Harry was 4.5 now, stronger than he'd been, smarter than anyone knew. His wandless magic had progressed to the point where he could reliably levitate objects up to a pound, maintain a lumos for several minutes, and sense the emotional states of everyone in the house. His occlumency was good enough to create a basic mental shield, though he doubted it would hold against a determined Legilimens. And he'd developed a new skill, one he hadn't expected. It started with the dreams, not the death dreams, but ordinary ones. Harry would fall asleep and find himself watching scenes from other people's lives. Distant, hazy, like looking through frosted glass. But sometimes, if he concentrated, he could push through the glass and see clearly. He saw the Weasleys at dinner, all 9 of them crammed around a table too small, laughing and arguing and passing dishes in a chaos of red hair and freckles. He saw Scabbers, Peter, dozing in Percy's pocket, twitching in rat dreams that Harry suspected weren't entirely innocent. He saw Hogwarts, ancient and beautiful, its corridors patrolled by ghosts and its dungeons lurking with secrets. He saw Dumbledore in his office, writing letters late into the night, his expression troubled. He saw Sirius, gaunt and hollow-eyed, sitting in an Azkaban cell while Dementors drifted past. His godfather's lips moved soundlessly, repeating something over and over. Harry couldn't hear the words, but he recognized the shape of them. "I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I didn't do it." Harry woke from that dream with tears on his cheeks and murder in his heart. "Soon," he promised. "Soon, Sirius. I'm coming for you. I'll get you out of there, get you free, give you back everything they stole. Just hold on a little longer." The summer Harry turned 5, something changed. Dudley had friends now, neighborhood boys who came to play in the garden, encouraged by Petunia's bribes of sweets and toys. Harry was under strict orders to stay out of sight during these visits, which suited him fine. He had no interest in Dudley's friends and less interest in being used as entertainment. But one afternoon, while Harry was weeding the flower beds at the back of the garden, invisible behind the hedge, exactly as Petunia preferred, he overheard something that made him freeze. "Said there's a boy who lives there, but no one ever sees him. That's weird. Does he go to our school?" "No. My mum says he's probably special needs or something. You know, slow. Maybe he's a ghost." "Don't be stupid. Ghosts aren't real." Harry held perfectly still, not breathing, as the boys moved past his hiding spot. They were talking about him. Speculating about the mysterious nephew the Dursleys never mentioned, the boy who didn't go to school or play outside or exist in any normal way. This is dangerous. Attention was dangerous. Questions were dangerous. If people started asking why the Dursleys' nephew never appeared in public, someone might investigate. Social services might get involved. The magical world might take notice before Harry was ready. "I need to become visible. Not completely, not fully integrated, but visible enough that the questions stop." It was a risk. Everything about this plan was a risk. But Harry was tired of being a prisoner in his own home, and more importantly, he was tired of wasting time. Primary school meant access to books, to information, to a world beyond Privet Drive. He needed that access. Time to force their hand. That night, when Vernon came home from work, Harry did something he'd never done before. He asked for something. "Uncle Vernon." Vernon startled, nearly dropping his briefcase. Harry didn't usually speak unless spoken to, it was one of the unwritten rules of the household, and certainly never initiated conversation. "What do you want?" Vernon demanded. His face was already reddening, mustache bristling with automatic hostility. "I was wondering," Harry said carefully, "if I might be allowed to attend school next year. With Dudley." The silence stretched. Vernon's face went through several colors, red, purple, something approaching maroon, before settling on a shade Harry privately thought of as apoplectic. "School. School. And who's going to pay for that, boy? You think schooling is free? You think we're made of money? Primary school is free, Uncle Vernon. And I thought, since I'll be 6 in July, I'm supposed to start, aren't I? It's the law." Harry kept his voice innocent, confused. Just a child asking about something he didn't understand. But he watched Vernon's face and saw the exact moment the man realized Harry was right. The law required children to attend school. The Dursleys had been ignoring that law, probably hoping no one would notice or care. But if Harry asked questions, if Harry talked to neighbors, if Harry somehow drew the attention of authorities, Petunia. Vernon bellowed. "Come here." The discussion that followed was loud, angry, and ultimately concluded exactly as Harry had expected. He would attend the local primary school starting in September. He would stay out of trouble, not draw attention, not mention anything unusual about his home situation. And if he embarrassed them in any way, "You'll wish you'd never been born," Vernon promised. "Do you understand me, boy?" "Yes, Uncle Vernon." Harry returned to his cupboard with a plan accomplished and a smile he was careful to hide. One step closer. The night before his 6th birthday, the night before he would start properly aging toward Hogwarts, Harry lay awake in his cupboard and made a list. Not on paper. Paper could be found, read, used against him. But in his mind, organized and categorized the way Hermione had taught him years ago, years from now, never, always. Things I know: Peter Pettigrew is hiding as a rat at the Weasley home. Voldemort's Horcruxes are scattered across Britain, the diary with Lucius Malfoy, the ring in the Gaunt Shack, the locket in Grimmauld Place, the cup in Bellatrix's vault, the diadem in the Room of Requirement, the piece in my scar. Sirius is innocent. Dumbledore knows about the Horcruxes, or at least suspects. The prophecy exists and marks me as the only one who can defeat Voldemort. Things I need: access to the Weasleys, to expose Peter. Access to Grimmauld Place, to destroy the locket. Access to Hogwarts, to destroy the diadem. A way to remove the Horcrux from my scar without dying. Allies who will believe me and help me fight. Things I must avoid: revealing my knowledge too soon. Drawing Dumbledore's suspicion. Alerting Voldemort to my existence as a threat. Getting killed before I'm ready. The list was incomplete. There were dozens of other factors, complications, branching possibilities Harry couldn't fully anticipate. But it was a foundation. A structure to build on. 5 years until Hogwarts. 5 years until I can act. It seemed like forever. In his first life, Harry had never been patient, had charged into situations, made decisions on instinct, trusted his luck to carry him through. Sometimes it had worked. Often it had gotten people killed. Not this time. This time, Harry would be careful. Methodical. Strategic. He would build his strength, gather his information, and when the moment came to strike, he would be ready. Peter Pettigrew would face justice. Sirius Black would go free. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the chosen one, the master of death, would change everything. Harry closed his eyes and let himself drift toward sleep, toward whatever dreams or visions awaited him. Tomorrow was his birthday. Tomorrow began the next phase of his plan. Tomorrow, the future started. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, the long game. Harry turned 6 with the same absence of fanfare that had marked every birthday before. No cake, no presents, no acknowledgement beyond Petunia's sharp reminder that he'd better not expect special treatment just because he was another year older. Harry hadn't expected anything different, and he found, somewhat to his surprise, that he genuinely didn't care. Birthdays were for children who needed external validation. Harry had died, traveled through time, spoken with death itself. A cake seemed rather beside the point. What mattered was that September was coming. School. Freedom. The primary school was called St. Gregory's, a squat brick building 3 streets over from Privet Drive. Harry walked there on his first day with Dudley waddling beside him and Petunia hovering anxiously behind, already rehearsing the lies she'd tell the teachers about her nephew's difficult background and behavioral problems. Harry let her talk. Let her paint him as troubled, disturbed, a charity case the Dursleys had graciously taken in despite the burden. It didn't matter what the teachers believed. What mattered was access, to books, to information, to hours each day when no one from Privet Drive could monitor his activities. The school itself was unremarkable. Fluorescent lights, scuffed linoleum, the faint smell of disinfectant and chalk. Harry's classroom was filled with small desks and smaller children, all of them nervous and excited in equal measure. Dudley immediately gravitated toward a group of boys who looked like future bullies in training. Harry found a seat in the back corner and made himself invisible. Not literally. He wasn't ready for that yet. But there was an art to being overlooked, and Harry had mastered it years ago. Sit quietly. Don't volunteer answers. Don't cause trouble, but don't excel either. Be exactly average, exactly forgettable, exactly the kind of child that teachers stopped seeing after the first week. It worked. By October, Harry could vanish into the background whenever he wanted, slip away during lunch periods without anyone noticing, spend hours in the school library while Dudley and his gang terrorized the playground. The library became his sanctuary. It was small, just one room with a few hundred books, most of them picture books and early readers, but it had what Harry needed. Reference materials. Encyclopedias. A surprising collection of mythology and folklore that someone had clearly donated without checking for age appropriateness. Harry devoured everything. He read about ancient history, about wars and empires and the rise and fall of civilizations. He read about science, physics, chemistry, biology, filling in gaps that his magical education had left. He read mythology from every culture he could find, Greek, Norse, Egyptian, Celtic, Japanese. Looking for patterns. Looking for truths hidden in stories. And he found them. The Deathly Hallows weren't unique, Harry realized one afternoon, cross-referencing a book on Norse mythology with half-remembered lessons from history of magic. Every culture has stories about objects of power. Items that grant mastery over death, invisibility, ultimate destruction. The Elder Wand. The Resurrection Stone. The Cloak of Invisibility. They're archetypes. Patterns that repeat across human history. Which means either magic influenced the stories, or the stories influenced magic. It was an unsettling thought. If belief could shape magical reality, if enough people believing in something could make it true, then the wizarding world was built on foundations far stranger than Harry had ever considered. He filed the information away and kept reading. Winter came, and with it, a new development. Harry's wandless magic had reached a plateau. He could levitate objects up to several pounds, maintain basic spells for extended periods, and sense emotions with reasonable accuracy. But he couldn't progress further. His magical core had grown, yes, but it still couldn't channel the kind of power he remembered wielding as a teenager. I need a focus, Harry admitted to himself one January night. Not a wand, that would be too obvious, but something to help direct the energy. The solution came from an unexpected source, a book on meditation and Eastern philosophy that someone had shelved in the religion section of the school library. Chi, the book called it. Life energy. The force that flows through all living things. The descriptions were eerily similar to how magic felt, a warm presence in the chest, responding to will and intention. And the book described techniques for manipulating chi that Harry had never encountered in the wizarding world. Breathing exercises. Visualization methods. Ways of channeling energy through the body instead of forcing it out through a single point. Harry experimented. Instead of pushing magic out through his hand, he let it flow through his whole body. Instead of commanding it to perform specific spells, he guided it gently, the way you might guide water through a series of channels. Instead of treating magic as a tool to be used, he treated it as a partner to be worked with. The results were dramatic. Within a week, Harry could maintain a warming charm over his entire body without conscious effort. Within a month, he developed what he privately called enhancement, a technique for flooding his muscles with magical energy, making himself temporarily stronger and faster than his small body should allow. It wasn't the combat magic he remembered. He still couldn't throw spells like he had with a wand, still couldn't duel or defend himself against an adult wizard. But it was progress. Real, measurable progress that would serve him well when the time came. And it's invisible, Harry realized. No flashing lights, no dramatic effects. Just a boy who's a little faster, a little stronger, a little more aware than he should be. Perfect. Spring brought rain and longer days and a confrontation Harry had been expecting. Dudley's gang had noticed him. Not in any meaningful way, Harry was still the forgettable charity case, the weird cousin who never talked, but Dudley had started making comments. Pointing Harry out to his friends. Laughing about the cupboard, about the chores, about all the small humiliations Harry endured at home. Harry ignored it. What did he care about the opinions of 7-year-old bullies? He'd faced Death Eaters. He'd faced Voldemort. Dudley Dursley was about as threatening as a particularly aggressive hamster. But the gang didn't like being ignored. Oi, Potter. Harry was crossing the playground, heading toward the library for his usual lunch period, when 3 boys stepped into his path. Dudley, Piers Polkiss, and a heavy-set kid named Malcolm whose main contribution to the group was his willingness to sit on people. Where do you think you're going? Dudley demanded. Library. Libraries for losers. Piers snickered. You going to read about your mummy and daddy? Oh wait, they're dead. Harry felt a flash of anger, hot, familiar, dangerous, and immediately suppressed it. These were children. Cruel children, yes, raised by cruel parents, but children nonetheless. They didn't deserve his rage. Excuse me, Harry said politely. I'd like to get through. Tough luck. Dudley crossed his arms, a miniature version of Vernon's intimidation tactics. You don't get to go anywhere until we say so. Harry considered his options. He could push past them. With his enhancement technique, he was stronger than any of them, probably stronger than all 3 combined. He could shove Dudley aside like a rag doll, sprint to the library before they recovered, and spend the rest of lunch in peace. But that would draw attention. Teachers might get involved. Questions might be asked about how such a small, malnourished boy had overpowered 3 larger children. He could tell a teacher. But that would only make things worse. The Dursleys would blame him for causing trouble, and Dudley's gang would retaliate. He could wait them out. Stand here, patient and unmoving, until they got bored and wandered off. Or, a darker part of his mind suggested, you could teach them a lesson they'd never forget. Harry pushed that thought aside. He wasn't here to traumatize children, even children who deserved it. Fine, he said. What do you want? Dudley blinked. He'd expected resistance, defiance, maybe tears. Harry's calm compliance threw him off. We want, Dudley looked at his friends for support. Give us your lunch money. I don't have any lunch money. Aunt Petunia packs my lunch. Then give us your lunch. I already ate it. This was true. Harry had learned long ago to eat his meager portions quickly, before anyone could take them away. Dudley's face was reddening now, frustration building toward anger. Then what? Harry asked quietly. Something in his tone made Dudley pause. Made all 3 boys pause, actually, though they probably couldn't have explained why. Harry wasn't doing anything threatening. Wasn't raising his voice or clenching his fists or showing any sign of aggression. But he was meeting Dudley's eyes. Steadily. Without fear. And Dudley, for all his bluster, had never been good at holding eye contact with someone who wasn't afraid. Come on, Piers muttered, tugging at Dudley's sleeve. He's not worth it. Yeah, Malcolm agreed. Let's go find someone else. Dudley hesitated a moment longer, something flickering in his eyes, confusion, maybe, or the beginning of an emotion he'd never been taught to recognize. Then he turned away, and his gang followed, and Harry was left alone in the middle of the playground. He resumed walking toward the library, heart steady, mind already moving on to more important matters. Not worth the trouble, he thought. Maybe someday Dudley will figure out why. The summer between first and second year passed slowly. Harry was 7 now, growing taller, losing the baby fat that had clung to his frame through early childhood. The Dursleys noticed. Petunia made pointed comments about how he was shooting up like a weed, and would soon cost them money in new clothes, but Harry was careful not to change too dramatically. A little growth was expected. Too much would raise questions. His training continued in the cupboard at night. Physical exercises, magical practice, meditation sessions that sometimes lasted until dawn. Harry's body was a project, a machine being built and refined for a specific purpose. He couldn't afford weakness. Couldn't afford to be the skinny, underfed victim when the time came to act. For years until Hogwarts. For years until Peter. The wait was agonizing, but Harry filled it productively. He started running. Not obviously, he'd never be allowed to exercise in any visible way, but at night, when the Dursleys were asleep, he'd slip out of his cupboard, out the back door, and run through the darkened streets of Little Whinging. Mile after mile, pushing his small body to its limits, building endurance that would serve him in the battles to come. He started climbing. The oak tree at the edge of the park, the drain pipes behind the school, anything that would challenge his coordination and strengthen his grip. If he couldn't practice combat magic, he could at least prepare his body for the physical demands of combat. And he started watching. Not the Dursleys, he knew them too well already, could predict their behaviors with mechanical precision. But the neighbors. The mailman. The police officers who occasionally patrolled the street. Harry studied how ordinary people moved through the world, how they interacted, what they noticed and what they ignored. Know the territory, a voice in his head said. It might have been Mad-Eye Moody's. Know the players. Know the patterns. Then you can break them. Harry knew the patterns of Privet Drive better than anyone alive. He knew when Mrs. Figg left for her shopping, Tuesdays and Saturdays. He knew when the postman came, 8:45, give or take 5 minutes. He knew when Vernon returned from work, 6:15 most nights, earlier on Fridays when he stopped at the pub. He built a mental map of his prison, noting every escape route, every hiding spot, every vulnerability in the Dursleys' surveillance. When the time came to leave, really leave, not just for school or errands, he would be ready. Second year at St. Gregory's brought new opportunities. The library had expanded, receiving a donation of books from a retired professor who'd passed away without heirs. Most of the collection was beyond primary school level, university texts, technical manuals, leather-bound volumes on subjects ranging from engineering to ancient languages, but the librarian, a harried woman named Mrs. Pemberton, had accepted them anyway. No one reads them, she confided to Harry one afternoon. He'd established himself as her favorite student by that point, the quiet boy who actually returned books on time and didn't write in the margins. Might as well be useful to someone. Harry read them all. The engineering texts taught him about structures and forces, about the ways physical systems could fail or be made to fail. The ancient language books gave him a foundation in Latin and Greek, both of which appeared constantly in magical incantations. The history volumes filled in gaps that Binns had left, the Muggle side of wizarding history, the wars and plagues and political upheavals that had shaped the non-magical world. But the most useful discovery was a battered book on cryptography that someone had shelved with the mathematics texts. Codes, Harry realized, flipping through pages of substitution ciphers and frequency analysis. This is how to hide information in plain sight. He developed his own code. A system of symbols that looked like idle doodling but actually recorded his thoughts, his plans, his observations about the magical world. He kept a journal now, hidden in the loose floorboard under his cupboard mattress, filled with encoded notes about Horcruxes and Death Eaters and the timeline he was trying to change. Security through obscurity, one of the cryptography books called it. If no one knows there's a message, no one will try to break it. Harry's journal looked like the scribbles of a troubled child. Only he knew what it really contained. The year Harry turned 8, Petunia got sick. Not seriously, just a flu that laid her out for a week, leaving her bedridden and irritable. Vernon took over household duties with predictable incompetence, burning meals and leaving dishes unwashed, while Dudley whined about the lack of attention. Harry, as always, was expected to pick up the slack. But this time was different. This time, Harry was alone with Petunia for extended periods, bringing her tea and soup and the medication she demanded. And for the first time, he saw his aunt as something other than an antagonist. She looked old. Drawn. The perpetual tension in her face had relaxed in illness, revealing the woman underneath, tired, fearful, carrying burdens she'd never asked anyone to share. "You look like her," Petunia said one afternoon, her voice hoarse from coughing. Harry had just delivered a fresh cup of tea, and she was staring at him with an expression he couldn't quite identify. "Your mother. You have her eyes." "I know." Harry set the tea on her nightstand. "People tell me that a lot. Or they will, I suppose." Petunia's gaze sharpened, some of her usual suspicion returning. "What do you mean, they will?" "Careful." "Nothing, Aunt Petunia. Just that I don't know many people yet. But someday I might." She studied him for a long moment. Harry kept his face blank, innocent, the mask he'd worn for years now fitting as naturally as his own skin. "You're not like her," Petunia said finally. "Lily was, she was bright. Shining. Everyone loved her, everyone wanted to be around her. You're not like that at all." "No," Harry agreed. "I'm not. You're cold. Calculating. Even as a baby, you were, there was something wrong about you. The way you watched people. Like you knew things you shouldn't." Harry's heart beat faster, but he kept his expression neutral. Had Petunia always noticed? Had she always suspected that something about her nephew was fundamentally off? "I'm just quiet," he said. "I know I'm not supposed to draw attention to myself." "Don't." Petunia's hand shot out, grabbing his wrist with surprising strength. "Don't lie to me, boy. I know what you are. What you're going to be. I've known since the moment Dumbledore left you on our doorstep." She knows about magic. Of course she knows, Lily was her sister. "What am I going to be?" Harry asked, genuinely curious. Petunia's grip tightened. Her eyes were bright with something that might have been fever or might have been tears. "Dangerous," she whispered. "Just like her. Just like all of them. And there's nothing I can do to stop it." She released him and turned away, pulling the blankets up around her shoulders. "Get out. And don't mention this conversation to anyone. Ever." Harry left. He didn't mention it. But he thought about it for a long time afterward. Petunia recovered. Life returned to normal as it ever got at Privet Drive. But something had shifted between them, some invisible barrier that neither acknowledged but both understood. Petunia stopped calling him boy quite as often. The chores didn't decrease, but the punishments became less frequent, less severe. She still couldn't look at him without flinching, but now Harry understood why. "She sees Lily when she looks at me. Sees magic. Sees everything she lost when her sister chose that world over this one. It wasn't forgiveness." Harry wasn't sure he was capable of forgiving the Dursleys for 11 years of abuse, even abuse that technically hadn't happened yet in this timeline. But it was understanding. And understanding, sometimes, was enough. The dreams continued. Not every night, sometimes Harry slept normally, or as normally as anyone in his situation could. But several times a week, he found himself standing before the veil in the Department of Mysteries, listening to whispers that were almost words, feeling Death's presence at the edge of his consciousness. "You're changing things," Death observed one night. "The threads are shifting. That's the point. Is it? You've been so careful, so patient. Nothing you've done has altered the major events yet. You're waiting. Harry had no body here, but he felt himself nod. I'm building. Preparing. When I move, I want to move decisively. And what will you do? When the moment comes, I'll save them. Everyone I lost before. Sirius, Remus, Tonks, Fred, all of them. I'll stop Voldemort before he can do what he did last time. Death was silent for a long moment. The veil fluttered in a wind that didn't exist, its whispers growing louder before fading to nothing. You truly believe you can? I have to. Hope, Death mused. Such a strange force. It drives mortals to impossible things. Makes them believe they can outwit fate itself. Can they? Another silence. Then, almost gently, some have. At great cost. Whether you will be among them, I cannot say. But I find myself curious to watch you try. Harry woke with the taste of dust and eternity on his tongue. 9 years old. 2 years until Hogwarts. Harry marked the milestone by finally attempting something he'd been planning for months. He was going to Diagon Alley. Not through official channels, he couldn't exactly ask the Dursleys to take him shopping for magical supplies. And not to buy anything, at least not yet. But to see it. To confirm that his memories were accurate. To make contact, however briefly, with the world that had shaped him. The night bus was the obvious choice. He remembered how it worked: stick out your wand hand, wait for the violently purple triple-decker to appear, but he didn't have a wand. Would the bus respond to intent alone? To wandless magic? Only one way to find out. Harry chose a Friday night, when Vernon would be at the pub and Petunia would be watching television. He slipped out through his usual route, cupboard to kitchen to back garden to the gap in the fence, and made his way to the darkest stretch of Magnolia Crescent. No witnesses. No street lights. Just Harry and the night and the desperate hope that magic would recognize its own. He raised his right hand. Please work. Please, please work. For a long moment, nothing happened. Harry stood in the darkness, arm extended, feeling increasingly foolish. Maybe the night bus required an actual wand. Maybe his memories were wrong, altered by the time travel, unreliable after all these years. Bang. The triple-decker bus materialized 6 inches from Harry's nose, brakes screaming, conductor tumbling down the stairs with a clipboard and a confused expression. Welcome to the night bus, emergency transport for the stranded witch or wizard. My name is, blimey, you're just a kid. Stan Shunpike. Younger than Harry remembered, barely out of his teens, with the same protruding ears and unfortunate acne. He stared at Harry with open surprise. Where are your parents? Dead, Harry said flatly. I need to get to London. Diagon Alley. Stan's surprise deepened. You know about Diagon Alley? What's your name, then? Here was the decision point. Harry could give a false name, protect his identity, maintain his cover. But the wizarding world would learn about Harry Potter eventually. Better to control the narrative now than let rumors spread later. Harry Potter. Stan's clipboard clattered to the ground. Bloody hell, he whispered. The Harry Potter. The boy who lived. So I'm told. But you're tiny. And you're out at night by yourself, and, Stan looked around wildly, as if expecting horrors to materialize from the shadows. Does anyone know you're here? No. And I'd prefer to keep it that way. Harry reached into his pocket and produced a handful of coins, Muggle money, carefully collected over years of finding dropped change and running small errands for neighbors who didn't know the Dursleys. Will this cover the fare? Stan examined the coins, did some mental math, and nodded slowly. Yeah. Yeah, all right. Get on, then. But if anyone asks, you never told me who you were, got it? Got it. Harry climbed aboard the night bus, and the wizarding world lurched into motion around him. Diagon Alley at night was different than Harry remembered. Most of the shops were closed, windows dark, streets empty except for the occasional witch or wizard hurrying home. But the atmosphere was the same, that electric tingle of magic in the air, the sense of possibility that Muggle London could never match. Harry walked slowly, savoring every detail. Ollivanders, where his wand waited for him. Flourish and Blots, where Hermione would buy her first textbooks. Elop's Owl Emporium, where Hedwig. The grief hit him without warning, sharp and sudden as a knife to the chest. Hedwig, shot down in the escape from Privet Drive, the first death that was entirely Harry's fault. His beautiful, loyal owl, who had been his only friend during those long summers with the Dursleys. Harry stopped walking. Pressed his palm against the cold stone of a building's wall. Breathed. She's alive. Right now, right here, she's alive. I can save her. I can save all of them. The grief faded, replaced by something harder. Colder. Determination. I will not waste this chance. I will not let them die again. Harry resumed walking, his pace steadier now, his purpose clear. He made his way to Gringotts. The massive white building dominated the alley even at night, goblin guards visible through the bronze doors. Harry didn't go in. Couldn't, really, without identification and a key he didn't yet possess. But he stood across the street and looked, memorizing the layout, planning for future visits. The cup is in the Lestrange vault. Eventually, I'll need to get it. But not tonight. Tonight was about reconnaissance, about proving to himself that this world was real and reachable and waiting for him. Harry explored for an hour, staying in the shadows, avoiding the few people still out. He found the entrance to Knockturn Alley, darker, danker, emanating a sense of wrongness that even Muggles would have noticed, but didn't enter. He found the leaky cauldron, its windows glowing with warmth, sounds of laughter and conversation drifting through the walls. This is my world. These are my people. I belong here. The thought was strange. Harry had never felt like he belonged anywhere, not at the Dursleys, not really at Hogwarts, not even among his friends in the Order. But standing here, surrounded by magic, he felt something click into place. This is what I'm fighting for. Not just people, but this. This world, this wonder, this impossible existence that Muggles will never know. He took the night bus back to Little Whinging, slipped through his familiar routes, and returned to his cupboard before anyone noticed he was gone. But something had changed. Harry was no longer just waiting for Hogwarts. He was preparing for it, with every fiber of his being. The next 2 years passed in a blur of training and planning. Harry's magical abilities continued to develop. By his 10th birthday, he could reliably produce wandless effects that would have impressed most adult wizards, not combat spells, but utility magic that made his life easier. Cleaning charms that finished his chores in half the time. Warming and cooling charms that made the cupboard bearable. A sophisticated notice-me-not that he could wrap around himself like a cloak, rendering him effectively invisible to casual observation. His physical training reached new heights. He was still small for his age, the Dursleys' inadequate meals saw to that, but he was dense, compact with muscle, capable of feats of strength and endurance that would have shocked anyone who bothered to test him. And his knowledge expanded relentlessly. He'd finished the St. Gregory's library twice over by now, moved on to the public library in town, started ordering books through the mail using money he'd earned doing odd jobs for neighbors. The Dursleys didn't notice. They didn't notice much of anything about Harry, as long as he completed his chores and stayed out of sight. Defense against the dark arts. Potions theory. Transfiguration. Charms. Ancient runes. I never took that class, but I should have. Harry built a curriculum for himself, preparing for Hogwarts the way a soldier prepares for war. Because that's what it was, really. What it had always been. The spring before his 11th birthday, Harry made one more trip to Diagon Alley. This time, he had a specific destination. Flourish and Blots was quiet on a Tuesday morning, the weekend crowds absent, only a handful of customers browsing the shelves. Harry slipped in under his notice-me-not, found the section on magical history, and started searching. Genealogies. Family trees. I need to know who I'm dealing with. He found what he was looking for in a massive tome titled Noble Houses of Magical Britain, A Complete History. The Potter section was frustratingly brief. His family had been private, reluctant to publicize their affairs, but it confirmed what Harry already knew. The Potters were old money, old blood, one of the founding families of magical Britain. They'd produced ministers and healers and curse-breakers and at least one legendary duelist. And they were connected, through marriage and alliance, to half the other noble houses in the country. The Blacks. The Longbottoms. The Bones. Harry traced the connections, building a mental map of wizarding politics. The alliances that Voldemort had exploited. The feuds that had weakened the opposition. The neutral parties who might be swayed one way or the other. I'm not just fighting a dark wizard. I'm fighting a civil war. And civil wars are won through politics as much as magic. He spent 3 hours in the shop, reading and memorizing, before slipping out the same way he'd entered. No one noticed the small boy with the remarkable eyes. No one ever did. July 31st approached like a gathering storm. Harry felt the tension building, not just in himself, but in the air around him, the magic of the world responding to a moment of significance. Something was about to change. Something was about to begin. The Dursleys felt it too, though they would never have admitted as much. Vernon became snappish, irritable, prone to sudden rages over nothing. Petunia cleaned obsessively, scrubbing surfaces that were already spotless, as if she could scour away the approaching magic through sheer determination. Dudley, oblivious as always, complained about the weather. Harry waited. The letters started arriving a week before his birthday. He watched them come, the owls swooping down in daylight, the envelopes pouring through the mail slot, the increasingly creative delivery methods as the Dursleys tried and failed to intercept them. Harry could have retrieved one easily, could have claimed his letter and ended the charade. But he let it play out. Hagrid will come. He always comes. And that meeting, that relationship, is too important to rush. So Harry watched and waited as Vernon boarded up the mail slot, then nailed shut the door. Watched as the family fled to a series of increasingly ridiculous locations, trying to outrun the unstoppable tide of correspondence. Watched as his aunt and uncle descended into paranoid hysteria while he remained calm, centered, patient. Soon now. Very soon. The hut on the rock was exactly as Harry remembered, cold, damp, miserable, the perfect embodiment of Vernon's desperate flight from reality. Rain lashed the windows. Wind howled through gaps in the walls. Dudley slept on the sagging couch, oblivious to the drama that had brought them here. Harry lay on the floor, wrapped in a thin blanket, watching the door. 11:58, 11:59. Midnight. Boom. The door shuddered. Boom. Again. Boom. The door flew off its hinges, crashing to the floor with a sound like thunder. And in the doorway, silhouetted against the lightning-split sky, stood the largest man Harry had ever seen. Hagrid. The memories crashed over Harry, the first kind adult he'd ever known, the man who'd introduced him to magic, who'd given him Hedwig, who'd carried his body out of the forest after Voldemort killed him. Hagrid, loyal and bumbling and pure of heart, who had never once doubted Harry even when everyone else had. "Couldn't make us a cup o' tea, could ye?" Hagrid said, squeezing through the doorframe. "It's not been an easy journey." He spotted Harry on the floor and his whole face transformed. Joy. Recognition. Love, the simple love of someone who had waited 11 years to meet a child he'd helped save as an infant. "Harry," Hagrid said, his voice cracking. "Last time I saw you, you was only a baby. Yeah, look a lot like your dad, but you've got your mum's eyes." Vernon burst out of the back room, purple-faced, wielding a shotgun. I demand you leave at once. You're breaking and entering. Harry tuned out the confrontation that followed. He knew how it would go, the shouting, the threats, the tale Hagrid would give Dudley when Vernon pushed too far. None of it mattered. What mattered was the man standing before him, offering Harry a way out of this nightmare and into another. Hagrid, Harry said quietly, during a lull in Vernon's tirade. I know what you've come to tell me. Hagrid blinked. You do. I'm a wizard. My parents were magical. I've been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry smiled, a real smile, the first one he'd allowed himself in years. I've been waiting for this my whole life. Hagrid's eyes went misty. Course ye have. Course ye have. Oh, Harry, it's really you. After all this time. He swept Harry into a bone-crushing hug, enormous arms wrapping around him like a cave, and Harry let himself be held. Let himself feel, for just a moment, the safety and warmth he'd been denied for so long. This is real. I'm really going back. I'm really going to change everything. Over Hagrid's shoulder, Harry saw Vernon and Petunia watching with identical expressions of horror. Dudley was crying, clutching his new pig's tail. The hut was a disaster of broken furniture and scattered letters. But Harry was finally going home. Diagon Alley with Hagrid was a revelation. Not because Harry hadn't seen it before, he'd been here twice now, sneaking through shadows, gathering information. But experiencing it properly, in daylight, with a guide who genuinely wanted to show him the wonders of the magical world, that was something entirely different. Gringotts Firs, Hagrid announced, steering Harry through the crowded street. Get ya your money. Then wand, then books, then whatever else ya need. Harry let himself be steered. He knew what to expect, the cart ride into the vaults, the small fortune his parents had left him, the mysterious package in Vault 713. He knew he should be surprised by all of it, should react with appropriate wonder and amazement. But I can't quite manage it, Harry realized, watching himself perform for Hagrid's benefit. I've done this before. I know what's coming. The wonder isn't real anymore. The thought was sad, in a distant way. His first trip to Diagon Alley had been genuinely magical, a door opening into a world of possibilities. Now it was just logistics. Preparation for the task ahead. Don't lose yourself, something whispered in the back of his mind. Don't become so focused on the mission that you forget why you're doing it. Harry pushed the thought aside and followed Hagrid into the bank. Ollivanders was the exception. Harry had been dreading this, actually. In his first life, the wand maker had been unnerving, those pale, moon-like eyes, the way he seemed to see through people, the uncomfortable intimacy of the wand selection process. And now, with Harry's impossible knowledge and suspect timeline, Ollivander might notice something wrong. Ah, Mr. Potter. The familiar voice drifted from the shadows of the shop. I wondered when I'd be seeing you. You have your mother's eyes. Harry turned toward the voice, and there he was, Garrick Ollivander, ancient and knowing, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I sold her first wand, you know. Willow, 10¼ inches, swishy. Nice wand for charm work. I know, Harry said, before he could stop himself. Ollivander's eyebrows rose. Do you now? Careful. Don't reveal too much. I mean, I've heard stories. About my parents. Their wands. Have you? Ollivander's tone was unreadable. He moved closer, those silver eyes examining Harry with unsettling intensity. And what else have you heard, Mr. Potter? What else do you know? The question hung in the air between them. Harry felt the weight of it, the danger of this moment. Ollivander was a master of his craft, attuned to magic in ways most wizards couldn't begin to understand. If anyone could sense the wrongness in Harry, it would be him. I know that you're going to show me a lot of wands, Harry said carefully. And I know that none of them will be quite right. Until you bring out the Holly Wand, 11 inches, Phoenix Feather Core. The brother to Voldemort's. Ollivander went very still. How, he breathed, could you possibly know that? Harry met his eyes. In for a penny. Because I've held it before. Because it chose me once, and it will choose me again. Because some things, he echoed Death's words, are fixed. The silence stretched. Ollivander stared at Harry as if seeing him for the first time, his expression shifting through confusion, understanding, and finally something that might have been fear. You are not what you appear to be, Ollivander said slowly. Not a child. Not entirely human, perhaps. Something has touched you, Mr. Potter. Something old and vast and beyond the understanding of ordinary wizards. Yes. And you expect me to sell you a wand? To arm you, when I don't know what you intend to do with it. Harry considered his answer. He could lie. Could reassure Ollivander that he meant no harm, that his intentions were pure. But something in the old wandmaker's gaze demanded honesty. I intend to stop Voldemort, Harry said. Completely. Permanently. The way I should have done the first time. The first time? It's a long story. But yes. I've done this before. Faced him, fought him, died fighting him. Now I have a second chance. And I'm not going to waste it. Ollivander studied him for a long, long moment. Then, without another word, he turned and disappeared into the back of his shop. When he returned, he was carrying a single wand box. Holly, he said, opening it to reveal the familiar wood. 11 inches. Phoenix Feather Core, from Fawkes, Dumbledore's bird. The only other feather he gave went into the wand of Tom Riddle. Harry took the wand. Power surged through him, recognition, connection, completion. His magic rushed to meet the wood and feather, filling him with warmth and light, making the dusty air of the shop sparkle with possibilities. Curious, Ollivander murmured. Very curious. That we expect great things from me? Harry smiled thinly. I expect great things from myself, Mr. Ollivander. But they might not be the things you imagine. No, Ollivander agreed. I rather suspect they won't be. Harry paid for the wand and left the shop, Hagrid's concerned questions washing over him unheard. He had what he needed. The first real tool in his arsenal, the focus that would let him channel his power properly. Phase 1 complete. Now the real work begins. The rest of the shopping trip passed without incident. Books, robes, cauldron, telescope, Harry went through the motions, pretending to be a normal excited child while his mind raced ahead to what came next. Platform 9 3/4. The Hogwarts Express. The sorting. And then. Peter Pettigrew. The rat in Ron Weasley's pocket. The traitor who had destroyed Harry's family and would destroy so many more if given the chance. Harry had been patient. Had built his strength, gathered his knowledge, prepared for this moment for years. Now, finally, he was close enough to act. I'll expose him. I'll free Sirius. I'll change everything. The thought burned in his chest like a flame, hot and bright and hungry. Just a few more weeks. Then the future starts. Harry said goodbye to Hagrid at the entrance to the leaky cauldron, endured the half-giant's emotional farewell, and made his way back to the Muggle world. The Dursleys were waiting, their faces tight with fear and loathing. Harry didn't care. He had everything he needed. The wand, the knowledge, the plan. And soon, very soon, he would have his family back. The month before Hogwarts was the longest of Harry's life. He spent it in the cupboard, practicing. With the wand, his magic was transformed, no longer constrained, no longer struggling through an undersized body, but flowing free and powerful. He mastered first-year spells in hours. Second year in days. By the end of the first week, He was working through material he hadn't learned until his 5th year, his movements precise, his control absolute. I'm not the same wizard I was before, Harry realized one night, lighting candles with a thought. I'm better. Stronger. More focused. He wasn't invincible. Knew he wasn't. Voldemort was still out there, still dangerous, still possessed of powers Harry could barely imagine. The Death Eaters were still organized, still wealthy, still embedded in the Ministry and the Sacred 28. But for the first time, Harry felt like he might actually have a chance. One step at a time. First Peter. Then Sirius. Then the Horcruxes. Then Voldemort. One step at a time. September 1st dawned bright and clear. Harry woke at 5, too anxious to sleep, his stomach churning with a combination of excitement and dread. Today was the day. Today, everything changed. The Dursleys drove him to King's Cross with minimal conversation. Vernon seemed relieved to be rid of him, Petunia wouldn't meet his eyes. Only Dudley showed any reaction at all, staring at Harry's trunk with a mixture of fear and envy. By then, Harry said, climbing out of the car at the station entrance. No one responded. The car pulled away, disappearing into London traffic, and Harry was alone. Good riddance. He made his way to platform 9 3/4 without difficulty, passed through the barrier with practiced ease, and emerged into the familiar chaos of departure day. Steam and noise and families everywhere, parents hugging children, owls hooting, luggage carts piled high with trunks and cauldrons. Harry's heart clenched. This was the world he'd lost. The world he was fighting to protect. Focus. You have a job to do. He found an empty compartment near the end of the train, stowed his trunk, and settled by the window to wait. The Weasleys would arrive soon, they always did, loud and late and wonderful. And Ron would be with them. Ron, and his pet rat. Excuse me. Is this seat taken? Harry looked up to find a gangly red-haired boy standing in the compartment doorway, freckled face hopeful beneath a smudge of dirt. Ron. The sight hit Harry harder than he'd expected. His best friend, alive and whole and innocent, knowing nothing of the horrors they would face together. Ron, who would die for him. Ron, who had died for him, in a future that no longer existed. No, Harry managed. Please, sit down. Ron grinned and dragged his trunk inside, narrowly avoiding Harry's feet. Thanks, mate. Train's packed. I'm Ron, by the way. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter. Ron's eyes went wide. Blimey. Are you really? Do you have the scar? Harry lifted his fringe, revealing the lightning bolt. Ron stared at it with undisguised awe. Wicked. And you're going to Hogwarts too? What house do you reckon you'll be in? I'll probably be in Gryffindor, whole family's been, it'd be embarrassing if I wasn't. He kept talking, and Harry let the words wash over him, responding appropriately while his attention focused elsewhere. There. In Ron's jacket pocket. A slight bulge, occasional movement. Scabbers, the rat, Peter Pettigrew in disguise, sleeping peacefully unaware that his doom had just boarded the train. Soon, Harry thought, his hand drifting toward his wand. Very, very soon. But not yet. Not here, not now, not without witnesses who could verify what Harry was about to reveal. He needed to be patient a little longer. Needed to wait for exactly the right moment. Platform. Diagon Alley. Exposure. Sirius. The plan was in motion. The wheels were turning. Harry smiled at Ron and asked about his brothers at Hogwarts, and the Hogwarts Express began its journey north. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, the rat revealed the Hogwarts Express carved through the British countryside, green hills and distant towns blurring past the windows. Harry sat across from Ron, listening to stories about the Weasley family with half his attention while the other half remained fixed on the slight bulge in Ron's jacket pocket. Scabbers hadn't moved in 20 minutes. Sleeping, probably. Peter had always been lazy, even in his human form. Harry remembered the man as he'd last seen him, cowering, pathetic, begging for mercy he didn't deserve. The silver hand Voldemort had given him, catching the moonlight as it strangled its owner. You won't get that hand this time, Harry thought grimly. You won't get anything. And then Fred put a spider in Percy's bed, and you should have heard him scream. Ron, Harry interrupted gently. How long have you had your rat? Ron blinked at the subject change. Scabbers? Oh, ages. He was Percy's first, but Percy got an owl when he made prefect, so Scabbers came to me. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the rat, setting him on the seat. He's not much to look at, I know. Sleeps mostly. But he's mine. Harry studied Peter Pettigrew with barely contained fury. The rat looked exactly as Harry remembered, fat, gray, missing a toe on his front paw. Sleeping, as Ron had said, whiskers twitching in whatever dreams traders dreamed. He looked harmless. Looked like exactly what he pretended to be. 12 years. He lived with the Weasleys for 12 years, waiting for his master to return. And they never suspected a thing. Can I hold him? Harry asked. Ron shrugged. Sure, if you want. He's pretty boring. Harry reached out and picked up the rat. Scabbers woke instantly. For a fraction of a second, so brief that Ron probably didn't notice, the rat's eyes met Harry's. And in that moment, something passed between them. Recognition, maybe. Or fear. Peter Pettigrew, looking into the eyes of Harry Potter, seeing something that shouldn't have been there. Then Scabbers squeaked and struggled, trying to escape Harry's grip. Whoa, he's never done that before. Ron leaned forward, concerned. Usually he just lies there. Scabbers. Calm down. Harry's fingers tightened around the rat. Not enough to hurt, not yet, but enough to prevent escape. Peter was panicking now, twisting and biting, desperate to get free. He knows. Somehow, he knows something's wrong. Maybe he doesn't like me, Harry said calmly. He set the rat back on the seat, watching as Peter immediately scurried into Ron's pocket. Some animals are like that. Ron frowned at his pocket. Weird. He's usually so lazy. He shook his head. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh right, Percy and the spider. Harry nodded along, but his mind was racing. Peter had reacted to him. Had sensed something, felt something that made him afraid. That was potentially useful. A panicked rat was more likely to make mistakes, but it was also dangerous. If Peter realized what Harry intended, he might flee before Harry could expose him. I need to move faster than I planned. Need to find a way to reveal him before he runs. The original plan had been to wait until Hogwarts, to engineer an accident that would force Peter into his human form in front of witnesses. But that was too risky now. Peter was already spooked, already looking for a way out. New plan. Expose him now, on the train, before he has a chance to disappear. But how? Harry couldn't just grab the rat and announce that it was really a Death Eater in disguise. No one would believe him. He needed proof. Needed someone with the authority and knowledge to reveal Peter's true nature. The prefects. Percy Weasley is a prefect. He'll be making rounds, checking on students. And Percy knew about animagi, surely. Any halfway competent fifth year would have covered the topic in Transfiguration. If Harry could convince Percy to cast a revealing spell. But why would Percy cast a spell on his brother's rat? Harry needed a reason, a story that would justify the request without revealing his impossible foreknowledge. The rat felt strange. Like it wasn't really a rat. Weak. But possible, if Harry played up his reputation. The boy who lived, with a mysterious connection to dark magic, sensing something wrong with an ordinary pet. It was thin, but it might work. The compartment door slid open. "Anything from the trolley, dears?" Harry looked up at the elderly witch pushing a cart loaded with sweets. His stomach growled. The Dursleys had sent him off without breakfast, but he had more important things to worry about than food. "I'll take," Ron started, then trailed off, patting his pockets. "Oh. I forgot. I've only got a sandwich." Harry made a decision. "I'll take some of everything," he said, pulling out a handful of galleons. "Ron, pick whatever you want." "My treat." Ron's eyes went wide. "You don't have to, I want to. Please." The smile that spread across Ron's face was almost painful to see. Such a small kindness, and it meant so much to him. Harry remembered being on the receiving end of that smile in another lifetime, remembered the easy friendship that had grown from this exact moment. "I won't let you down this time, Ron. I'll save your family's rat and your best friend's godfather all in one go." They loaded up on chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and pumpkin pasties, spreading them across the seats in a feast of sugar and color. Scabbers poked his nose out of Ron's pocket, whiskers twitching at the smell, and Harry had to resist the urge to snatch him then and there. "Patience. You've waited 8 years. You can wait a few more hours." The train rattled on through the afternoon, stopping occasionally to pick up more students. Harry met Hermione Granger when she came looking for Neville's toad, bushy hair, bossy tone, exactly as he remembered, and felt his heart clench at the sight of her. "Hermione. God, I've missed you." He didn't say it, of course. Instead, he helped her search the compartment, making polite conversation while she rattled off facts about Hogwarts and magic and everything she'd read in their textbooks. Ron rolled his eyes behind her back, but Harry just smiled. "You'll be friends eventually. Best friends. And this time, I'll make sure we all survive to enjoy it." When Draco Malfoy appeared, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, sneering about proper wizarding families, Harry handled him differently than before. "You'll soon find out some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter," Draco said, extending his hand. "You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there." Harry looked at the offered hand for a long moment. In his first life, he'd refused it instantly. Insulted Draco, made an enemy who would spend years making his life difficult. It had felt righteous at the time, standing up for Ron, rejecting blood purity, but in retrospect, it had been wasteful. Draco Malfoy wasn't inherently evil. He was a child, raised by terrible parents, taught to believe terrible things. With different influences, he might have turned out differently. "I appreciate the offer," Harry said finally. "But I choose my own friends, Malfoy. Maybe you'll be one of them someday. But not today." Draco's sneer faltered. He'd been prepared for acceptance or rejection, not this. This strange, calm response that wasn't quite either. "You'll regret that, Potter," he managed, but the words lacked conviction. "Maybe. But that's for me to find out." Draco retreated, looking confused. Crabbe and Goyle followed, looking confused about their leader's confusion. Harry watched them go, wondering if he'd planted a seed that might eventually grow into something useful. Probably not. But it costs nothing to try. What was that about? Ron asked, staring at Harry. "Why didn't you tell him off?" "Because it wouldn't have accomplished anything. He'd just hate me more, and his father would hear about it, and I'd have made an enemy for no reason." Harry shrugged. "Better to keep my options open." Ron looked deeply skeptical. "You sound like Percy. Is that bad?" "It's weird. For an 11-year-old. "I'm not 11, Harry thought but didn't say. "I haven't been 11 for a very long time." The sun was setting when Harry finally saw his opportunity. Percy Weasley, prefect badge gleaming on his chest, appeared in their compartment doorway to announce that they'd be arriving at Hogwarts soon. "Better change into your robes," he said importantly. "Ron, is that rat eating your chocolate?" You know he's supposed to stay in his cage. Scabbers was indeed nibbling on a half-eaten chocolate frog, gray fur smeared with brown. Ron grabbed him and shoved him back in his pocket, looking embarrassed. Sorry, Percy. Honestly, I don't know why you even wanted that rat. He's been in the family for ages and never done anything useful. Percy turned to leave, then paused when Harry spoke. Percy, can I ask you something? Percy's chest puffed up slightly. The boy who lived, asking him for advice. Of course, Harry. What is it? That rat, Scabbers. How long has your family had him? Oh, about 12 years now. He was my rat first, then, 12 years. Harry let surprise color his voice. But rats only live 3 or 4 years, don't they? I read that somewhere. Percy blinked. Well, yes, normally. Scabbers is, exceptionally healthy, I suppose. Exceptionally healthy, or exceptionally magical. Harry leaned forward, putting intensity in his gaze. I picked him up earlier, and he felt wrong somehow. Not like a normal rat. Like there was something more inside him. Ron was staring at Harry now. What are you talking about? I don't know exactly. It's just a feeling. Harry turned back to Percy. You've studied animagi and transfiguration, haven't you? Wizards who can transform into animals. Percy's face went pale. Are you suggesting, he started, then stopped, looking at Scabbers with new eyes. That's ridiculous. The process to become an animagus is incredibly difficult. Only 7 registered animagi exist in the entire country. Registered being the key word. Harry kept his voice calm, reasonable. My father was an animagus, you know. Unregistered. He learned as a teenager, to help a friend. It's possible. Rare, but possible. The compartment had gone very quiet. Ron was clutching his pocket protectively, looking between Harry and Percy with growing alarm. Percy had frozen, his prefect's certainty crumbling as Harry's words sank in. You can check, can't you? Harry pressed. There's a spell. Homorphous, it forces an animagus back to human form. If Scabbers is just a rat, nothing will happen. If he's not. This is mental, Ron said. Scabbers is just a rat. He's been my rat for years. He's not a person. Then the spell won't do anything. Harry held Percy's gaze. But if I'm right, if there's even a chance I'm right, don't you want to know? Percy's wand was in his hand. He was looking at Scabbers like he'd never seen him before, putting together the pieces, 12 years of life, the missing toe, the strange behavior around Harry. This is absurd, Percy said, but his voice wavered. Cast the spell, Harry said. Prove me wrong. For a long moment, nothing happened. Percy stood frozen, wand half raised, torn between dismissing a crazy theory and the terrifying possibility that it might be true. Then Scabbers bolted. The rat exploded out of Ron's pocket, launching himself toward the compartment door with speed that no ordinary rat should have possessed. Ron yelped in surprise, Percy stumbled backward, and Harry had been waiting for exactly this moment. His wand was already in his hand. The stunning spell was already on his lips. Stupefy. Red light flashed across the compartment and struck Scabbers in midair. The rat went rigid, tumbled to the floor, and lay still. What did you, Ron started. Homorphous. Percy had recovered, pointing his wand at the unconscious rat with a shaking hand. Homorphous Revelio. The effect was instantaneous. Scabbers began to grow. His gray fur retreated, revealing pale skin. His limbs elongated, joints cracking as they reformed into human proportions. His face stretched and swelled, whiskers receding, nose shrinking, features resolving into something horribly, unmistakably human. When the transformation was complete, a man lay on the compartment floor. He was small and round, with thinning hair and watery eyes and a face that seemed permanently fixed in an expression of guilty terror. His robes were ragged, moth-eaten, clearly not worn in over a decade. And his left hand was missing a finger. Peter Pettigrew. Alive. Exposed. Ron screamed. The next few minutes were chaos. Percy shouted for help while keeping his wand trained on Pettigrew. Students from neighboring compartments crowded into the corridor, trying to see what was happening. Ron pressed himself against the window, hyperventilating, unable to process that his beloved pet had transformed into a middle-aged man. And Harry stood quietly, watching Peter Pettigrew's eyes flutter open. Where? Peter's voice was rusty from disuse. He looked around wildly, saw the wands pointed at him, and immediately began to grovel. Please, don't hurt me, I can explain, can you? Harry's voice cut through the commotion, cold and clear. Can you explain how you survived when everyone thinks you died 12 years ago? Can you explain why you've been hiding as a rat in a wizarding family all this time? Can you explain what you told Voldemort about my parents? Peter flinched at the name. His eyes found Harry's face, and the terror in them deepened. Harry, little Harry, you don't understand, I had no choice, you had every choice. Harry took a step forward, his wand steady. You chose to betray them. You chose to frame Sirius. You chose to hide while an innocent man rotted in Azkaban for your crimes. Sirius Black. Percy's voice was sharp. What does Black have to do with this? Everything. Harry didn't take his eyes off Peter. Sirius Black didn't betray my parents. He didn't kill those muggles. This man, Peter Pettigrew, did it all. Sirius has been in prison for 12 years for crimes he didn't commit. The corridor had gone silent. Students and now a professor, Harry glimpsed red hair and dragonhide boots, probably Professor Charlie Weasley's mentor, were staring at Harry with expressions ranging from shock to disbelief. That's a very serious accusation, Percy managed. It's the truth. Harry finally looked away from Peter, addressing the crowd. Pettigrew was the Potter's secret keeper, not Sirius. He told Voldemort where to find them. When Sirius tracked him down, Pettigrew killed those muggles, cut off his own finger, and transformed into a rat to escape. He's been hiding ever since. He's lying. Peter shrieked. Sirius Black he was the spy, everyone knows, everyone believes, Harry corrected. But belief isn't truth. And truth can be proven. He looked at the professor who had pushed to the front of the crowd. There's a potion that forces people to tell the truth, isn't there? Veritaserum. The professor, a stern-looking wizard Harry didn't recognize, nodded slowly. Yes. It's ministry-controlled, but it exists. Then use it. Put Pettigrew under Veritaserum and ask him what really happened. If I'm wrong, I'll accept whatever punishment you think is fair. But if I'm right. Harry's voice hardened. An innocent man has been in Azkaban for 12 years. That needs to be corrected. Peter was crying now, fat tears rolling down his unshaven cheeks. Please, you don't understand, he who must not be named would have killed me, you had to betray your friends. Harry's control cracked, just a little. You had to sell my parents to their deaths. You had to destroy Sirius's life. He stepped closer, and Peter cringed away. You're pathetic, Pettigrew. You always were. And now everyone is going to know it. The professor moved forward, producing magical restraints that snapped around Peter's wrists. We'll sort this out at Hogwarts. The headmaster needs to be informed immediately. He looked at Harry with new respect, and perhaps a little fear. Young man, how exactly did you know about any of this? Harry had prepared for this question. Dumbledore told me, he lied smoothly. About the animagi, about the secret keeper. I was too young to remember, but he wanted me to know the truth about my parents' deaths before I came to Hogwarts. When I sensed something strange about the rat, I put the pieces together. It was thin. It might not hold up under scrutiny. But it was plausible enough to buy Harry time, and that was all he needed. Peter was dragged away, still crying, still begging. The students dispersed slowly, whispering among themselves, the story already spreading through the train like wildfire. By the time they reached Hogwarts, everyone would know what Harry Potter had done. Ron was still pressed against the window, looking shell-shocked. "Ron," Harry said gently. "Are you okay?" "He was my pet," Ron whispered. "I let him sleep in my bed. I fed him treats. He shuddered. There was a man in my pocket this whole time. I'm sorry." And Harry was, genuinely. "I know this must be horrible for you. But it had to be done." "How did you know?" Ron's eyes were red-rimmed. "You really just sensed it." "I really just sensed it." Another lie, but a necessary one. "My connection to Voldemort, to the man who killed my parents, it lets me feel dark magic sometimes." Pettigrew was steeped in it. He practically radiated guilt. Ron seemed to accept this. Or at least, he was too overwhelmed to question it further. The train began to slow, Hogwarts lights appearing through the windows. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Phase 1 complete. Peter is exposed. Now comes the hard part. Hogwarts was exactly as Harry remembered. The great hall with its enchanted ceiling. The 4 house tables stretching toward the head table where the professors sat. The golden plates and goblets, the floating candles, the sense of ancient magic seeping from every stone. But Harry barely noticed any of it. His eyes were on the head table, specifically on the empty chair that should have been occupied by the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. The chair was empty because, Harry assumed, the current occupant was dealing with the Pettigrew situation somewhere in the castle. Dumbledore was there, though. Blue eyes twinkling, beard neatly arranged, radiating calm authority even as whispers about Harry's train-based heroics spread through the assembled students. He caught Harry's gaze and nodded slightly, a gesture that might have been approval or might have been assessment. "He's wondering how I knew," Harry thought. "He's already suspicious. I need to be careful." The sorting went quickly. Harry barely paid attention until his own name was called, provoking a wave of whispers that swept through the hall. He walked to the stool, sat down, and felt the sorting hat settle over his ears. Well, the hat said in his mind. "Harry Potter. I've been waiting for you." "Have you?" "Oh yes. The headmaster told me to watch for you specifically. He wanted to know where you'd be sorted, and whether you might tell me any secrets along the way." Harry's mental shield slammed into place. The occlumency he'd practiced for years wasn't perfect, but it was enough to protect his surface thoughts from casual inspection. "I have no secrets," he thought carefully. "I'm just a boy who got lucky on a train." The hat's presence pressed against his mind, testing his defenses. "You're very good at that. Better than any first year should be. Better than most adults, actually. I've had practice. I can see that." A pause. "You know, the last person who sat under me with shields this strong was Tom Riddle. Before he became what he became." Harry's heart skipped. "I'm nothing like him." No, you're not." The hat's voice softened. "I can feel that much, even through your barriers. You have his ambition, perhaps. His determination. But not his cruelty. Not his emptiness. Then what am I?" "You're a puzzle, Harry Potter. A mystery wrapped in shields wrapped in a child's body." The hat chuckled. "I think I'll enjoy watching you unfold. Where do I belong? Where do you want to belong?" Harry considered the question. Slytherin would give him access to the children of Death Eaters, opportunities to learn their secrets and potentially turn some of them before they committed to Voldemort's cause. Ravenclaw would let him study in peace, develop his abilities without the social obligations of other houses. Hufflepuff, no, Harry thought firmly. Gryffindor. It's where I was before. It's where I belong. You're certain? I'm certain. Very well. The Hat's voice rose, audible to the entire hall. Gryffindor. The table on the far left erupted in cheers. Harry removed the hat and made his way to his new housemates, sliding onto the bench beside Ron, who had been sorted earlier and still looked shaken from the Pettigrew revelation. Good choice, Ron muttered. Slytherin would have been mental after what you did on the train. Slytherin would have been interesting, Harry replied. But I think I've had enough excitement for one day. The feast began. Food appeared on the golden plates, more food than Harry had ever seen in one place, riches beyond imagination after years of Deathly scraps. He ate slowly, savoring every bite, while around him the conversation swirled. Can't believe Harry Potter caught a Death Eater, Sirius Black, innocent. That's impossible, heard Pettigrew was actually you-know-who's right-hand man. Harry let the rumors flow, contributing nothing. The story would grow and change in the telling, but the core facts were out there now. Peter Pettigrew had been caught. His guilt would be proven. And Sirius Black, Sirius. He'll be free soon. I'll have my godfather back. The thought warmed Harry more than any feast could. After dinner, Dumbledore made an announcement. Before we retire for the evening, I must address the extraordinary events that occurred on the Hogwarts Express. The headmaster's voice carried easily through the hall. A man was discovered hiding among our students in the form of a rat. This man, Peter Pettigrew, believed dead for 12 years, has been taken into ministry custody and will face questioning under Veritaserum. Gasps and whispers rippled through the students. The implications of this discovery are significant and far-reaching, Dumbledore continued. Questions are being asked about past events that we believed settled. Until those questions are answered, I ask that you all refrain from speculation and rumor-mongering. The truth will emerge in due time. His eyes found Harry's across the crowded hall. I would also like to commend Mr. Harry Potter for his quick thinking and courage in exposing this deception. 10 points to Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table cheered. Harry ducked his head, playing the modest hero, while internally he celebrated. It's working. The wheels are turning. Sirius will be free, and I'll have an ally, a guardian, who knows the truth about Voldemort. Everything was going according to plan. The first days at Hogwarts passed in a blur of classes and corridors and carefully maintained normalcy. Harry attended lessons, pretended to learn spells he already knew, socialized with his housemates while keeping most of them at arm's length. He let Ron become his friend, that was inevitable and necessary, and began building a relationship with Hermione after she showed up in the common room one evening, desperate to discuss the Pettigrew case. The legal implications are fascinating, she said, books spread across a table in the corner. If Black is innocent, and I'm not saying he is, we need to wait for the evidence, then the entire trial process is called into question. Did they even have a trial? The records are unclear. They didn't, Harry said quietly. Hermione looked up. What? Sirius Black never had a trial. He was sent to Azkaban without one. Harry kept his voice low, aware of other students nearby. After the war, the Ministry was so eager to show they were in control that they skipped procedures. Imprison people on suspicion alone. That's barbaric. Hermione's face flushed with outrage. How can they call themselves a just society if they can't? That's the point. Harry met her eyes. The wizarding world has a lot of problems, Hermione. Things that need to change. People like us, muggle-raised, with fresh eyes, we can see them more clearly than people who grew up here. Something shifted in Hermione's expression. A recognition, maybe. A kinship. You want to change things, she said slowly. Not just survive here. Actually make a difference. don't you?" Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then she smiled, not her usual eager, approval-seeking smile, but something realer, fiercer. "Yeah," she said. "I do." Harry returned the smile. "Then we have a lot of work to do." A week after the start of term, Harry was summoned to the headmaster's office. He climbed the spiral staircase with a mixture of anticipation and wariness, the gargoyle's password, "Chocolate Frog," still echoing in his ears. Dumbledore's office was exactly as he remembered, cluttered with silver instruments, lined with portraits of former headmasters, dominated by the magnificent phoenix on its perch. "Ah, Harry." Dumbledore gestured to a chair before his desk. "Please, sit." "Lemon drop?" "No thank you, sir." Harry sat, watching Dumbledore carefully. The old man looked exactly as he had in Harry's memories, ageless, powerful, inscrutably kind. But Harry knew better now. Knew that behind those twinkling eyes lay a mind that was always calculating, always planning, always 3 steps ahead. "Be careful. Don't give him any more than necessary." "I wanted to congratulate you personally on your discovery of Mr. Pettigrew," Dumbledore began. "It was a remarkable piece of deduction for someone so young." "Thank you, sir. I also wanted to ask, how did you know?" Dumbledore's gaze sharpened slightly. "You told Professor Kettleburn that I had informed you about your parents' secret keeper. But I must confess, I have no memory of such a conversation." Harry had prepared for this. "I'm sorry, sir. I lied." He let his expression shift to embarrassed guilt. "I didn't think anyone would believe me if I said I just felt it. That the rat was wrong somehow. So I used your name to give my suspicions credibility." "You felt it?" "Yes, sir. I can't really explain it." Harry touched his scar unconsciously. "Ever since the train, I've been able to sense things. Dark things. People with dark intentions. I think it might have something to do with this." Dumbledore's expression flickered, just for a moment, before settling back into gentle interest. "Indeed? That is, most unusual. He knows. Or suspects. The connection between me and Voldemort, he's been waiting to see if it manifests." "I'm sorry I used your name without permission," Harry continued. "I just wanted people to take me seriously." "Understandable." Dumbledore steepled his fingers. "And fortunate, as it turns out. Mr. Pettigrew has confessed under Veritaserum. He was indeed the Potter's secret keeper, and he did betray their location to Voldemort. Sirius Black is being cleared as we speak." Harry's heart soared, but he kept his face carefully neutral. "Does that mean, will Sirius be released?" "Yes. The process will take some time, the Ministry moves slowly, especially when admitting mistakes, but within the month, Sirius Black will be a free man." Dumbledore paused. "He's also your godfather, you know. Your parents named him in their will." "I know, sir. I've been researching my family history." "Have you?" Something flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. "Well. I imagine you'll want to meet him, once he's recovered. 12 years in Azkaban takes a terrible toll." "I would like that very much." Dumbledore nodded slowly, still watching Harry with that assessing gaze. "You're a remarkable young man, Harry. More remarkable, perhaps, than even you realize. I shall be watching your progress with great interest." "I know you will," Harry thought. "That's what I'm counting on." "Thank you, sir. Is there anything else?" "No, I think that's all for now. Run along to your next class." Harry rose, bowed politely, and left the office. Only when he was safely in the corridor did he allow himself to smile. Sirius will be free. I'll have a guardian. And Dumbledore suspects something, but he doesn't know what. Perfect. The weeks that followed were a delicate balance of playing the promising student while secretly advancing his real objectives. Harry mastered his first-year classes with insulting ease, careful to make occasional mistakes that kept him from seeming too exceptional. He built friendships with his housemates, Ron, Neville, the twins, while maintaining enough distance to protect his secrets. He watched Draco Malfoy struggle with their unexpected non-rivalry, confused by an enemy who refused to engage. And he trained. Every night, after his dormmates fell asleep, Harry slipped out of Gryffindor Tower. The room of requirement opened for him as it always had. I need a place to practice magic, and he spent hours honing skills that no first year should possess. Defensive spells, first. Protego variations, shield charms of increasing complexity. Harry had died once from a curse he hadn't blocked in time, he wasn't going to let that happen again. Offensive magic, next. Stunners and disarmers and the more aggressive hexes that weren't taught until 4th year or later. Harry didn't expect to need combat magic anytime soon, but it paid to be prepared. And a clemency. Always a clemency. His shields were good, better than he'd expected, given the lack of a proper teacher, but they needed to be perfect. Dumbledore was watching him. Snape would be watching him, once he realized Harry wasn't just an arrogant Potter copy. The secret of his impossible knowledge had to remain hidden. For more years until Voldemort returns, Harry thought during one late-night session. For years to prepare. For years to destroy the Horcruxes. For years to change everything. It wasn't enough time. It was never enough time. But Harry would make it work. He had no other choice. October brought news from the Ministry. Sirius Black had been officially exonerated. The Daily Prophet ran the story across its front page, complete with a photograph of a gaunt, hollow-eyed man being led from Azkaban by grim-faced Aurors. Black innocent. Pettigrew confesses to murders. The article was full of outrage about the miscarriage of justice, demands for investigations, calls for the minister's resignation. Harry read every word, memorizing the details, noting which officials were defending themselves and which were calling for reform. Politics. Even here, it's always politics. Ron found him in the common room, newspaper spread across his lap. My dad wrote me about it, Ron said, dropping onto the couch beside Harry. Says the ministry is in chaos. People demanding answers, threatening resignations. Fudge is running around trying to blame everyone but himself. Sounds about right. The creepy part is, Pettigrew was in my house for years. He could have overheard anything. Dad's worried about what secrets he might have sold. Ron shuddered. I still can't believe it. All those times I complained about Scabbers being useless, and he was actually a spy and a murderer. Yeah. Harry folded the paper. At least now we know. And Sirius Black is free. That's the other thing. Ron's voice dropped. Mum wrote too. She says Sirius Black asked about you. Wanted to know how you were doing at Hogwarts. Apparently he's your godfather. Apparently he is. That's mental. Ron shook his head. You went from no family to having a godfather who's a famous wrongly imprisoned wizard, all because you caught my rat being a person. Harry couldn't help but laugh. Put like that, it did sound absurd. Life is strange, he agreed. Let's just hope it gets less strange from here. November brought Sirius himself. Harry was called to Dumbledore's office again, but this time he wasn't alone. A man waited there, tall, gaunt, with matted black hair and eyes that seemed to have forgotten how to hope. Sirius Black looked at Harry, and Harry looked at Sirius, and neither of them spoke for a long moment. Then Sirius's face crumpled. Harry, he whispered. Oh, God. You look just like James. Just like your father. Harry had prepared himself for this meeting. Had told himself he wouldn't get emotional, wouldn't let the joy of reunion compromise his careful plans. But seeing Sirius, broken, grieving, desperately hopeful, shattered all of that. Sirius. Harry's voice cracked. I'm so sorry. For what you went through. For what they did to you. You're sorry. Sirius let out a sound that was half laugh, half sob. You saved me. You found Pettigrew when no one else could, proved my innocence, got me out of that hellhole. And you're sorry? I should have done it sooner. I should have. Harry stopped himself. Careful. Don't say too much. I didn't know, he said instead. Not until recently. But once I knew, I couldn't let it stand. You were my parents' friend. You deserve justice. Sirius crossed the room in 3 long strides and pulled Harry into a hug. It was awkward. Sirius was much taller, and Harry's body was still a child's body, but it didn't matter. What mattered was the warmth of another person, the first real embrace Harry had received since ever, really. The Dursleys never hugged him. Hagrid's hugs were well-meaning but crushing. This was different. This was family. I'm going to take care of you, Sirius said hoarsely, into Harry's hair. Whatever it takes. However long it takes. You're James and Lily's son, and I won't let you down again. You never let me down, Harry thought. It was me. I let you die. I let everyone die. But not this time. This time, I'll protect you. He hugged Sirius back and let himself feel, just for a moment, something like hope. The meeting with Sirius established several important things. First, Sirius was willing, eager, actually, to become Harry's legal guardian. The process would take time, given Sirius's need for recovery and the Ministry's reluctance to admit how badly they'd failed him, but Dumbledore agreed to support the petition. Second, Sirius knew things. About the First War, about Voldemort's followers, about magic that wasn't taught at Hogwarts. He wasn't a spy like Snape, but he'd been an Auror in training before his imprisonment, and he'd picked up knowledge from his dark family that might prove useful. Third, Sirius was broken. The Dementors had done terrible damage, leaving him prone to mood swings, nightmares, sudden rages at nothing. He wasn't the laughing, confident man Harry had glimpsed in old photographs. He was a shell, slowly refilling with humanity but far from whole. I can help him, Harry thought, watching Sirius's eyes dart nervously around Dumbledore's office. I can give him purpose. Something to fight for besides revenge. Sirius, Harry said, during a lull in the conversation. I need to tell you something. Something I haven't told anyone else. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. Sirius focused on Harry with sudden intensity. What is it? Harry took a breath. This was a risk. A calculated risk, but a risk nonetheless. Voldemort isn't dead. The temperature in the room seemed to drop. What? Sirius's voice was hoarse. That's impossible. He died when he attacked you, he didn't die. He was destroyed, yes, but not completely. Part of him survived. Harry met Sirius's eyes, then Dumbledore's. I've been researching. Reading between the lines. And I'm certain, Voldemort will return. Maybe not tomorrow, maybe not next year, but eventually. And when he does, we need to be ready. Silence. Dumbledore's expression was unreadable. Sirius looked like he'd been punched in the gut. Harry, Dumbledore said slowly. That is a very serious claim. What evidence do you have? I can't explain it fully. Not yet. Harry kept his voice steady. But I know I'm right. The connection between us, the scar, it tells me things. Shows me things. And it's shown me that Voldemort is still out there, waiting. Believe me, Harry thought, pouring sincerity into his expression. Trust me. I'm trying to save us all. Dumbledore studied Harry for a long moment. Behind those half-moon spectacles, Harry could almost see the calculations running. How much does he know? How did he learn it? Can he be trusted? Finally, Dumbledore nodded. I have long suspected something similar, he said quietly. Though I had no proof. If your connection is truly telling you this. He sighed. Then we have much work to do. I want to help, Sirius said immediately. Whatever it takes. I won't let him hurt Harry, won't let him hurt anyone else. I know. Harry reached out and gripped Sirius's hand. We'll face it together. All of us. And this time, he thought, we'll win. December arrived with snow and decorations and the prospect of winter holidays. Harry had a choice to make, stay at Hogwarts, or go somewhere else. The Dursleys certainly didn't want him. Sirius wasn't well enough to host a child. But there were other options. Come to the Burrow, Ron said, one evening in the common room. Mum's been going on about wanting to meet you properly. And after the whole Pettigrew thing, she feels like she owes you. She doesn't owe me anything. Try telling her that. Ron grinned. Seriously, mate. It'd be fun. Fred and George have been planning pranks for weeks, and Mum's Christmas dinner is legendary. Harry considered the invitation. The Weasleys had been family to him, in another life. More family than the Dursleys ever were. Molly had knitted him sweaters and worried about his health and eventually died. No. Don't think about that. She's alive now. They're all alive. All right, Harry said. If it's not too much trouble. Ron's face lit up. Brilliant. I'll write Mum tonight. So Harry's first Christmas in the wizarding world would be spent at the Burrow, surrounded by red-haired siblings and magical chaos and the warmth he'd craved his entire first childhood. Things are different, Harry thought, watching the snow fall outside the common room window. I have friends. I have family. I have a future. Now I just have to keep it. On the last night of term, Harry snuck out to the room of requirement one final time. He paced before the blank wall, thinking not of training but of need. I need to see the Horcrux. I need to know if it's still here. The door appeared. Harry stepped through into a vast chamber piled high with centuries of hidden objects. The room of hidden things, where generations of Hogwarts students had stashed their secrets, their contraband, their shame. And somewhere in here, if Harry's memories were accurate, was the lost diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw. He didn't have time to search for it tonight. The room was enormous, the piles unstable, and Harry didn't want anyone to notice his absence. But he could verify that the room existed, that his memories were accurate. It's here. The diadem is here. One more Horcrux I can destroy when the time comes. Harry stood in the doorway, surveying the mountains of abandoned objects, and allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. Peter Pettigrew is in custody. Sirius is free. I have allies, resources, knowledge. The game is changing. And Voldemort, wherever he is, whatever form he's taken, has no idea what's coming. Harry smiled, sharp and cold. Let's see how he handles a fair fight. He left the room of hidden things, returned to Gryffindor Tower, and packed his trunk for the holidays. The Burrow awaited. The future awaited. And Harry Potter, 11 years old in body and decades older in spirit, was finally ready to begin. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Prisoner of Circumstance. The Burrow rose from the winter landscape like something out of a fever dream, a rickety tower of rooms stacked haphazardly atop one another, held together by magic and stubbornness and what appeared to be sheer force of will. Chimneys jutted at improbable angles. Windows glowed with warm light. Smoke curled into the gray December sky, carrying the scent of wood fire and something delicious baking. Harry stepped out of the flow and into chaos. Told you to degnome the garden yesterday, George, wasn't me, it was Fred. I don't care which one of you it was, it needed doing and it didn't get done, Harry. Ron materialized from somewhere in the commotion, grinning broadly. You made it. Come on, I'll show you where you're sleeping. He grabbed Harry's trunk and started hauling it toward a narrow staircase that wound upward into the tower. Harry followed, dodging a levitating laundry basket and narrowly avoiding a collision with a tiny owl that zoomed past his ear. The burrow was exactly as he remembered. Cluttered, cramped, overflowing with life and love and the accumulated possessions of a large family living on a small budget. Every surface was covered with something: books, knitting, joke products in various stages of development, plates of half-eaten food, the occasional gnome that had wandered in from the garden. It was wonderful. "Ron, is that Harry Potter?" A woman's voice carried up the staircase, sharp with excitement. "Bring him down here this instant. I want to meet him properly." Ron rolled his eyes. "That's Mum. She's been going spare all week, cleaning everything twice and cooking enough food for an army. You'd think the minister was visiting." "I'll come down after I put my trunk away," Harry called back. "Won't be a minute." He followed Ron up 3 flights of increasingly steep stairs to a small room at the very top of the house. Bright orange walls were plastered with posters of the Chudley cannons, and 2 beds had been crammed into a space barely large enough for one. "Sorry it's so small," Ron said, looking embarrassed. "We're a bit cramped. But Mum says you're welcome to stay as long as you like." "It's perfect." Harry meant it. After years in a cupboard, this room felt palatial. "Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for, well, you know." Ron's ears went red. "The whole Pettigrew thing. Dad says the ministry's still sorting out the mess, but at least now we know what was really going on. And Sirius Black, your godfather, Mum says he's doing better. Getting treatment at St. Mungo's. I heard." Harry had received regular updates through Dumbledore, carefully worded letters that revealed just enough to keep him informed without admitting how closely the headmaster was monitoring the situation. "He's supposed to be released in time for Christmas." "That's brilliant." Ron's grin widened. "Maybe he can come here. Mum would love to meet him properly. She feels awful about the whole thing, keeping Pettigrew in our house all those years without knowing. It wasn't her fault. No one knew. Try telling her that." Ron shook his head. "Anyway, come on. She'll have my head if I keep you up here too long." Molly Weasley was a force of nature. She swept Harry into a crushing hug the moment he descended the stairs, tears already gathering in her eyes. "Oh, you poor dear. Look at you, so thin. Don't they feed you at that school? Sit down, I'll make you something to eat." "Mrs. Weasley, I just had lunch on the train." "Nonsense, train food isn't proper food. You need something hot and filling." "Arthur. Come meet Harry." Arthur Weasley emerged from what appeared to be a shed attached to the kitchen, wiping his hands on an oily rag. His eyes lit up when he saw Harry. "Harry Potter." "Delighted, absolutely delighted. I've heard so much about you, the Pettigrew business, of course, remarkable piece of detective work, but I have to ask, living with Muggles all those years, what's the function of a rubber duck?" "Dad," Ron groaned. "He just got here." Right, sorry. Plenty of time for questions later." Arthur shook Harry's hand enthusiastically. "Welcome to our home. Make yourself comfortable. And if you want to see my collection of plugs, I've got some really fascinating specimens, Arthur." "Yes, dear." The next hour was a whirlwind of introductions and questions and more food than Harry had ever been offered in a single sitting. He met the rest of the Weasley clan: Percy, stiff and formal, clearly still embarrassed about his role in the Pettigrew exposure; the twins, Fred and George, who looked at Harry with the calculating respect of fellow troublemakers; Ginny, who blushed scarlet and fled the room without speaking. "Don't mind her," Ron said, once they'd escaped to the garden. "She's been weird about you ever since Mum told her stories about the boy who lived. Bit obsessed, really." Harry remembered Ginny as she'd been: fierce, funny, a brilliant witch in her own right. It was strange seeing her as a shy 10-year-old, tongue-tied in his presence. "She'll grow out of it," he thought. "And this time, I won't let her get possessed by a diary." The diary. Tom Riddle's Horcrux, currently in Lucius Malfoy's possession, waiting to be slipped into some unsuspecting student's belongings. I need to deal with that. But carefully, I can't just accuse Malfoy without proof. Harry. Ron was looking at him strangely. You all right? You went somewhere for a second there. Just thinking. Harry shook off the dark thoughts. Show me around. I've never been to a real wizarding house before. Ron's face brightened. Yeah, all right. Come on, I'll show you where we play Quidditch. The days at the Burrow passed in a warm blur. Harry let himself relax in a way he rarely could at Hogwarts. There was no Dumbledore watching his every move, no Snape glaring at him across the Great Hall, no constant pressure to maintain his careful facade of normalcy. Here, he was just a kid on holiday, enjoying time with his friend's family. He helped Diagon the garden, the rubbery little creatures squealing as they were spun and tossed over the hedge. He played chess with Ron, losing badly despite his adult mind. Ron's tactical genius was apparently innate rather than learned. He let Molly feed him until he thought he might burst, her concerned clucking about his weight actually making him feel cared for rather than criticized. And he planned. Late at night, when the house had settled into sleep, Harry sat at the window of Ron's room and thought about the future. Sirius will be released soon. I need to establish myself as someone he can trust, someone he'll listen to when I start talking about Horcruxes. The diary is with Malfoy. I can't let it reach Hogwarts, can't let it possess anyone. But how do I intercept it without revealing what I know? Voldemort is out there, weak, bodiless, but still dangerous. Quirrell isn't the defense professor this year, so the stone isn't at risk, but that just means Voldemort will find another way to return. I need to accelerate my timeline. Start destroying Horcruxes earlier. But I can't do it alone, I need allies, resources, information. The challenges multiplied the more Harry thought about them. In his first life, he'd stumbled into situations and survived through luck and the help of friends. This time, he had knowledge but lacked the circumstances that had made certain actions possible. The locket is at Grimmauld Place. Sirius can get it for me. The ring is at the Gaunt Shack. I know where it is, but it's protected. I nearly killed Dumbledore when he tried to take it. The cup is in Bellatrix's vault. I'll need a goblin ally, or a very good plan. The diadem is at Hogwarts. I can get that one myself, eventually. And the thing in my head. Harry touched his scar, feeling the familiar tingle of dark magic. That's the hardest one. Voldemort's accidental Horcrux. In the original timeline, it took a killing curse to destroy it, and even then, I only survived because of the blood protection and Voldemort's own mistakes. There has to be another way. Has to be. He'd been researching, quietly, in the Hogwarts library. Soul magic, Horcrux theory, the nature of the connection between himself and Voldemort. Most of the information was restricted, Dumbledore had likely seen to that, but Harry had found fragments, hints, possibilities. The killing curse severs the connection between body and soul. That's why it destroys Horcruxes, it rips the soul fragment free. But what if I could sever the connection without dying? What if I could remove the Horcrux from my scar without destroying myself in the process? It was a dangerous line of thinking. The kind of thing that could lead to obsession, to reckless experimentation, to exactly the sort of dark magic Harry was supposed to be fighting against. But he couldn't just accept death. Not again. Not when he had so much more to do. I'll find a way, Harry promised himself. I'll find a way to survive this. All of it. Christmas Eve brought a visitor. Harry was helping Molly prepare dinner, peeling potatoes by hand, the Muggle way, because he found the rhythm soothing, when the floof flared green and a tall, gaunt figure stepped through. Sirius Black looked better than he had in November. His hair was clean and combed, his robes new and well-fitted, his eyes carrying something that might have been the beginning of hope. But the shadows remained, in the hollows of his cheeks, the tremor in his hands, the way his gaze darted nervously around the unfamiliar room. "Harry." His voice was steadier than before. "Dumbledore told me you'd be here. I hope it's all right that Sirius." Harry set down the potato peeler and crossed the room in 3 quick steps. "Of course it's all right. I'm glad you came." The hug was less desperate this time, more natural. Sirius still held on a beat too long, still seemed afraid that Harry might disappear if he let go, but there was joy in it too. Real, uncomplicated joy at being together. "Mr. Black." Molly had appeared in the kitchen doorway, wiping her hands on her apron. Her expression was complicated: guilt, sympathy, a mother's instinctive wariness of someone who'd spent 12 years among Dementors. "Welcome to our home. We've set up a room for you, if you'd like to stay for the holiday." "Thank you, Mrs. Weasley." Sirius's voice was formal, careful. "I appreciate your hospitality. And I wanted to apologize for what Pettigrew did while he was living here. I know it wasn't your fault, but if I'd been smarter, faster, if anyone should apologize, it's me." Molly's guilt won out over wariness. 12 years, that creature lived in my house. Slept in my son's bed. And I never suspected. She shook her head. "What's done is done. Your family now, Harry's family, and family is welcome here." Something shifted in Sirius's expression. The wariness faded, replaced by a vulnerability that made him look younger, less broken. "Thank you," he said quietly. "That means more than you know." Christmas dinner was an event. The Weasley table, magically extended to accommodate extra guests, groaned under the weight of Molly's cooking. Turkey, ham, roasted vegetables, 3 kinds of pie, and more side dishes than Harry could count. Crackers popped, producing ridiculous hats and joke items. Wizard chess sets argued with each other across the table. Fred and George's latest experimental sweets turned Percy's ears temporarily green. Harry sat between Ron and Sirius, watching the chaos with a full heart. "This is what I'm fighting for," he thought. "This warmth. This family. This world where people can be happy without fear." "You're quiet." Sirius leaned closer, his voice low. "Everything all right?" "Better than all right." Harry smiled. "I was just thinking, this is the best Christmas I've ever had." Sirius's expression softened. "I know what you mean. 12 Christmases in Azkaban, and then this." He gestured at the crowded table, the laughing family, the firelight and music and joy. "It feels like a dream." "It's not a dream. It's real." Harry met his godfather's eyes. "And we're going to make sure it stays that way." Sirius studied him for a long moment. "You're different from what I expected, Harry. James's son, but there's something else there. Something older. Careful." "I've had to grow up fast," Harry said. It wasn't a lie, exactly. The Dursleys weren't exactly nurturing. "I know. Dumbledore told me about that, too." Sirius's jaw tightened. If I'd known, if I'd thought for 1 second that Hagrid would take you there instead of to me, you couldn't have known. You had your own crisis to deal with. That's not an excuse." Sirius shook his head. "I should have been there for you. Should have raised you, like James and Lily wanted. Instead, I let my anger at Pettigrew blind me, and you paid the price. You're here now." Harry reached out and gripped Sirius's arm. "That's what matters. We can't change the past, but we can make the future better." "We can, actually," Harry thought. "I already have. And I'm going to keep doing it." After dinner, when the adults had retired to the sitting room for drinks and the younger children had been sent to bed, Harry found Sirius in the garden. His godfather stood at the edge of the property, staring out at the snow-covered fields, his breath misting in the cold air. He didn't seem to notice the temperature, or if he did, he didn't care. "Sirius? I used to love Christmas." Sirius didn't turn around. At Hogwarts, with James and Remus and Peter. We'd stay up all night, drinking butterbeer, planning pranks for the new term. It felt like we'd be young forever. Harry moved to stand beside him. What happened? The war happened. We grew up. Made choices we couldn't take back. Sirius's voice was bitter. James and Lily died. I went to prison. Remus, God, Remus. I haven't even contacted him yet. He probably still thinks I'm a murderer. He'll learn the truth. Everyone will. Will they? Sirius finally looked at Harry. Do you know how many people wrote to me in Azkaban? How many friends came to visit, argued for my release, believed in my innocence? Harry didn't answer. He knew. None. Not one person. Sirius laughed, harsh and hollow. Remus believed I was guilty. Dumbledore let me rot. The whole wizarding world was happy to forget Sirius Black ever existed. He shook his head. And then an 11-year-old boy, my godson, who I'd never even met, caught the real traitor in a single afternoon. Makes you wonder what everyone else was doing for 12 years. They didn't have the information I had. What information? Your feeling about the rat. Sirius's eyes sharpened. I've been thinking about that, Harry. How you knew. What you said to Dumbledore about Voldemort still being alive. Here it comes. You know things you shouldn't know, Sirius continued. Things that don't make sense for an 11-year-old raised by muggles. And you're too calm, too controlled, too old for your age. He stepped closer. I'm not going to demand answers. You've earned my trust, more than earned it. But if there's something going on, something you need help with, I want you to know you can tell me. Harry considered his options. Telling Sirius the truth, the full truth, about the time travel and the original timeline and everything Harry had seen and done, was tempting. Sirius was loyal, trustworthy, and desperate for purpose. He would believe Harry, would help him, would throw himself into the mission with everything he had. But it was also risky. Sirius was damaged, volatile, prone to rash decisions. In the original timeline, his impulsiveness had gotten him killed. And the knowledge Harry carried was heavy, the deaths, the failures, the terrible things that had happened to people Sirius loved. Loading that burden onto someone who was barely holding together might break him entirely. Partial truth, Harry decided. Enough to explain my knowledge without revealing everything. You're right, he said. I do know things I shouldn't. I don't know what to call it, visions, maybe. Glimpses of what might happen. What will happen, if we don't stop it? Sirius's expression flickered. Visions? Like prophecy? Maybe. Or maybe it's the connection, the thing Voldemort left in my scar when he tried to kill me. Harry touched the lightning bolt unconsciously. I see things sometimes. Terrible things. And I can't just ignore them. I have to try to change them. What kind of things? Deaths. People I care about, dying because I wasn't smart enough or fast enough to save them. Harry's voice hardened. You were one of them, Sirius. In one of my visions, you fell through a veil in the Department of Mysteries. Killed by your cousin Bellatrix. And there was nothing I could do to stop it. Sirius went pale. Bellatrix? She's in Azkaban. She won't be forever. The visions showed her escaping, along with other Death Eaters. Voldemort returns, somehow. The war starts again. And people die, so many people. Harry forced himself to stop, to breathe. I'm telling you this because I trust you. Because I need you to understand why I am the way I am. I've seen the future, Sirius. And I'm doing everything in my power to change it. The silence stretched. Sirius stared at Harry, his face unreadable, processing everything he'd just heard. You're not lying, he said finally. I can tell. You really believe what you're saying. It's not about belief. It's about knowledge. Facts. The visions are real, serious. What I saw will happen unless we stop it. And catching Pettigrew, that was part of stopping it. It was the first step. In the original, in the vision, Pettigrew escaped. Stayed hidden for years. Eventually found his way back to Voldemort and helped him return to power. Harry let the weight of that sink in. I couldn't let that happen. I didn't let that happen. And I'm going to keep changing things, one piece at a time, until the future I saw can never come to pass. Sirius was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was different, steadier, more focused, the broken man giving way to the Orin training he'd once been. What do you need from me? Harry felt a surge of relief, fierce and unexpected. Your help. Your knowledge. Your willingness to fight. You have all of that. Always. And your house. Harry met Sirius's eyes. Grimmauld Place. I know it's not your favorite, but there's something there, something important. Something we need to find. What is it? A locket. Slytherin's locket. It belonged to Voldemort, and it's hard to explain, but it's part of how he survived. Part of what's keeping him alive even now. If we can find it and destroy it, we weaken him. Permanently. Sirius's eyes widened. A Horcrux? You're talking about a Horcrux. Harry blinked. You know about them? I'm a black. My family library has books on dark magic that would make your hair curl. Sirius's expression turned grim. Horcruxes are, God, Harry, if Voldemort made one of those, he made several. At least 7 that I know of. The color drained from Sirius's face. 7. The locket is one of them. It's at Grimmauld Place, hidden by your brother. Regulus found out what Voldemort was doing and tried to stop him, that's why he died. Regulus? Sirius's voice cracked. My brother Regulus. He was braver than anyone knew. He turned against Voldemort at the end, tried to destroy the Horcrux himself. But he didn't know how to do it properly, and the protections killed him. Harry reached out and gripped Sirius's shoulder. He died a hero, Sirius. Whatever else he did, at the end, he tried to make things right. Sirius's eyes were wet. For a moment, Harry saw him as he truly was, not the laughing marauder or the broken prisoner or the would-be guardian, but a man who had lost everything and was only now beginning to understand what he'd lost. Regulus, Sirius whispered. All this time, I thought, I blamed him, you didn't know. No one did. I should have known. He was my brother. Sirius wiped his eyes roughly. Right. The locket. We'll find it, destroy it. What else do you need? Time. Resources. The freedom to work without the Ministry or Dumbledore looking over my shoulder. Harry's voice hardened. And eventually, when I'm strong enough, I need to face Voldemort myself. Finish what should have been finished years ago. Sirius studied Harry's face, seeing something there that made him stand a little straighter. You know, Sirius said slowly, James would be proud of you. Lily too. They'd be absolutely terrified by what you're doing, but they'd be proud. I hope so. Harry managed a smile. I'm trying to make their sacrifice mean something. It already means something. You're alive. You're fighting. Sirius pulled Harry into another hug. And now you have backup. Whatever happens next, you won't face it alone. Harry hugged him back, feeling the warmth spread through his chest. Family, he thought. Real family. Finally. The remainder of the holiday passed quickly. Harry and Sirius spent hours in quiet conversation, mapping out plans and sharing information. Harry revealed more about the Horcruxes, their locations, their protections, what he knew about destroying them, and Sirius contributed his knowledge of dark magic and black family secrets. Basilisk venom, Sirius said one evening, when they were discussing destruction methods. That's one of the few things that can destroy a Horcrux permanently. The venom destroys the vessel beyond magical repair, and the soul fragment has nowhere to go. I know. There's a basilisk under Hogwarts, in the Chamber of Secrets. Sirius stared at him. Please tell me you're joking. I wish I was. Slytherin left it there 1,000 years ago. It's been sleeping ever since. Harry paused. In one of my visions, it woke up. Attacked students. I had to kill it. You, an 11-year-old, killed a basilisk. I was 12. And I had help. Harry smiled grimly. The point is, I know where to get basilisk venom. Once we have it, we can destroy the Horcruxes we find. Sirius shook his head in disbelief. Harry, do you have any idea how insane this all sounds? Completely insane. But it's also true. Yeah. Sirius laughed, the sound only slightly hysterical. Yeah, I'm starting to believe that. On New Year's Eve, the Weasley household gathered for a celebration. Music played from an enchanted wireless. Butterbeer flowed freely. Fred and George set off a series of increasingly elaborate fireworks, each one more spectacular than the last. At midnight, everyone raised their glasses and toasted the new year. To 1992, Arthur said. May it be better than the last. To family, Molly added. Old and new. To justice, Sirius said quietly. Finally served. To the future, Harry said. And everything we're going to make of it. They drank. The fire crackled. Outside, snow began to fall. Harry stood at the window, watching the white flakes drift down from the darkness. Somewhere out there, Voldemort waited, weak, bodiless, but patient. Somewhere out there, Death Eaters schemed and plotted and kept faith with their fallen master. Somewhere out there, the Horcruxes hid, anchoring a monster to the world of the living. But here, in this moment, there was warmth. There was family. There was hope. One step at a time, Harry reminded himself. First the locket. Then the other Horcruxes. Then Voldemort himself. And along the way, I'll build something worth protecting. A world worth fighting for. The clock struck 12:30. The party began to wind down. Harry said his goodnights and climbed the stairs to Ron's room, exhausted but content. Tomorrow, he would return to Hogwarts. Tomorrow, the planning would continue. Tomorrow, the future would start to take shape. But tonight, he let himself rest. The spring term at Hogwarts brought new challenges and opportunities. Harry threw himself into his studies with a focus that surprised his teachers. He excelled in every subject, even potions, where Snape's hostility was offset by Harry's quiet competence, and quickly established himself as one of the top students in his year. You're good at this, Hermione said one evening in the library, watching Harry complete a transfiguration essay in half the time it took most students. Really good. Better than you should be, honestly. Thanks. It's not entirely a compliment. She narrowed her eyes. You never seem to struggle with anything. Even when we cover new material, you act like you've seen it before. Because I have. I study a lot, Harry said. More than people realize. Hermione didn't look convinced. You know, you remind me of someone. Who? Me. When I first started here. She smiled slightly. Working twice as hard as everyone else to prove I belonged. Like I had something to prove. Harry studied her face, seeing the insecurity beneath the confidence. In his first life, he'd never really understood Hermione's drive, had taken it for granted, used it when he needed it, never questioned its source. Maybe I do have something to prove, he said quietly. The boy who lived is supposed to be special, right? Supposed to be this great hero who defeated the Dark Lord as a baby. But I didn't actually do anything, it was my mother's sacrifice that saved me. The famous Harry Potter everyone expects to meet isn't real. Hermione's expression softened. Harry, so I work hard. Make myself worthy of the reputation, even if I didn't earn it originally. He shrugged. Does that make sense? Perfect sense. She reached out and touched his arm. For what it's worth, I think you're already worthy. The Pettigrew thing, that wasn't luck or accident. That was you being clever and brave and doing what needed to be done. Thanks, Hermione. Just don't overwork yourself, all right? You're allowed to be a normal kid sometimes. I've never been a normal kid, Harry thought. And I never will be. But he smiled and nodded, and Hermione smiled back, and for a moment they were just two first years bonding over shared perfectionism. This is how it starts, Harry realized. Not with grand gestures or dramatic revelations. With small moments of connection, building trust one conversation at a time. That's how you build an army. March brought the first real test of Harry's new timeline. He was leaving the Great Hall after breakfast when a familiar sensation washed over him, a pulse of dark magic, faint but unmistakable, coming from somewhere in the castle. Harry froze. That felt like, no. It can't be. He extended his senses, the way he practiced during his years of training. The magical signature was faint, almost impossible to detect, but it was definitely there. Dark. Old. Hungry. Horcrux. But that was impossible. The diary was with Malfoy. The diadem was in the room of requirement, where it had been for centuries. The only Horcrux that should be at Hogwarts was, the one in my head. Harry's hand flew to his scar. The familiar tingle was there, but this wasn't coming from him. It was external. Close. Moving. He tracked the signature through the castle, keeping to the shadows, following the dark pulse like a hound following a scent. It led him to the third floor, the forbidden corridor, the Philosopher's Stone. Harry's blood ran cold. In his first life, Quirrell had been the defense professor. Quirrell had served as Voldemort's host, had tried to steal the stone, had nearly succeeded until Harry stopped him. But Quirrell wasn't here this year. The defense position was filled by a pleasant, forgettable witch-named Professor Mathers whose lessons were boring but harmless. There was no Voldemort in the castle, no host for his parasitic consciousness, unless there was. Harry crept toward the forbidden corridor, wand drawn, every sense alert. The wards Dumbledore had placed were intact, but someone had been testing them. The magical signatures were faint, careful, the work of someone who knew what they were doing. Who? Who else would be after the stone? A sound from around the corner. Footsteps. Harry pressed himself against the wall, wrapped his notice-me-not around himself, and waited. A figure emerged from the shadows of the corridor. Tall, robed, moving with unnatural grace. Harry couldn't see the face, the hood was drawn too deep, but he recognized the magical signature now. Dark. Old. Hungry. Death Eater. The figure paused at the corridor's entrance, head tilting as if sensing something. Harry held his breath, pressing his shields tighter, making himself as invisible as possible. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the figure turned and glided away, disappearing down a staircase that led to the lower floors. Harry waited until the magical signature faded completely before releasing his breath. Someone is testing the stone's protections. Someone serving Voldemort, or at least using dark magic. But who? He needed to investigate. Needed to find out who this mysterious figure was and what they were planning. But he also needed to be careful, one wrong move could expose everything he'd worked for. Tomorrow, Harry decided. I'll start looking tomorrow. Tonight, I need to think. He returned to Gryffindor Tower, his mind racing with possibilities. The game was changing. Again. The investigation took weeks. Harry couldn't ask questions too directly, that would draw attention to his own suspicious knowledge. Instead, he observed. Watched the staff for unusual behavior, tracked magical signatures throughout the castle, paid attention to any visitors or strangers who appeared on the grounds. The answer came from an unexpected source. "Did you hear?" Neville said one morning at breakfast. "Someone tried to break into Gringotts last summer. Vault 713. The goblins are furious." Harry's fork froze halfway to his mouth. Vault 713. It was in the Prophet. I was reading some back issues for a history project. Neville looked pleased with himself. The vault had already been emptied the same day, apparently. Hagrid did it, on Dumbledore's orders. Whatever was in there must have been really valuable. The Philosopher's Stone. Someone tried to steal it from Gringotts before Hagrid collected it. Someone who's now in the castle, testing the protections, trying again. "Neville," Harry said carefully, "do you remember anything else from that article? Anything about who might have done it?" "Not really. The goblins wouldn't say much." Neville frowned. "Why? You think it's connected to something?" "Maybe. Thanks for telling me." Harry's mind raced as he left the Great Hall. The timeline was different. Quirrell wasn't here, which meant Voldemort didn't have a host at Hogwarts, but someone was still after the stone. Someone who tried to steal it from Gringotts, failed, and followed it here. Who else would want the Philosopher's Stone? Who else would benefit from immortality? The answer came to him like a cold wind. Anyone who's dying. Anyone who's desperate. Anyone who's willing to serve Voldemort in exchange for more life. It could be anyone. A Death Eater who'd escaped prosecution. A dark wizard seeking power. Someone Harry had never heard of, a new player in a game he thought he understood. I need more information. Need to identify the threat before it strikes. The investigation continued. April brought rain and a breakthrough. Harry was in the library, researching the Philosopher's Stone's history, when he noticed someone watching him. Professor Mathers, the defense instructor, stood at the end of a bookshelf, her expression pleasant and bland. But her eyes were fixed on Harry with an intensity that didn't match her vapid smile. "Mr. Potter. Working hard, I see." "Yes, Professor. Just doing some extra reading." "On alchemy?" Her gaze flicked to the books spread before him. "That's rather advanced for a first year." "I like to challenge myself." "Indeed you do." Mathers moved closer, her robes rustling softly. "You're quite the remarkable student, Harry. Top of every class, respected by your peers, the hero who caught Peter Pettigrew. One might almost think you were destined for greatness." Something in her tone set Harry's nerves on edge. "I just do my best, Professor." "Yes. Your best." She smiled, and for a moment, just a moment, the vapid mask slipped, revealing something cold and calculating beneath. "Tell me, Harry, have you ever thought about the future? About what you want to achieve with all that potential?" She's probing. Testing me. "Why?" "I want to help people," Harry said. "Protect them from dark wizards. Make the world safer. Noble goals. Very Gryffindor." The mask was back, pleasant and forgettable. "Well, don't let me keep you from your studies. Good afternoon, Mr. Potter." She drifted away, disappearing between the shelves. Harry stared after her, his heart pounding. Mathers. It's Mathers. She's the one testing the protections. But who was she? Not Quirrell, the magical signature was different. Not anyone Harry recognized from his first life. A new variable, an unknown factor in his carefully planned timeline. I need to find out who she really is. And I need to stop her before she gets the stone. The confrontation came in May. Harry had been tracking Mathers for weeks, gathering evidence, building a case. He knew her routine, knew which nights she slipped away to the forbidden corridor, knew that she was getting closer to breaking through the protections. He couldn't wait for Dumbledore to act. The headmaster was watching, Harry was sure, but watching wasn't enough. If Mathers got the stone, if Voldemort got the stone, Harry wouldn't let that happen. He waited until midnight, when the castle was quiet and the patrols were lightest. Then he made his way to the third floor, wand drawn, shields in place. Mathers was already there. She stood before the door that Harry knew led to Fluffy's chamber, her wand tracing complex patterns in the air. The wards were weakening, Harry could feel it, the protections buckling under sustained assault. Professor. Mathers spun, her wand coming up. The vapid mask was gone entirely now, replaced by cold fury. Potter. How did you? I've been watching you. 4 weeks. Harry moved into the corridor, positioning himself between Mathers and the door. Whatever you're planning, it ends here. Such confidence. Mathers smiled, but there was no warmth in it. You really are remarkable, Harry. Most children wouldn't notice anything unusual. But you're not most children, are you? Who are you really? Not a defense professor, you're too good at dark magic for that. Very observant. Mathers tilted her head. I'm someone who's been waiting a long time for this opportunity. The Philosopher's Stone, do you have any idea what it represents? Eternal life. Endless power. The ability to restore what was lost. Restore what? My lord. Her eyes gleamed with fanatical devotion. He spoke to me, you know. Before his fall. Told me what to do if anything happened to him. Gave me instructions, contingencies. I've been working toward this moment for 10 years. A Death Eater. A true believer, not a coward like Pettigrew. Someone who went underground after Voldemort's fall and waited. It won't work, Harry said. Whatever you're planning, however you think you can bring him back, I won't let it happen. You won't let it? Mathers laughed. You're an 11-year-old boy, Potter. Talented, yes, but still just a child. Do you really think you can stop me? Harry raised his wand. Yes. The duel began. Mathers was good. Better than Harry had expected. Her spells came fast and precise, a mix of dueling standards and dark curses that forced Harry onto the defensive. He blocked, dodged, countered where he could, but he was outmatched in raw power. His 11-year-old body simply couldn't channel enough magic to compete with an adult witch. But power isn't everything. Harry fought smart. Used the corridor's narrow confines to limit Mathers's movement. Employed tactics he'd learned in his first life, feints, misdirection, spells that didn't look like what they were. A stunner that was actually a setup for a trap behind her. A shield charm that was actually a mirror, redirecting her own curse back at her. A flash of light that wasn't a spell at all, just wandless lumos to blind her for a crucial second. Mathers stumbled. Harry pressed the advantage. Expelliarmus. Her wand flew from her hand. Harry caught it, snapped it cleanly, and threw the pieces aside. It's over, he said. Give up. Mathers stared at him, something like wonder mixing with her fury. How? She breathed. You're a child. How can you fight like that? Practice. Harry kept his wand trained on her. Lots and lots of practice. You're not what you seem. Her eyes narrowed. Something's different about you, Potter. Something wrong. Maybe. But I'm not the one who needs to worry about that right now. Footsteps behind them. Harry couldn't take his attention off Mathers, but he heard the sharp intake of breath. Harry. Dumbledore's voice, unusually uncertain. What's happening here? This woman has been trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. She's a Death Eater, loyal to Voldemort, waiting for a chance to restore him. Harry kept his wand steady. I followed her here. She attacked me. I defended myself. Silence. Then Dumbledore moved forward, his own wand appearing in his hand, his presence suddenly filling the corridor with ancient power. Is this true? He asked Mathers. Are you a servant of Voldemort? I am loyal to my lord. Mathers raised her chin defiantly. I have been loyal since before his fall, and I will remain loyal until his return. Nothing you do to me will change that. I see. Dumbledore's voice was heavy with sorrow. Then I have no choice but to hand you over to the Ministry. You will face trial for your crimes. My only crime was believing in a better world. A world where wizards rule as we were meant to rule. She looked at Harry with something like respect. You'll see, Potter. When my lord returns, and he will return, you'll understand. Power is the only thing that matters. No, Harry said quietly. It's not. Aurors arrived within the hour. Mathers was taken away, still proclaiming her loyalty, still promising that Voldemort would return. Harry stood in the corridor, watching her go, and felt nothing but tired. One threat neutralized. But there will be others. There will always be others. Harry. Dumbledore's hand fell on his shoulder, surprisingly gentle. That was extraordinarily dangerous. You could have been killed. I know, sir. And extraordinarily brave. I'm proud of you. Harry looked up at the headmaster, this man who had controlled and manipulated and ultimately prepared him for death, this man who was also the closest thing to a mentor Harry had ever known. I did what I had to do, Harry said. That's all. Is it? Dumbledore's blue eyes twinkled, but there was something searching in his gaze. You continue to surprise me, Harry. I find myself wondering, quite frequently, actually, what you're going to do next. You're not the only one, Harry thought. Good night, Professor. He returned to Gryffindor Tower, exhausted in body and mind. The stone was safe. Another threat had been eliminated. But the war was far from over. One step at a time, Harry reminded himself. One enemy at a time. And eventually, I'll reach the end. He climbed into bed and fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, a place called home. Summer arrived with a burst of warmth and freedom that Harry had never experienced in his first childhood. No Dursleys, no cupboard, no endless list of chores while Dudley gorged himself on ice cream. Instead, there was Grimmauld Place, dark, dusty, and haunted by the ghosts of the Black family's twisted legacy, but his and Sirius's. It's a bit grim, Sirius admitted, standing in the entrance hall on Harry's first day after term ended. Dust motes swirled in the thin light filtering through grimy windows. The portrait of Walburga Black had been silenced, Sirius had spent weeks researching permanent sticking charms to find a counter, but her malevolent presence lingered in the peeling wallpaper and tarnished silver. But it's home. Or it will be, once we've cleaned it up. I like it, Harry said, and meant it. The house was a project. A goal. Something tangible to work toward while the larger plans developed in the background. And more importantly, it was a place where Harry could be himself, or at least, more himself than he could be at Hogwarts or the Dursleys. Creature. Sirius called. A crack of apparition, and the ancient house elf appeared. He looked worse than Harry remembered, more bent, more bitter, his pillowcase toga stained with years of neglect. His bulging eyes fixed on Sirius with undisguised hatred. Master has returned, Creature muttered. Blood traitor Master, who broke his mother's heart, who, enough. Sirius's voice was sharp, but Harry noticed the pain beneath it. Creature, this is Harry Potter. He'll be living here from now on. You will treat him with respect. Creature's eyes swiveled to Harry. Something flickered in their depths, recognition. Curiosity, before the mask of sullen resentment returned. The half-blood child. Creature knows of him. The one who defeated the Dark Lord. He bowed, the gesture mocking. Creature lives to serve. You can start by preparing 2 bedrooms, Harry said quietly. And the kitchen. We'll need them livable by tonight. Creature stared at him, clearly unused to being addressed directly. Then, with another mocking bow, he vanished. He hates me, Sirius said, once the elf was gone. Always has. I wasn't the son my parents wanted. He doesn't hate you. Harry moved toward the stairs, running his hand along the dusty banister. He's loyal to your mother's memory. To the family he served for generations. He doesn't know how to be anything else. That's surprisingly insightful. I've had time to think about it. Harry started climbing. Come on. We have a house to renovate. The first week at Grimmauld Place was exhausting. They worked from dawn until dusk, stripping away decades of accumulated darkness. Cursed objects went into a specially warded box for disposal. Dark artifacts were catalogued and stored. Some might be useful, others were simply too dangerous to destroy carelessly. Rooms were cleaned, walls were scrubbed, windows were forced open to let in light that hadn't touched these spaces in years. Harry threw himself into the work with a fervor that surprised even Sirius. There was something therapeutic about physical labor, about transforming something broken into something whole. Every cleared room felt like a victory. Every discarded piece of Black family history felt like progress. You know, Sirius said one evening, collapsing onto a newly cleaned sofa, most 12-year-olds would rather be playing Quidditch or chasing girls. Not renovating haunted mansions. I'm not most 12-year-olds. No. No, you're not. Sirius studied Harry with the look he got sometimes, the one that said he was seeing something he couldn't quite understand. You never talk about what you want, Harry. What you'd do if you didn't have this mission of yours. Harry paused, a cursed music box in his hands. What do you mean? I mean, if Voldemort wasn't out there. If you didn't have to worry about Horcruxes and Death Eaters and saving the world. What would you do? What would make you happy? It was a question Harry had never really considered. In his first life, there had never been time, always another crisis, another battle, another loss to grieve. And in this life, he'd been so focused on changing things that he'd never stopped to think about what came after. I don't know, he admitted. I've never really had the chance to find out. That's what I thought. Sirius leaned forward. Listen, Harry. I know you have responsibilities. I know you see things, know things, that make it impossible to just be a kid. But you're allowed to want things for yourself. You're allowed to have a life beyond the war. Am I? Harry set down the music box. Sometimes I wonder. You are. I'm making it my personal mission to ensure that. Sirius grinned, some of the old mischief showing through. Starting with this summer. We're going to clean this house, yes, but we're also going to have fun. Flying, pranks, maybe even a trip somewhere. You deserve that. Harry felt something warm unfurl in his chest. Gratitude, maybe. Or the unfamiliar sensation of being cared for. All right, he said. But first, we need to find something. The locket. The locket. The search for Regulus's hiding place took 3 days. Harry knew it was in Creature's possession. The elf had taken it after his master's death, unable to destroy it, unable to let go of his final mission. But he couldn't just demand it. Creature's loyalty was to the house, to the memory of the family he'd served. Harry needed to earn his trust. Tell me about Regulus, Harry said on the second day, when he found Creature polishing silver in the kitchen. What was he like? Creature's hand stilled. His eyes, usually so full of contempt, softened with something like grief. Master Regulus was a good master, Creature said slowly. Kind to Creature. Always kind. Not like, he stopped, glancing toward where Sirius was working upstairs. Not like Sirius. Master Sirius was cruel. Mocked Creature, mocked the family. Master Regulus understood. Understood what it meant to be a black. What happened to him? At the end? Creature was silent for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was barely a whisper. Master Regulus learned something. Something terrible. About the Dark Lord. He told Creature, he made Creature promise. The elf's face crumpled. Creature failed. Creature tried to destroy it, but he couldn't. He tried and tried, but it was too strong. Destroy what, Creature? The locket. Creature's eyes met Harry's, and for the first time, there was no mockery in them. Only pain. Master Regulus died for that locket. And Creature couldn't even fulfill his last wish. Harry knelt, bringing himself to the elf's level. Creature. I know what the locket is. I know why Regulus wanted it destroyed. He kept his voice gentle, steady. I can finish what he started. I can destroy it, properly, so his sacrifice means something. But I need you to give it to me. Creature stared at him, ancient and suspicious and desperately hopeful all at once. You know how to destroy it? I do. Then Master Regulus's orders can finally be completed? Yes. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then Creature vanished with a crack. When he returned, he was holding a heavy golden locket, ornate and beautiful and radiating dark magic that made Harry's scar prickle in warning. Slytherin's locket. Voldemort's Horcrux. Take it, Creature said, thrusting it toward Harry. Destroy it. Please. Harry took the locket carefully, feeling its weight, its wrongness, the fragment of twisted soul trapped inside. I will, he promised. Tonight. Destroying a Horcrux was never pleasant. Harry had done it before, with the diary, with the ring, with others he'd learned about in Dumbledore's lessons. He knew the theory, understood the process, had felt the psychic backlash of destroying a piece of someone's soul. But knowing didn't make it easier. They gathered in the basement, the darkest and most warded room in the house. Sirius had insisted on being present. I'm not letting you face that thing alone, and Creature lurked in the shadows, watching with desperate intensity. Harry placed the locket on a stone table they dragged down from the garden. The metal gleamed in the candlelight, beautiful and terrible. Stand back, Harry said. He drew his wand, the Holly Wand, brother to Voldemort's own, and pointed it at the Horcrux. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the locket opened. A face emerged from within, Tom Riddle's face, young and handsome and twisted with fury. Dark mist swirled around it, forming shapes, nightmares given form. Harry Potter. The voice was silk and poison. I know you. I see you. The boy who defied death. The boy who thinks he can destroy me. I don't think, Harry said. I know. Do you? The face smiled. Do you know what you are, Harry? What's hiding inside you? You carry a piece of me. You always have. We're connected, you and I, brothers in magic, bound by blood and sacrifice. I know what I carry. And I know how to end it. Do you? Then end it. The smile widened. Strike me down, and see what rises in my place. See what you really are, beneath the hero's mask. The mist reached for Harry, forming images, his parents dying, Sirius falling through the veil, Hermione screaming under Bellatrix's curse. All the horrors of his first life, dragged up from memory and thrown in his face. Harry watched it all with cold, steady eyes. That's not going to work, he said. I've already lived through all of that. I've already faced every nightmare you can show me. He raised his wand higher. Ignis Animarum. Soulfire, one of the few things that could destroy a Horcrux completely. Harry had learned the spell from a grimoire in the restricted section, practiced it in secret, prepared for exactly this moment. White flames erupted from his wand, pure and blazing, untouched by the physical world but devastating to anything spiritual. They engulfed the locket, the face, the dark mist. Tom Riddle screamed. It was a terrible sound, the death cry of something that should never have existed, a soul fragment being burned out of existence. The locket blackened, cracked, shattered into pieces that crumbled to ash before they hit the table. And then it was over. Harry lowered his wand, swaying slightly. The spell had taken more out of him than he'd expected, his core felt drained, his body exhausted. Harry! Sirius caught him before he could fall. Are you all right? Fine. Just tired. Harry managed a weak smile. One down. Creature was weeping, actually weeping, tears streaming down his wrinkled face. It's done, he sobbed. Master Regulus, it's finally done. Yes. Harry reached out and touched the elf's shoulder. Regulus would be proud. You helped finish his mission. Creature looked up at him, something changing in his expression. The hatred, the bitterness, the years of resentment, they didn't disappear, exactly, but they shifted. Made room for something else. Harry Potter is a good wizard, Creature said slowly. Creature will serve Harry Potter properly. Harry nodded, accepting the declaration for what it was, not submission, but alliance. Respect earned rather than demanded. Thank you, Creature. I'm honored. The rest of the summer took on a different character after that night. Creature's transformation was remarkable. The surly, bitter Creature became almost cheerful, still grumpy, still prone to muttering about blood traders and mudbloods, but with a new energy that manifested in cleaning sprees and elaborate meals. Grimmauld Place had never been so well maintained. I think you broke him, Sirius said one morning, watching Creature hum while preparing breakfast. In a good way. I gave him what he needed. Closure. Harry accepted a plate of eggs and bacon, perfectly prepared, a far cry from the burnt offerings of earlier weeks. He spent years failing at an impossible task. Now he can move on. Still. It's strange, seeing him almost happy. Everyone deserves a chance to heal. Even house elves. Sirius was quiet for a moment, and Harry knew he was thinking about his own healing. The good days were more frequent now, days when Sirius laughed easily, when the shadows in his eyes receded, when he seemed almost like the man he might have been without Azkaban. But the bad days still came. Nightmares that left him screaming. Moments when he forgot where he was, when he saw Dementors in every shadow. Episodes of rage that came from nowhere and vanished just as quickly. Harry had learned to navigate them. To be present without being intrusive, to offer comfort without condescension. It was delicate work, but it mattered. He's getting better, Harry reminded himself. Slowly, but surely. And when the war comes, I'll need him whole. July brought visitors. Remus Lupin arrived on a rainy Tuesday, looking almost as worn as Sirius had after his release. The werewolf curse was taking its toll, Harry could see it in the grey threading through his brown hair, the exhaustion in his eyes, the careful way he moved as if conserving every bit of energy. Remus. Sirius met him at the door, and for a moment, the two men just stared at each other. Years of history, friendship, betrayal, loss, reunion, passed between them in silence. Then Sirius pulled Remus into a crushing hug. You idiot, Sirius said, his voice muffled against Remus's shoulder. 12 years without a word. I thought you were, I know what you thought. I don't care. You're here now. They stood like that for a long moment, two broken men holding each other up. Harry watched from the stairs, feeling like an intruder on something private but unable to look away. Finally, Remus pulled back. His eyes were wet, but he was smiling. Hello, Sirius. Hello, Moony. I believe I owe you an apology. Several, actually. But they can wait. Come in, meet Harry properly. Sirius turned, gesturing Harry forward. "Harry, this is Remus Lupin. He was one of your father's best friends." "I know." Harry descended the stairs, extending his hand. "Professor Lupin. It's good to finally meet you." Remus's grip was gentle but warm. "Sirius has told me about you. Though I suspect he's undersold your remarkability." "He's being modest," Sirius said. "Harry's terrifying. In the best possible way." "I'm not terrifying. You destroyed a Horcrux last month. You caught Peter Pettigrew when no one else could. You dueled a Death Eater at 11 and won." Sirius shook his head. "You're absolutely terrifying, and I say that with complete admiration." Remus's eyebrows had climbed steadily higher during this recitation. "Horcrux. It's a long story," Harry said. "Come inside. We have a lot to discuss." The conversation lasted well into the evening. Harry told Remus the same partial truth he'd told Sirius: the visions, the connection to Voldemort, the knowledge of what might happen if they didn't act. Remus listened without interrupting, his expression shifting from skepticism to concern to something like wonder. "And you believe all this?" Remus asked Sirius, when Harry finished. "I've seen enough to believe." Sirius's voice was quiet but certain. "The locket was real. The Death Eater at Hogwarts was real. Whatever Harry knows, however he knows it, it's saved lives already. Including mine." Remus turned back to Harry, studying him with the same careful intensity he'd probably used as a teacher. "You're not what I expected," he said finally. "When Sirius wrote me about you, about an 11-year-old boy with impossible knowledge and the courage to act on it, I thought he was exaggerating. The trauma of Azkaban affecting his judgment. And now I think he undersold you, if anything." Remus leaned back in his chair. "You have your mother's eyes, Harry, but there's something else in them. Something older. Like you've seen things no child should see." "I have." Harry met his gaze steadily. "And I'm going to make sure no one else has to. That's quite a burden for one person to carry. I'm not carrying it alone. That's why I'm telling you all this." Harry gestured at Sirius, at Remus, at the house around them. "I can't fight this war by myself. I need allies. People I can trust, who know what's coming and are willing to help stop it." "You want us to be your army," Remus said. It wasn't quite a question. "I want you to be my family. The army part is just a bonus." Sirius barked a laugh, but Remus's expression remained thoughtful. "Your father would be proud," Remus said slowly. "Though he'd also be terrified. James never liked plans, he preferred to improvise." A ghost of a smile. "You're more like your mother in that way. She always thought 3 steps ahead." "I try." "I imagine you do." Remus extended his hand again, and this time, when Harry took it, the grip was firmer. "A commitment. I'm in, Harry. Whatever you need, whatever you're planning, count me among your allies." "Thank you, Professor." "Just Remus, please. I'm not your teacher anymore." "You could be." Harry smiled. "Third year's going to need a new defense against the dark arts, Professor. The position opens up every year, some kind of curse on it. But you'd be perfect." Remus's eyes widened. "I couldn't, my condition, can be managed. Wolfsbane potion, proper precautions. Dumbledore would hire you in a heartbeat if you applied." Harry's smile widened. "And it would give us someone inside Hogwarts. Someone watching for threats, training students to defend themselves. You've thought this through." "I think everything through. It's kind of my thing." Remus looked at Sirius, who shrugged. "Told you. Terrifying." August brought more changes. The renovation of Grimmauld Place continued, room by room, until the house was almost unrecognizable. Dark wallpaper gave way to warm colors. Cursed objects were replaced by comfortable furniture. The kitchen became a gathering place, filled with the smells of creatures cooking and the sounds of conversation. It wasn't perfect. The house would never be entirely free of its history, some stains ran too deep to remove. But it was home, in a way that nowhere else had ever been. Harry's own room occupied the third floor, converted from what had been a dusty storage space. He'd chosen it specifically, high enough for privacy, close enough to the stairs for quick escape if needed. The walls were bare except for a single photograph, his parents, waving from their wedding day, young and happy and alive. He spent hours there, planning. The locket was destroyed. One Horcrux down, several more to go. The diary was next, still in Lucius Malfoy's possession, waiting to be deployed against some unsuspecting student. Harry had considered various approaches, stealing it, exposing Malfoy, alerting Dumbledore. Each had problems, risks, potential consequences. I could break into Malfoy Manor, Harry thought one night, staring at maps he'd obtained through Sirius's old Auror contacts. The wards would be tricky, but not impossible. Get in, find the diary, destroy it. But breaking into a Death Eater's home was enormously dangerous, even for someone with Harry's abilities. And if he was caught, or worse, if he succeeded and Malfoy realized what had happened, it could accelerate Voldemort's plans. Force the enemy to act before Harry was ready. Patience, he reminded himself. The diary won't be deployed until next year at the earliest. I have time. Time to prepare. Time to train. Time to build the network of allies he would need when the war began in earnest. Speaking of which. Sirius, Harry said at dinner that night. I want to visit Diagon Alley tomorrow. There's someone I need to meet. Who? Someone who might be useful. A businessman, of sorts. Harry smiled thinly. Someone who knows things about the dark side of the wizarding economy. Sirius's eyes narrowed. You're talking about Borgin. Or someone like him. I'm talking about information. The kind you can't get through legitimate channels. Harry set down his fork. I know it's risky. I know you don't like it. But I need to understand how Voldemort's followers operate, their networks, their resources, their weaknesses. And that means talking to people who deal with them. I could go instead. I have contacts, your contacts are 12 years out of date. And you're too recognizable. Harry shook his head. I can play the curious kid, the naive boy who wandered into the wrong alley. They'll underestimate me. That's the point. Sirius was quiet for a long moment, conflict clear on his face. Finally, he sighed. I'm coming with you. Under a disguise. I won't interfere unless you need me, but I'm not letting you walk into Nocturne Alley alone. Fair enough. And Harry? Sirius's expression was serious now. Be careful. The people in that alley, they're not like the Death Eaters you faced. They're not ideologues or true believers. They're businessmen, which makes them far more dangerous. They'll sell you out in a heartbeat if there's profit in it. I know. Harry's smile didn't reach his eyes. That's what I'm counting on. Nocturne Alley was exactly as Harry remembered, narrow, dark, filled with shops that sold things no respectable wizard would admit to needing. The crowd was sparse but watchful, eyes tracking Harry's progress with predatory interest. He walked with purpose, projecting confidence he didn't entirely feel. His wand was in his sleeve, ready to draw at a moment's notice. His shields were up, protecting his mind from any casual legilimency. Borgin and Burks occupied a corner at the alley's darkest end. The window display was dusty and uninviting, filled with objects that pulsed with dark magic. Harry pushed open the door. The interior was cramped and cluttered, every surface covered with artifacts that ranged from merely illegal to genuinely horrifying. Mr. Borgin himself stood behind the counter, oily, obsequious, with the dead eyes of a man who'd stopped caring about morality long ago. Good afternoon, Borgin said, his gaze assessing Harry's robes, his bearing, his apparent wealth. "Can I help you, young master?" "I hope so." Harry approached the counter, keeping his movements casual. "I'm looking for information." "Information?" Borgin's smile widened. "I deal in goods, not gossip." "Then let me rephrase." Harry placed a small bag on the counter, gold, enough to get attention. "I'm looking to understand your business. Who buys from you, what they buy, how your supply chains work. Think of it as an educational experience." Borgin's eyes flickered between Harry and the gold. "That's a very unusual request, young master." "Might I ask why?" "You might. But I might not answer." Harry met his gaze steadily. "Let's say I have interests in this area. Long-term interests. And I believe in knowing the landscape before I make moves." "You speak like someone twice your age." "I'm told that frequently." Borgin was quiet for a moment, clearly calculating. Harry could almost see the thoughts running through his head. Who is this boy? What does he really want? Is this a trap? "I know who you are," Borgin said finally. "Harry Potter. The boy who lived." His smile turned knowing. One doesn't often see the savior of the wizarding world shopping in Diagon Alley. Saviors need to understand what they're saving people from. Harry didn't flinch. "I'm not here to shut you down, Mr. Borgin. I'm here to learn. And I'm willing to pay for the privilege." Another long silence. Then Borgin reached out and took the gold. The conversation lasted 2 hours. Borgin was cagey at first, testing Harry with half-truths and misdirection. But Harry had done his research, knew enough about the dark artifacts trade to ask the right questions, knew enough about Borgin's history to press when he sensed evasion. By the end, Harry had a much clearer picture of how Voldemort's economic network functioned. "The old families are the key," Borgin explained, warming to his subject despite himself. "The Malfoys, the Lestranges, the Blacks, no offense meant, given your godfather, they control most of the liquid wealth in Wizarding Britain. When the Dark Lord was active, they funded his operations. Bought supplies, bribed officials, paid for mercenaries. And now? Now they wait. Keep the money flowing in approved channels, maintain their networks, prepare for the day when their master returns." Borgin shrugged. "Not that I believe he will, of course. But if he did, they'd be ready." "What about Lucius Malfoy specifically?" Borgin's expression flickered, just for a moment, but Harry caught it. "Mr. Malfoy is a valued customer. I couldn't possibly, you could possibly. For the right price." Harry produced another bag of gold, larger than the first. "I'm particularly interested in his collection. Dark artifacts, banned books, anything unusual." The gold disappeared into Borgin's robes with practiced speed. "Mr. Malfoy has eclectic tastes," Borgin said carefully. "He purchases widely, historical items, cursed objects, books from the restricted lists. One notable piece came through here years ago, actually. A diary, supposedly belonging to a former Hogwarts student. Nothing special to look at, but Mr. Malfoy paid quite a premium for it." "Bingo. When was this?" "Oh, years ago. Shortly after the Dark Lord's fall. Mr. Malfoy was very eager to acquire certain items during that period." Borgin's smile turned knowing. One might almost think he was collecting souvenirs. "And does he still have the diary?" "As far as I know. Though I couldn't say for certain, Mr. Malfoy guards his collection closely." Harry filed this away. Confirmation that the diary was with Malfoy, that it had been there for years, that Borgin knew enough to be a potential resource. "Thank you, Mr. Borgin. You've been very helpful. A pleasure doing business." Borgin's eyes gleamed. "I do hope you'll visit again, Mr. Potter. A customer with your resources, and your apparent interests, could be quite valuable." "I'm sure I will." Harry left the shop with a head full of information and plans already forming for how to use it. The diary is still at Malfoy Manor. Lucius is waiting for the right moment to deploy it, probably next year, when Ginny Weasley starts at Hogwarts. But if I can get to it first. September arrived with the familiar bustle of returning to Hogwarts. Harry said goodbye to Sirius at King's Cross, the embrace longer than strictly necessary. They'd grown close over the summer, not just as godfather and godson, but as partners, co-conspirators, family. Be careful, Sirius said. Whatever you're planning with the diary, don't take unnecessary risks. I never take unnecessary risks. You always take unnecessary risks. That's what worries me. But Sirius was smiling. Right often. And if you need me, for anything, I'll be there. I know. Harry boarded the train, found a compartment with Ron and Hermione, and let himself relax into the familiar rhythms of departure. Outside the window, Sirius stood on the platform, watching until the train disappeared from sight. I have a home now, Harry thought. A real home, with people who care about me. That's worth protecting. Worth fighting for. And I will fight. Whatever it takes. The Hogwarts Express picked up speed, carrying Harry toward his second year, toward new challenges and opportunities, toward the next phase of his impossible mission. He was ready. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, Letters and Legacies. Second year began with a storm. Not a metaphorical one, an actual tempest that lashed the Hogwarts Express as it wound through the Scottish Highlands, rain hammering the windows so hard that conversation required shouting. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione, watching the lightning fork across the sky, and felt the weather matched his mood. The diary was still out there. Lucius Malfoy still had it, was still planning to use it, and Harry still hadn't figured out how to stop him without revealing everything he knew. You're brooding, Hermione said, loud enough to be heard over the thunder. You've been brooding since we left London. I'm thinking. You're brooding while thinking. It's a very specific expression. She leaned forward, her bushy hair even more chaotic than usual in the humidity. What's wrong? Harry considered how much to tell her. Hermione was brilliant, the smartest witch of her generation, probably of several generations, but she was also 12 years old. Burdening her with knowledge of Horcruxes and prophecies felt wrong, even if part of him desperately wanted someone his own age to confide in. Just worried about the year ahead, he said finally. I have a feeling things are going to get complicated. Things are always complicated with you. Ron had been dozing against the window but stirred at the conversation. Last year you caught a Death Eater hiding as a professor. What's going to happen this year? Dragons in the dungeon. Don't joke about that. Why? Are there actually? There's a basilisk. Both Ron and Hermione stared at him. A what? Hermione's voice had gone very high. A basilisk. Giant snake, kills with its gaze, been sleeping under the school for about 1,000 years. Harry kept his tone casual, as if discussing the weather. Slytherin left it there. The Chamber of Secrets is real. How do you? Hermione started, then stopped. Her expression shifted from shock to calculation. Your visions. You've seen something about the chamber. I've seen a lot of things about a lot of topics. The chamber is just one of them. But if there's a basilisk under the school, shouldn't we tell someone? Dumbledore, the Ministry, and say what? That I had a psychic vision about a legendary monster. Harry shook his head. No one would believe us. We need proof, and we need a plan. You already have a plan. Ron's voice was flat. You always have a plan. What is it this time? Harry looked at his friends, his best friends, in this timeline and the last, and made a decision. I'm going to kill it. The sorting feast passed in a blur of food and announcements and the usual start-of-term chaos. Ginny Weasley was sorted into Gryffindor. Harry watched her walk to the table, small and nervous, so different from the fierce woman she'd become in his memories, and felt a pang of protectiveness. The diary was supposed to possess her. Use her to open the chamber, unleash the basilisk, nearly kill her in the process. Not this time. Dumbledore made the usual announcements about forbidden corridors and Quidditch tryouts. Remus Lupin was introduced as the new defense against the dark arts professor. The students murmured with interest, unaware of his condition, only seeing a slightly shabby but friendly-looking man. Harry caught Remus's eye across the hall and nodded slightly. Message received, we're in position. The game is afoot. After dinner, Harry slipped away from the common room and made his way to the 7th floor. The room of requirement opened for him as always. I need a place to practice, to plan, to prepare, and he stepped inside. The room had configured itself as a combination training area and war room. Targets for spell practice, a dueling platform, and a large table covered with maps and documents. Harry began to work. The first week of term, Harry focused on reconnaissance. He needed to understand the current state of play, who held what positions, which students might be useful allies, what the political climate was like. His memories from the original timeline were helpful, but this was a different world now, shaped by the changes he'd already made. Peter Pettigrew's capture had sent ripples through wizarding society. The Death Eaters were more cautious, more paranoid, aware that their secrets might not be as safe as they'd assumed. Lucius Malfoy, in particular, had become visibly nervous. Harry noticed him at the train station, his aristocratic mask slipping as he watched his son board the express. He knows something's wrong. Knows that the old certainties are crumbling. Good. Let him worry. Draco Malfoy himself was harder to read. The boy who'd offered his hand to Harry on their first train ride was now sullen and withdrawn, caught between his father's expectations and whatever doubts Harry's unusual response had planted. You're staring at Malfoy, Hermione observed one morning at breakfast. You've been doing it all week. I'm watching him. There's a difference. Is there? She stirred her porridge, thoughtful. You know, if you're planning something with him, you could just talk to him. People do that sometimes. Talk to Malfoy. Have you met Malfoy? I've had classes with him for a year. He's awful, yes, but he's also. She paused, searching for the right word. Lonely, I think. He has followers, not friends. It's not the same. Harry considered this. In his first life, he'd never thought of Draco as lonely, only as an enemy, an obstacle, a minor antagonist in the larger war. But Hermione's observation had merit. Draco was isolated, his position dependent on his father's power and influence. If that foundation crumbled. Maybe I will talk to him, Harry said. Eventually. Just don't hex him. That's usually Ron's approach. I heard that. Ron protested from down the table, where he'd been buried in a Quidditch magazine. The first opportunity came sooner than expected. Harry was leaving the library late one evening when he found Draco Malfoy waiting in the corridor outside. The blonde boy's expression was conflicted, anger mixed with something that might have been curiosity, but he stood his ground as Harry approached. Potter. Malfoy. They regarded each other in silence. The last time they'd spoken properly was on the train, over a year ago, Harry's odd non-rejection still hanging between them like an unresolved chord. You said something to me once, Draco said finally. On the train. You said I might be your friend someday. But not then. I remember. What did you mean by that? Harry leaned against the wall, keeping his posture relaxed, unthreatening. I meant what I said. You could be my friend. Someday. But not when you're still playing the role your father assigned you. Draco's jaw tightened. You don't know anything about my father. I know more than you think. Harry met his eyes steadily. I know he was a Death Eater. I know he avoided Azkaban by claiming he was under the Imperius curse. I know he's still loyal to Voldemort, still waiting for his return, still raising you to follow in his footsteps. Don't you dare, I'm not attacking you, Draco. I'm telling you the truth. Harry's voice softened. You have a choice. You can be what your father wants, a Death Eater in training, a servant of a monster who'd sacrifice you without hesitation. Or you can be something else. Something better. And what would you know about it? Draco's voice was bitter. You're Harry Potter. The boy who lived. Everyone loves you, everyone trusts you. You don't know what it's like to be judged by your family's reputation. To have people assume they know who you are before they've met you. Harry laughed, but there was no humor in it. I spent 10 years living with muggles who hated me for existing. I know exactly what it's like to be trapped by circumstances you didn't choose. Draco fell silent, something shifting in his expression. I'm not asking you to betray your family, Harry continued. I'm asking you to think for yourself. To decide what you actually believe, instead of just repeating what you've been told. He pushed off the wall. The offer stands, Malfoy. When you're ready to be your own person, come find me. He walked away, leaving Draco standing alone in the corridor. It wasn't much. A seed planted, nothing more. But seeds could grow into forests, given time. October brought the first real crisis of the year. Harry was in the room of requirement, practicing combat spells, when his scar suddenly flared with pain. He gasped, dropped his wand, clutched his forehead as visions flooded his mind, a dark room. Stone walls, ancient and damp. A figure kneeling before something hidden in shadow. The diary is ready, my lord. It will be deployed as planned. Excellent. The chamber will be opened. The Muggleborns will suffer. And Potter. A laugh, high and cold, echoing in the darkness. Potter will be dealt with in due time. The vision faded. Harry found himself on the floor, breathing hard, his scar still throbbing. Voldemort. That was Voldemort, talking to someone. Planning something. The diary. They're going to use the diary. He scrambled to his feet, grabbed his wand, and ran. Dumbledore's office was warded, but Harry had been there before, in this timeline and others, and knew the password. The gargoyle leaped aside at Sherbet Lemon, and Harry took the spiral stairs 3 at a time. The headmaster looked up as Harry burst through the door, surprise flickering across his ancient features. Harry. This is unexpected. I need to tell you something. Harry was still breathing hard. I had a vision. Voldemort, he's planning something. The diary, the Chamber of Secrets, it's going to happen soon. Dumbledore's expression shifted, becoming very still. What exactly did you see? Harry described the vision, leaving out nothing, the dark room, the kneeling figure, the discussion of the diary. Dumbledore listened without interrupting, his blue eyes growing more serious with each detail. This is concerning, he said when Harry finished. Very concerning. You're certain it was Voldemort? Absolutely. The voice, the presence, I'd recognize it anywhere. And the diary, you believe this is connected to the Chamber of Secrets? I know it is. The diary belongs to Tom Riddle. Harry hesitated, but there was no point in half measures now. It's a Horcrux, Professor. A piece of Voldemort's soul, preserved in an object. When it possesses someone, it can use them to open the chamber and release the basilisk. Dumbledore's face went pale. You know about the Horcruxes. I know about all of them. Where they are, what they are, how to destroy them. Harry met the headmaster's gaze. I've already destroyed one, Slytherin's locket. This summer, with Sirius's help. The silence stretched. Dumbledore seemed to age 10 years in the span of seconds, the weight of this revelation settling onto already burdened shoulders. How? He asked quietly. How do you know these things, Harry? I told you before. The visions. The connection to Voldemort. Harry kept his voice steady. I see things. Past, present, future, it all blurs together sometimes. But the Horcruxes are real, and they're the key to defeating him permanently. The key to defeating him, Dumbledore repeated. Yes. Yes, I've suspected as much for years. But to have it confirmed, to know that you, of all people, carry this knowledge, I'm not going to sit on the sidelines, Professor. I'm not going to wait for adults to solve this problem. Voldemort killed my parents. He's tried to kill me. And as long as those Horcruxes exist, he can never truly die. Harry's voice hardened. I'm going to destroy them. All of them. And then I'm going to finish this. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment, the 12-year-old boy with ancient eyes, the child soldier who'd already seen too much. You know, Dumbledore said slowly, when I left you with the Dursleys all those years ago, I hoped you would have a normal childhood. That the protections would keep you safe, and you would grow up far from the shadows of war. That didn't exactly work out. No. No, it didn't. Dumbledore sighed. I've made many mistakes in my life, Harry. Leaving you there may have been one of the greatest. I'm sorry. The apology caught Harry off guard. In all his memories, both timelines, Dumbledore had never apologized. Not for the Dursleys, not for the secrets, not for any of it. I'm not looking for apologies, Harry said. I'm looking for allies. Can I count on you, Professor? You can always count on me, Harry. Whatever you need. Then help me find the diary before it's deployed. Help me stop whoever's carrying it into Hogwarts. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I'll increase surveillance on the school. Speak with the portraits, the ghosts, the house elves. If someone brings a dark artifact through these walls, we'll know. And the chamber itself? The Chamber of Secrets has been sealed for 1,000 years. Only a Parselmouth can open it. Dumbledore paused. You are a Parselmouth, are you not? Yes. Then perhaps it's time we explored what lies beneath. The entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was exactly where Harry remembered, the girls' bathroom on the second floor, hidden in a tap that hadn't worked in decades. He stood before the sink with Dumbledore beside him, the headmaster's wand ready, both of them wrapped in protective enchantments. You're certain about this? Dumbledore asked. I've done it before. In my visions. Harry focused on the tiny snake etched into the copper tap. Open. The Parseltongue came naturally, slipping from his throat like water. The sink shuddered, then began to move, grinding aside to reveal a dark shaft that descended into the depths of the castle. Remarkable, Dumbledore murmured. 1,000 years, and no one suspected. Slytherin was clever. Harry peered into the darkness below. There'll be a slide. It leads to a tunnel system, then the chamber itself. The basilisk is at the end. You've seen it? Killed it, actually. In one of the visions. Harry smiled grimly. It wasn't fun. They descended together, Harry sliding down the pipe, Dumbledore following with considerably more dignity thanks to a levitation charm. The tunnel at the bottom was exactly as Harry remembered, damp, dark, littered with the bones of small animals. The basilisk feeds on vermin primarily, Harry explained as they walked. Rats, mice, anything that wanders into the tunnels. It only kills humans when commanded by its master. Or when the chamber is opened by someone with ill intent. Exactly. They passed through the massive circular door, Harry hissing it open in Parseltongue, and emerged into the Chamber of Secrets itself. It was vast. Towering stone pillars, carved with serpents, rose toward a ceiling lost in shadow. A long pool of greenish water ran down the center, and at the far end, dominating the space, stood a giant statue of Salazar Slytherin himself. The basilisk is in there, Harry said, pointing to the statue's mouth. It waits until called. Then let us not call it. Dumbledore's voice was soft with awe. This place, the magic here is ancient. Powerful. I can feel it in the stones. It's also incredibly dangerous. If the basilisk is released into the school, it could kill dozens before we stopped it. Then we must ensure that never happens. Dumbledore turned to face Harry. You said you've killed this creature before, in your visions. How? The sword of Gryffindor. It appeared when I needed it, pulled from the sorting hat. Harry considered. But that was a desperate situation. I nearly died. If we're going to do this properly, we need a better plan. What would you suggest? Roosters. Harry smiled at Dumbledore's surprised expression. A rooster's crow is fatal to a basilisk. It's not elegant, but it's effective. Roosters. Dumbledore chuckled. Sometimes the simplest solutions are the best. I'll have Hagrid arrange it. And in the meantime, we seal this place. Properly. Wards, enchantments, whatever it takes to ensure no one can open it without our knowledge. Agreed. They set to work, layering protective magic over the entrance, the tunnels, the chamber itself. It took hours, both of them drawing on deep reserves of power, but when they finished, the Chamber of Secrets was more secure than it had been in a millennium. This won't stop the diary, Harry said as they emerged from the bathroom, both of them exhausted. If someone uses it to possess a student, they could still cause damage even without the basilisk. No. But it limits the threat. Dumbledore placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. You've done remarkable work tonight, Harry. I'm impressed, and, I confess, somewhat unsettled, by the depth of your knowledge. I do what I have to do. You do considerably more than that. The headmaster's eyes were gentle. Whatever you've seen, whatever burdens you carry, know that you don't have to carry them alone. I'm here. Your friends are here. Let us help. Harry nodded, but inside, he knew the truth. Some burdens couldn't be shared. Some knowledge was too heavy for anyone else to bear. But he appreciated the offer. The diary never made it to Hogwarts. Harry learned this in November, when an article in the Daily Prophet reported that Lucius Malfoy's home had been raided by Aurors following an anonymous tip. Among the items seized, a large collection of dark artifacts, several banned books, and a seemingly ordinary diary that had been identified as dangerously cursed. It says here the diary tried to possess one of the Aurors, Hermione read aloud at breakfast. They had to call in unspeakables to contain it. Serves Malfoy right, Ron said with satisfaction. Slimy git. My dad's been trying to catch him for years. Harry ate his eggs and said nothing. He hadn't made the tip himself, that would have been too risky, too easily traced. Instead, he'd mentioned his concerns about the Malfoy family's artifact collection to Borgin during a return visit to Diagon Alley. Borgin, ever the opportunist, had apparently decided that the potential reward for turning in a major dark artifact outweighed the risk of angering a wealthy customer. The diary is in Ministry hands now. They'll destroy it without knowing what it really is, but it'll be destroyed regardless. 2 Horcruxes down. Several more to go. Across the Great Hall, Draco Malfoy sat alone at the Slytherin table, his face pale, his eyes fixed on the Prophet headline. The raid had humiliated his family publicly, stripped away the veneer of respectability Lucius had cultivated for years. For a moment, Harry almost felt sorry for him. Then he remembered what the diary would have done to Ginny, the possession, the terror, the near-death experience, and the sympathy evaporated. You're better off without your father's influence, Harry thought, watching Draco crumble. Even if you don't know it yet. December brought the first snowfall and an invitation Harry hadn't expected. Christmas at the Burrow, he asked, reading the letter Errol had delivered at breakfast. Again. Mum insists, Ron said. She says you're family now, and family spends holidays together. That's, actually really nice. Don't get too excited. She'll try to fatten you up. Says you're too thin. Ron grinned. Though honestly, you could use a few more meals. You still look like a stiff wind would blow you over. Harry looked down at himself. It was true, despite Sirius's best efforts over the summer, he remained slender, his body still recovering from years of deadly neglect. He was stronger than he looked, certainly, but he understood why Molly worried. "Tell her I'd be honored to come." "Already did. She just wanted you to get the official invitation." Ron's grin widened. "Besides, Sirius is coming too." Mum finally forgave him for the whole Pettigrew thing. "Sirius is coming?" Harry's mood brightened considerably. He didn't mention that in his last letter. Surprise, apparently. Remus's idea. Harry smiled. The network was growing, Sirius, Remus, the Weasleys, even Dumbledore now. People he could rely on, allies who knew at least part of the truth. This is how you win a war, Harry thought. Not just with power or knowledge, but with people. With connections. With family. He wrote back to Molly that afternoon, accepting the invitation with genuine warmth. The holidays would be good for him. A chance to rest, to reconnect, to remember what he was fighting for. And after the holidays, back to work. The burrow at Christmas was chaos made manifest. Decorations hung from every surface, enchanted to sparkle and chime. The tree in the corner groaned under the weight of homemade ornaments, each one representing a child or a memory. Molly's cooking filled the house with aromas that made Harry's mouth water, and the constant stream of visitors, friends, relatives, order members, meant there was always someone new to meet. "You look happy," Sirius observed on Christmas Eve, finding Harry by the fire. "It's a good look on you." "I am happy." Harry watched the flames dance. "This place, these people, it feels like home." "That's because it is home. For all of us." Sirius settled into the chair beside him. "The Weasleys, they're good people. The best. When I was in Azkaban, I used to dream about places like this. Warm houses, big families, people who actually cared about each other. Did you ever think you'd have it?" "No. I thought I'd die in that cell, forgotten and alone." Sirius's voice was quiet but steady. "But then you came along. A kid with impossible knowledge and the determination to use it. You gave me my life back, Harry. I'll never forget that. You'd have done the same for me. In a heartbeat." Sirius reached over and gripped Harry's shoulder. "Whatever happens next, whatever challenges we face, remember that you're not alone. You have family now. Real family. And we're not going anywhere." Harry felt tears prick at his eyes and blinked them back. He'd spent so long being strong, being capable, being the one who held everything together. It was strange, almost uncomfortable, to let someone else offer support. But it was also wonderful. "Thank you, Sirius. Don't thank me. Just survive. That's all I ask." Sirius's grip tightened. "Survive, and let me be there for the journey." "I will. I promise." Christmas morning dawned bright and cold. Harry woke to find a pile of presents at the foot of his bed, more than he'd ever received in his first life at this age. Books from Hermione, Quidditch supplies from Ron, a sweater from Molly in deep green that matched his eyes. Sirius had given him a two-way mirror, for emergencies, the note said, and Remus had sent a set of defense books from his own collection. But the present that caught Harry's attention was the one without a tag. It was a small box, plainly wrapped, with no indication of who had sent it. Harry examined it carefully, scanning for curses or tracking spells, before finally opening it. Inside, resting on black velvet, was a ring. Harry's breath caught. He recognized it, the black stone, the gold band, the strange symbol etched into the metal. The resurrection stone, set into Marvolo Gaunt's ring. One of Voldemort's Horcruxes. But how? The ring should be in the Gaunt shack, protected by curses. Who found it? Who sent it to me? A note had been tucked beneath the ring. Harry unfolded it with trembling fingers. You've been busy, Harry Potter. Destroying Horcruxes, sealing chambers, changing things that should not be changed. But you're not the only one who knows about these objects. And you're not the only one who wants to see Voldemort destroyed. Consider this a gift. And a warning. You have allies you don't know about. You also have enemies. Choose your next moves carefully. A friend. Harry stared at the note for a long time. Someone else knew about the Horcruxes. Someone else was working to destroy them, or at least, to get them into Harry's hands. But who? And why? Dumbledore? No, he would have said something. Snape? Possible, but the tone doesn't feel right. Someone from the Department of Mysteries? The Unspeakables have been investigating temporal anomalies. The possibilities spun through Harry's mind, each more unsettling than the last. But one thing was clear, the game had just gotten more complicated. Harry tucked the ring into his pocket, destroyed the note with a whispered incendio, and went downstairs to join his family for Christmas breakfast. He'd deal with this new mystery later. For now, he had presents to open and people to celebrate with. The war could wait a few more hours. Chapter 6 and Chapter 7, The Sorting of Shadows. The ring burned in Harry's pocket like a guilty secret. He'd spent the remainder of the holiday trying to identify his mysterious benefactor, running through every possibility, every potential ally or enemy who might have both the knowledge of Horcruxes and the ability to retrieve one from the Gaunt Shack. The list was distressingly short, and distressingly concerning. Dumbledore was the obvious candidate, but the headmaster's style didn't match the cryptic note. He would have simply handed Harry the ring and explained his reasoning, not played games with anonymous messages. Snape was another possibility. The potions master had been a Death Eater, had access to dark knowledge, and, if Harry's memories were accurate, was secretly working against Voldemort. But Snape's hatred of Harry seemed genuine, deeply rooted in old grudges and older pain. Would he really help the son of his enemy? The Department of Mysteries was Harry's third guess. Croker and his Unspeakables had been investigating temporal anomalies, the ripples Harry's changes were creating in the fabric of reality. They might have detected the Horcruxes, might have decided to accelerate their destruction. Or it could be someone entirely unknown. A wild card Harry hadn't accounted for, a player operating outside all his careful calculations. I hate wild cards, Harry thought grimly, watching the winter landscape blur past the train window. They make everything unpredictable. You're brooding again, Hermione said from across the compartment. You've been doing that all holiday. I've had a lot on my mind. Want to talk about it? Harry considered. Hermione was brilliant, trustworthy, and increasingly involved in his plans. She'd taken the news about the Chamber of Secrets and the Basilisk with remarkable composure, throwing herself into research about Slytherin's monster with her characteristic intensity. But the ring, the Horcrux, that was different. That was soul magic, dark and terrible and potentially corrupting. He wasn't sure he wanted to expose her to it. Not yet, he said finally. But soon. I promise. She studied him for a moment, then nodded. All right. But I'm holding you to that. The spring term brought new challenges. Remus's defense classes were excellent, practical, engaging, focused on real-world application rather than theory. Harry found himself enjoying them even though he already knew most of the material, appreciating the way Remus made complex concepts accessible to students of all skill levels. You're holding back, Remus observed after one class, when the other students had filed out. In the practical exercises. You know more than you're showing. I don't want to draw attention. Understandable. But you're doing yourself a disservice. Remus leaned against his desk. There's a balance, Harry, between hiding your abilities and developing them. If you never push yourself, you'll never grow. I push myself plenty. Just not in public. The room of requirement. Remus smiled at Harry's surprised expression. Sirius mentioned it. Said you spend hours there most nights, practicing spells that would make Aurors jealous. He talks too much. He worries about you. We both do. Remus's expression softened. You carry burdens that no child should carry. Whatever you've seen, whatever you know, it's aged you in ways that aren't visible but are very real. I can handle it. I don't doubt that. But handling something and thriving under it are different things. Remus straightened. I'm here if you need me. Not just as a teacher or an ally, but as a friend. Someone to talk to when the weight gets too heavy. Harry felt the familiar resistance, the instinct to push away offers of help, to maintain the walls he'd built around himself. But Remus's sincerity was impossible to doubt. Thank you, he said quietly. I'll keep that in mind. February brought Valentine's Day and an unexpected complication. Harry was leaving the Great Hall after breakfast when he found himself surrounded by a group of giggling girls, all of them holding cards and sweets and looking at him with expressions of terrifying intensity. Harry Potter. A blonde Hufflepuff stepped forward, her cheeks flushed pink. I wrote you a poem. That's very kind, but, his eyes are as green as a fresh pickled toad, another girl began reciting from a card. His hair is as dark as a blackboard, please stop. Harry held up his hands, backing away. I appreciate the thought, but I'm not really, I don't, give him some space. Hermione appeared at his elbow, her expression fierce. He's clearly uncomfortable. Have some consideration. The group dispersed reluctantly, shooting disappointed looks over their shoulders. Harry sagged with relief. Thanks. I wasn't sure how to handle that. You're famous, Harry. People are going to have feelings about you. Hermione's tone was matter-of-fact, but there was something in her eyes, amusement. Concern, that Harry couldn't quite read. You should probably get used to it. I'd rather face the basilisk again. That can be arranged. Harry laughed despite himself. Fair point. At least the basilisk didn't try to recite poetry at me. They walked to class together, Harry acutely aware of the looks he was still receiving from various students. Fame had always been uncomfortable for him, the boy who lived label felt like a costume he couldn't remove, but this was different. This was personal, romantic, utterly outside his experience. In my first life, I didn't deal with this until much later. Ginny, Cho, everything happened after the war intensified, when there wasn't time for normal teenage drama. But this timeline is different. The war hasn't started yet. And I'm apparently going to have to navigate adolescence while also planning the defeat of a Dark Lord. The thought was exhausting. March brought the first signs of spring and a break in the ring mystery. Harry was in the room of requirement, examining the gaunt ring for the 100th time, when he noticed something he'd missed before. The stone, the resurrection stone, one of the Deathly Hallows, was slightly loose in its setting. And beneath it, invisible unless you knew to look, was a tiny engraving. R.A.B. Harry's heart stopped. Regulus Arcturus Black. Sirius's brother. The Death Eater who turned against Voldemort, who discovered the truth about the Horcruxes, who died trying to destroy the locket. But Regulus was dead. Had been dead for over a decade. He couldn't have sent the ring. Unless someone is continuing his work. Someone who knew about his research, his discoveries, his mission. Someone who's been operating in the shadows all this time, collecting Horcruxes, waiting for the right moment to act. Harry's mind raced through the possibilities. Kreacher had known about Regulus's mission, had been part of it, actually. But Kreacher was bound to Grimmauld Place, unable to retrieve artifacts from protected locations like the Gaunt Shack. Unless he wasn't working alone. Another house elf? A family ally? Someone Regulus trusted with his secrets? The questions multiplied, each one leading to more questions. Harry needed answers, and he knew exactly where to start looking. Kreacher. The house elf appeared with a crack, his expression much more pleasant than it had been a year ago. The transformation continued. Creature had gone from bitter servant to something approaching a loyal ally, his devotion to the Black family memory channeled into service to Harry and Sirius. Master Harry calls for Creature. I need to ask you about something. About Regulus. Creature's face shifted, grief flickering beneath the surface. What does Master Harry wish to know? When Regulus discovered the Horcruxes, when he started working against Voldemort, did he work alone? Or did he have help? The question hung in the air. Creature was silent for a long moment, his large eyes distant with memory. Master Regulus was very careful, Creature said slowly. He knew the Dark Lord had spies everywhere. But there was one person. Someone Master Regulus trusted completely. Who? Creature does not know the name. Master Regulus called them the Scholar. They met in secret, exchanged information, planned together. Creature's voice dropped. The Scholar was supposed to continue the mission if Master Regulus failed. Creature was supposed to help them, but after Master Regulus died, the Scholar disappeared. Creature could not find them. The Scholar. Harry turned the title over in his mind. Do you know anything else about them? What they looked like? Where they came from? Only that they were very old. Very powerful. And very interested in destroying the Dark Lord. Creature paused. They spoke of time, Master Harry. Of events that hadn't happened yet. Creature thought they were mad, but Master Regulus believed them. Harry's blood ran cold. Spoke of time. Events that hadn't happened yet. Another time traveler? Or a seer of some kind? The implications were staggering. If there was another person with knowledge of the future, someone who'd been working against Voldemort for years, possibly decades, then Harry's entire understanding of the situation needed to be revised. Thank you, Creature. You've been very helpful. Creature lives to serve. The elf hesitated. Master Harry, should Creature be worried? About what? About the Scholar. If they are watching, if they know about Master Harry's mission, then they're either an ally or an enemy. Harry's jaw tightened. And I intend to find out which. The search for the Scholar consumed Harry's spare time for weeks. He pored over old records, searching for anyone who might fit the description, old, powerful, interested in temporal magic. The Department of Mysteries seemed like the obvious connection, but Harry's attempts to learn more about the unspeakables hit dead ends at every turn. You're obsessing, Hermione said one evening in the library. I can tell. Your eyes get this intense look when you're fixating on something. I'm not obsessing. I'm investigating. Those are the same thing when you do them. She set down her quill. What is it? What are you looking for? Harry hesitated. He'd been keeping the ring secret, not wanting to involve his friends in something so dangerous. But Hermione's insight had proven valuable before, and he was running out of ideas. Can I show you something? He asked. Something I haven't shown anyone else. Her eyes widened slightly. Of course. He led her to the room of requirement, pacing until the door appeared, stepping inside to the familiar training space. The ring sat on a table in the corner, wrapped in protective enchantments. What is that? Hermione moved closer, her expression sharpening. I can feel it from here. It's dark. Very dark. It's a Horcrux. One of Voldemort's. Her face went pale. Harry, someone sent it to me. Anonymously. Over Christmas. He handed her the note, which he'd reconstructed from memory. They signed it, a friend, but I think they're connected to something much bigger. Hermione read the note, her brow furrowing. This is huge. Someone else knows about the Horcruxes. Someone else is working to destroy them. That's what I'm trying to find out. Harry told her about Creature's revelation, the Scholar, the secret meetings with Regulus, the references to time and future events. By the time he finished, Hermione's face had gone from pale to thoughtful. "A time traveler," she said slowly. "Or at least, someone with knowledge of the future. Like you. That's what I'm afraid of." "Why afraid?" "If they're on our side, but are they?" Harry started pacing. "I don't know their goals, their methods, their agenda. They could be helping me, or they could be manipulating me. Without more information, I can't tell which. So find more information." Hermione's voice was practical. "You're good at research. I'm better. Let me help." Harry stopped pacing. "You want to help investigate a mysterious figure who may or may not be a time traveler working to destroy pieces of Voldemort's soul. When you put it that way, it sounds exciting." She smiled slightly. "Besides, you need a partner for this. Someone to bounce ideas off, to catch things you miss. That's what I'm good at." He couldn't argue with that. "All right. We work together. But we keep this between us, at least until we know more." "Agreed." Hermione extended her hand. "Partners?" Harry shook it. "Partners." April brought progress on multiple fronts. Remus's defense classes had moved into practical dueling, and Harry found himself in demand as a practice partner. His skills, carefully moderated to seem impressive but not impossible for a 12-year-old, earned him respect from classmates and professors alike. "You're very good," Cedric Diggory said after a particularly intense session. The Hufflepuff prefect had been assigned to help supervise, and he'd watched Harry's matches with growing interest. "Better than most students twice your age. I've had good teachers." "It's more than teaching. You move like someone who's been in real fights. Like you know what it's like when the stakes are life and death." Cedric's expression was curious but not suspicious. "Where does that come from?" Harry considered the question. Cedric had died in the original timeline, killed by Wormtail on Voldemort's orders, the first casualty of the Second War. Harry had never gotten to know him well, but he remembered the Hufflepuff's courage, his fairness, his willingness to stand up for what was right. "He deserves better than what happened to him." "They all do." "I've had some close calls," Harry said. "Experiences that made me take my training seriously." "The stuff on the train?" "With Pettigrew?" "Among other things." Cedric nodded slowly. "Well, whatever it is, keep doing it. The world needs more people who can handle themselves in a crisis." He clapped Harry on the shoulder. "See you around, Potter." Harry watched him go, making a mental note to keep an eye on Cedric going forward. The Triwizard Tournament was still years away, if it happened at all in this timeline, but it never hurt to build connections with people who might become allies. The breakthrough on the Scholar came in late April. Hermione had been researching temporal magic, digging through restricted texts she'd convinced Professor Vector to let her access for an independent study project. She'd found references to something called the Chronos Paradox, a theoretical framework for how knowledge of the future might be preserved and transmitted. "Look at this," she said, sliding a book across the table. They were in their usual corner of the library, surrounded by stacks of texts. "This describes a type of magical consciousness that can persist outside normal time. A temporal anchor, they call it." Harry read the passage she'd indicated. The language was dense, academic, but the implications were clear. "A person who's been anchored to a specific point in time," he said slowly. "Who can observe past and future events from a fixed perspective." "Exactly. And according to this, creating such an anchor requires either immense magical power or," she pointed to another line, "direct contact with the forces that govern time itself. The Deathly Hallows." Hermione blinked. "What?" Harry's mind was racing, pieces clicking together. "The Resurrection Stone. The Elder Wand. The Cloak of Invisibility. 3 objects of incredible power, supposedly created by death itself." And I've united them. In the original timeline, I held all three. I became the master of death. What if that's what created this situation? What if someone else achieved something similar, became anchored to time in a way that let them observe events across different timelines? Harry. Hermione's voice was concerned. You've gone pale. I think I know what the scholar is, Harry said. Or at least, what they might be. He told her about the Deathly Hallows, the legend, the reality, his own connection to them. Hermione listened with widening eyes. You're saying someone else united the Hallows? That they became, what, immortal? Outside time? I'm saying it's possible. The Hallows are real, and their power is immense. If someone else achieved what I achieved, even partially, they might have gained abilities that let them persist beyond normal existence. But who? The Hallows have been scattered for centuries. That's what we need to find out. May brought the end-of-year exams and an unexpected message. Harry was finishing breakfast when an owl, a nondescript brown bird, nothing like any he recognized, landed before him and extended its leg. The note attached was brief. The Shrieking Shack. Tonight. Midnight. Come alone. The scholar Harry's heart hammered. The mysterious benefactor, finally making contact. But why now? And why the Shrieking Shack? He spent the day in a state of barely controlled tension, going through the motions of classes while his mind raced ahead to the midnight meeting. Should he tell Sirius? Dumbledore? Bring backup despite the note's instruction to come alone. In the end, he decided to trust his instincts. If the scholar wanted to harm me, they could have done it already. They sent me a Horcrux to destroy, not a trap. That suggests alliance, not enmity. But I'll be prepared for either. The Shrieking Shack lived up to its name. Harry approached through the tunnel under the Whomping Willow, a passage he remembered well from his third year in the original timeline, wand drawn, senses extended for any sign of ambush. The building was dark, silent, filled with the dusty remnants of Remus's transformations from years past. A figure waited in the main room, sitting in a chair that hadn't been there before. Harry couldn't see their face, the shadows were too deep, the moonlight too dim, but he could feel their presence. Old. Powerful. Patient. Harry Potter. The voice was soft, neither male nor female, ageless in a way that made Harry's skin prickle. The boy who died and lived. The child who remembers futures that never were. The scholar, Harry replied. The one who's been watching me. Watching. Helping. Waiting. The figure shifted, and for a moment, Harry caught a glimpse of eyes that seemed to hold starlight. You've done well, Harry. Better than I expected. The locket, the diary, the ring, 3 Horcruxes destroyed. The timeline is already shifting, the possibilities multiplying. Who are you? What do you want? Such simple questions. Such complicated answers. The scholar rose, moving with a grace that seemed to bend the air around them. I am what you might become, Harry. A soul that has touched death and returned. A consciousness that exists outside the normal flow of time. You're a time traveler. Like me. Not exactly. The scholar stepped forward, and Harry finally saw their face. It was a mirror. Not literally, the features were different, older, marked by experiences Harry couldn't imagine. But the eyes were the same. Green as his mother's, ancient as his soul, carrying the weight of impossible knowledge. I'm you, Harry whispered. I was you. Once. In a timeline that no longer exists. The other Harry, the scholar, smiled sadly. I united the Hallows. I defeated Voldemort. I lived a long life, saw my children grow, watched the world change around me. And when I finally died, I didn't move on. I was pulled back, anchored to the moment of my greatest triumph. The master of death. Precisely. Death and I have an understanding. I observe. I guide, occasionally, when the threads become too tangled. But I cannot act directly. Cannot change things myself. That power belongs only to those still living, still bound by mortal concerns. Harry's mind reeled. You've been watching all along. Sending me the Horcruxes, pointing me in the right direction. When possible. The rules are complex, there are things I can influence, things I cannot. But you, the scholar's eyes gleamed, you are a special case. A version of me who returned to change things, not just observe. Who carries active power rather than passive knowledge. Why didn't you contact me sooner? Because you needed to find your own path. Needed to prove that you were capable of the task before I could offer assistance. The scholar's expression turned serious. And because there are forces at work that even I don't fully understand. Things that are, resisting the changes you've made. What forces? Time itself. Fate, if you believe in such things. The universe has a momentum, Harry, a tendency to return to certain patterns. You've disrupted those patterns significantly, but they're fighting back. Pushing events toward outcomes you've worked to prevent. The Horcruxes are being destroyed, yes. But Voldemort will still return. The war will still come. And some deaths, the scholar's voice caught, some deaths may be inevitable, no matter how hard you try to prevent them. Harry felt cold. Which deaths? I don't know. That's the nature of it. The fixed points shift as the timeline changes. What was certain becomes uncertain, what was avoidable becomes inevitable. The scholar stepped back. But I can tell you this, you're on the right path. The changes you've made have created possibilities that didn't exist in my timeline. Keep pushing. Keep fighting. And trust your instincts. That's it. That's all you can tell me. For now. The scholar was fading, their form becoming transparent. We'll meet again, Harry. When the time is right. Until then, remember that you're not alone. You never were. Wait, Harry reached out, but his hand passed through empty air. The scholar was gone. Harry stood alone in the shrieking shack, surrounded by dust and shadows, his mind full of questions that had no answers. Another version of me. A future that no longer exists. A guide I can't fully trust because even they don't understand what's happening. It was terrifying. And somehow, strangely, comforting. He wasn't alone. Not really. Whatever challenges lay ahead, there were forces working alongside him, trying to bend the arc of history towards something better. All right, Harry thought, squaring his shoulders. If the universe wants to fight me, let it. I've faced worse odds before. And I won. He made his way back through the tunnel, mind already turning to the next phase of his plan. The ring was destroyed. The diary was destroyed. The locket was destroyed. 3 down. 4 to go. The war was coming, whether the world was ready or not. But Harry Potter would be ready. He'd make sure of it. Chapter 7 and Chapter 8, The Philosopher's Game. Summer after second year felt different. Harry returned to Grimmauld Place with a head full of revelations and a heart heavy with new uncertainties. The scholar's words echoed in his mind constantly, some deaths may be inevitable, no matter how hard you try to prevent them, a warning that colored everything he did. You're quieter than usual, Sirius observed one evening, finding Harry in the library surrounded by books on temporal magic. Which is saying something, because you're not exactly chatty to begin with. Just thinking. About? Harry closed the book he'd been reading, a dense treatise on the nature of fate and free will. About whether any of this matters. Whether the changes I'm making actually change anything, or just delay the inevitable. Sirius settled into the chair across from him. He looked better than he had a year ago, the hollowness in his cheeks had filled out, the haunted look in his eyes had faded, but traces of Azkaban still lingered. They probably always would. That sounds like the kind of thinking that leads nowhere good, Sirius said. Want to tell me what brought it on? Harry hesitated. The scholar was his secret, his burden to carry. But Sirius had proven himself trustworthy, had kept every confidence Harry had shared. I met someone, Harry said finally. During the school year. Someone who knows about the Horcruxes, about my situation. They've been helping me. Sending me information, pointing me toward resources. Who? That's the complicated part. Harry met Sirius's eyes. It's me. Another version of me, from a timeline that no longer exists. They call themselves the Scholar. Sirius stared at him for a long moment. Then he burst out laughing. I'm sorry, he said, wiping his eyes. I know it's not funny. It's just, only you, Harry. Only you would have a problem like I keep meeting alternate versions of myself. It's not that amusing from where I'm sitting. I'm sure it's not. Sirius sobered, though traces of mirth still played at the corners of his mouth. So this scholar, what did they tell you? Harry recounted the conversation in the shrieking shack. Sirius listened without interrupting, his expression growing more serious as the implications became clear. Fixed points, Sirius said when Harry finished. Inevitable deaths. That's heavy stuff. I know. But you don't know which deaths. Which means you have to assume everything is still worth fighting for. Sirius leaned forward. Harry, listen to me. I spent 12 years believing that nothing I did mattered, that my life was over, that hope was a luxury I couldn't afford. It nearly destroyed me. Don't make the same mistake. I'm not giving up. I'm just worried. I know. But worry is a waste of energy if it doesn't lead to action. Sirius's voice was firm. You've already changed things. Pettigrew is in Azkaban. I'm free. The diary and the locket and the ring are destroyed. That's not nothing. It's not enough either. It's never enough. That's the nature of the fight. Sirius stood, gripping Harry's shoulder. But you keep fighting anyway. Because the alternative is surrender, and we Potters don't surrender. Neither do we Blacks, for that matter, even the non-terrible ones. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. Not hope, exactly, that felt too fragile, but determination. The stubborn refusal to give up that had carried him through his first life and would carry him through this one. You're right, he said. I know you're right. I usually am. It's one of my many excellent qualities. Sirius grinned. Now come on. Dinner's in an hour, and creatures making that lamb thing you like. You can brood more on a full stomach. July brought Harry's 13th birthday and an unexpected gift. Dumbledore arrived at Grimmauld Place in person, his robes a vibrant purple that seemed out of place in the dark house. He carried a package wrapped in plain brown paper, which he presented to Harry with a slight bow. Happy birthday, Harry. I thought this might be of use to you. Harry unwrapped the package carefully, half expecting another cryptic artifact or puzzle. Instead, he found a book, old, leather-bound, clearly valuable. Advanced Theories of Soul Magic, a comprehensive study, Professor, I know what you're facing. Dumbledore's voice was quiet but intense. The Horcruxes, the connection to Voldemort, the piece of his soul that resides within your scar. I've been researching alternatives, Harry. Ways to separate the soul fragment from you without requiring drastic measures. Harry's breath caught. You found something? I found possibilities. The magic is complex, dangerous, even, but not impossible. Dumbledore settled into a chair, suddenly looking every one of his considerable years. I should have told you sooner. Should have shared my research instead of keeping it to myself. That was a mistake. One of many, Harry said, then immediately regretted it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean, you meant exactly what you said, and you were right to say it. Dumbledore's smile was sad. I've made many mistakes where you're concerned, Harry. Kept secrets that should have been shared, made decisions that should have been yours to make. I'm trying to do better. Why the change? Because you've shown me that you're capable of handling the truth. More than capable, you're thriving with it. The old ways, the careful management of information, the assumption that adults always know best, those approaches failed you. It's time to try something different. Harry studied the headmaster's face, looking for deception, for manipulation. He found only sincerity, and beneath it, something that might have been shame. "Thank you," Harry said finally. "For the book. And for being honest. Thank you for giving me the opportunity." Dumbledore rose. "Read the section on sympathetic soul separation. I believe it may be relevant to your situation." And Harry, "Yes. Whatever happens, know that I'm proud of you. Prouder than I have words to express." He left before Harry could respond, disappearing into the floor with a swirl of purple robes. Sirius emerged from the kitchen, where he'd been eavesdropping with predictable shamelessness. "Well," he said. "That was unexpected." "Yeah." Harry looked down at the book in his hands. "Yeah, it was." The summer passed in a blur of research and training. Harry threw himself into the soul magic texts, cross-referencing Dumbledore's gift with other sources, building a theoretical framework for separating the Horcrux from his scar. The process was complex, requiring a delicate balance of destructive and protective magic, but it was possible. At least in theory. "You'd need someone else to cast the primary spell," Hermione said during one of her visits to Grimmauld Place. She'd become a regular presence over the summer, her parents convinced that she was attending advanced tutoring at a friend's house. "The soul fragment is connected to your magical core. If you tried to separate it yourself, you might destabilize the whole system." "I know. That's the tricky part." "The tricky part?" "Harry, this entire procedure sounds like one wrong move could kill you." "It could." Harry met her eyes steadily. "But the alternative is carrying a piece of Voldemort's soul in my head for the rest of my life. And eventually, he's going to figure out how to use that connection against me." Hermione's expression shifted through several emotions: fear, frustration, reluctant acceptance. "You've made up your mind," she said. "I made up my mind months ago. I've just been waiting until I had enough information to proceed." "And do you have enough information?" Harry considered the question. He had the theoretical framework, the necessary spells, a rough understanding of the risks involved. What he didn't have was certainty, the absolute confidence that this would work. But he'd never had certainty. Not in this life, not in the last. He'd learned to act on probability, on calculated risk, on the best information available. "I have enough," he said. "But I need help. Someone powerful enough to cast the separation spell, knowledgeable enough to adjust if something goes wrong." "Dumbledore." "That's who I was thinking, yes." Hermione nodded slowly. "When?" "After third year starts. I need time to prepare, to make sure everything is in place." Harry paused. "And I need to destroy the remaining Horcruxes first. If something goes wrong, if I die, I want to know that the war can still be won without me." "Harry, I'm not being fatalistic. I'm being practical." He managed a smile. "Besides, I have no intention of dying. I've done that once already. It was overrated." September brought the return to Hogwarts and a new defense against the dark arts professor. Remus had resigned at the end of second year, his condition had been discovered, and despite Dumbledore's support, he'd decided that the controversy wasn't worth the distraction from more important work. He'd moved into Grimmauld Place full-time, joining the informal team that Harry was assembling. The new professor was a surprise. Alastor Moody, Dumbledore announced at the start of term feast. A veteran Auror and one of the finest defensive minds in the wizarding world. Harry studied the man at the head table with mixed feelings. In the original timeline, the real Moody had been captured and impersonated by Barty Crouch Jr. for an entire year. This Moody, scarred, paranoid, magical eye spinning constantly, seemed genuine enough. But Harry would be watching closely. "He looks terrifying," Ron muttered. "He's supposed to," Harry replied. "That's kind of the point." Moody's classes proved to be as intense as his reputation suggested. He covered material that most schools wouldn't touch until Newt level: unforgivable curses, dark creature defense, psychological warfare, with a bluntness that left many students shaken. "Constant vigilance" became his catchphrase, bellowed at random moments to keep everyone off balance. Harry found himself enjoying the classes despite his wariness. Moody's approach was practical, focused on survival rather than theory. And unlike most professors, he seemed to recognize that Harry was operating at a different level. "Potter," Moody growled after one class, his magical eye fixed on Harry while his natural eye watched the departing students. "Stay a moment." Harry waited as the room emptied. When they were alone, Moody cast a series of privacy wards with practiced efficiency. "Dumbledore told me about you," Moody said. "About the visions, the knowledge, the mission you're on." "He told you?" "We've been friends for 50 years. He tells me most things." Moody's scarred face twisted into something that might have been a smile. "You've got good instincts, Potter. Better than any 13-year-old should have. But instincts aren't enough. You need training. Real training, not the watered-down stuff they teach in classrooms." "Are you offering?" "I'm offering. Tuesday and Thursday nights, my office. We work on combat magic, the kind that keeps you alive when someone's trying to kill you." Moody's magical eye spun to look behind him, checking for listeners. "Dumbledore suggested it. Said you'd need every edge you could get for what's coming." Harry considered the offer. Moody was one of the most experienced fighters in the wizarding world. If anyone could help him prepare for Voldemort's return, it was him. "I'll be there," Harry said. "Good." Moody clapped him on the shoulder with a scarred hand. "Now get to your next class. And Potter, constant vigilance." The extra training sessions were brutal. Moody didn't believe in going easy on students. He threw curses at Harry without warning, forced him to duel while sleep-deprived, set up ambushes in dark corridors to test his reflexes. More than once, Harry ended up in the hospital wing with injuries that Madame Pomfrey healed with tight-lipped disapproval. "This is insane," Ron said, watching Harry limp back from a particularly intense session. "Moody's actually trying to kill you. He's trying to make me unkillable." Harry collapsed onto his bed. "There's a difference." "Is there?" "Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like you're getting beaten up twice a week for no good reason. The reason is that Voldemort is still out there. When he comes back, and he will come back, I need to be ready." Harry closed his eyes. Moody's methods are extreme, but they work. "I'm better than I was a month ago. Faster, more creative, better at fighting through pain." "And what about your classes? Your other responsibilities?" "I'm managing." "Are you?" Ron's voice was unusually serious. "Harry, you're running yourself into the ground. Training with Moody, researching soul magic, planning whatever you're planning with the Horcruxes. When's the last time you actually relaxed?" Harry tried to remember. It had been a while. Weeks, at least. "I'll relax when the war is over. That's what my mum said about housework. She still hasn't relaxed, and we've lived in the Burrow for 20 years. Despite his exhaustion, Harry laughed. "Fair point. Look, I know I'm not Hermione. I'm not going to give you a lecture about self-care or whatever. But you're my best mate, and I'm worried about you." Ron's ears were red. He always got embarrassed when conversations turned serious. "Just, don't forget that you have people who care about you. People who want you to survive this, not just win it." Harry opened his eyes, looking at his friend, this loyal, straightforward boy who'd stood beside him through so much in both timelines. Thanks, Ron. Yeah, well. Ron looked away. Don't make it weird. October brought a development Harry hadn't anticipated. The Triwizard Tournament was announced. A legendary competition between Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang, Dumbledore proclaimed at dinner. Revived after centuries, with enhanced safety measures and proper oversight. Harry's blood ran cold. The tournament. It's happening earlier than it should. 2 years earlier. Why? What changed? He caught Dumbledore's eye across the Great Hall. The headmaster's expression was neutral, but there was something behind it, awareness, perhaps, or concern. After dinner, Harry made his way to the headmaster's office. You wanted to see me, Dumbledore said as Harry entered. I expected you would. The tournament. Why is it happening now? International pressure, partly. The schools have been negotiating for years, and the political climate finally aligned. Dumbledore removed his half-moon spectacles, cleaning them slowly. But I suspect you're asking whether this relates to Voldemort. Does it? I don't know. The admission clearly cost Dumbledore something. In your visions, the original timeline, when did the tournament occur? 4th year. It was used to resurrect Voldemort. The cup was turned into a portkey that transported me to a graveyard where he was waiting. Dumbledore's face went grey. Cedric Diggory. He died there. Killed by Wormtail on Voldemort's orders. Harry's voice was flat, controlled. But that can't happen now. Wormtail is in Azkaban. The plan, whatever it was, has been disrupted. Unless they've found another way. Dumbledore's eyes were troubled. The tournament draws competitors from across Europe. Students, officials, reporters, hundreds of people with access to Hogwarts. If someone wanted to infiltrate the school, this would be an ideal opportunity. Then we need to be prepared. Watch for anyone acting suspiciously, monitor the Goblet of Fire for tampering, the goblet will be warded heavily. I'll see to it personally. Dumbledore replaced his spectacles. But Harry, you must not enter this tournament. Whatever happens, whatever temptation presents itself, I know. The age line will keep out anyone under 17 anyway. Age lines can be fooled. Binding magical contracts cannot. Dumbledore's voice was urgent. If your name comes out of that goblet, you will be compelled to compete. No exceptions, no appeals. Do you understand? I understand. But even as he said it, Harry felt a cold certainty settle in his stomach. Something was going to happen. The tournament was a trap, a carefully constructed opportunity for someone to strike. And despite all his preparations, all his knowledge, he couldn't see exactly where the danger would come from. The timeline is shifting, he thought. The fixed points are changing. And I'm not sure if that's good or bad. The delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang arrived in November. Harry watched their entrance from the Gryffindor table, the massive flying carriage, the ship rising from the lake, and felt the familiar mix of wonder and wariness. These students were potential allies or potential threats, and he couldn't tell which until he knew them better. Victor Krum drew the most attention, of course. The Bulgarian seeker was already famous, and his brooding presence at the Slytherin table, where Durmstrang was seated, generated constant whispers. Fleur Delacour was almost as notable, beautiful in a way that wasn't quite human, her Vila heritage obvious to anyone paying attention. Harry watched his classmates go slack-jawed around her and felt only mild annoyance. Focus, he reminded himself. The tournament is a distraction. Keep your eyes on the real goal. But the Goblet of Fire commanded attention regardless. It sat in the entrance hall, blue flames dancing within, waiting for champions to feed it their names. Harry passed it twice a day on his way to meals, and each time he felt its magic reaching out, testing, evaluating. Binding magical contract, he reminded himself. Whatever happens, stay away from that thing. The night before the selection, Harry found himself alone in the entrance hall, staring at the goblet. "You feel it too," a voice said behind him. Harry spun, wand half drawn, to find Fleur Delacour watching him with curious eyes. "Feel what?" "The magic. The pull." She moved closer, her silvery hair catching the firelight. "The goblet wants something from you. I can see it reaching. You can see magic. Part of my heritage. Vila are sensitive to magical flows, especially when they're this concentrated." She tilted her head. "You're Harry Potter. And you're Fleur Delacour. We know each other's names. That's a start." She smiled slightly. "You're not what I expected, Harry Potter. The stories make you sound like a hero from a fairy tale. But you look more like a soldier." "I'm just a student." "No. You're not." Her eyes, impossibly blue, almost luminescent, met his. "I've seen soldiers before. Men who fought and killed and carry that weight in their souls. You have that look." Harry didn't know how to respond. Fleur's perception was unsettling, cutting through the masks he normally wore. "I've had some difficult experiences," he said finally. "I imagine you have." She turned back to the goblet. "Be careful, Harry Potter. The tournament is not what it seems. There are forces at work here that even Dumbledore doesn't fully understand." "What do you know?" "Only impressions. Feelings. The magic here is twisted, disturbed in ways I can't explain." She moved toward the doors. "Watch your back. And don't trust the goblet." She left before Harry could ask any more questions. Don't trust the goblet. As if he needed the warning. But Fleur's words stayed with him through the night, adding to the unease that had been building since the tournament was announced. Something was coming. Something dangerous. And Harry had the terrible feeling that this time, he couldn't see it coming. The selection ceremony was held the following evening. The great hall was packed, every seat filled, every space occupied by students eager to see which of their classmates would become champions. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione, watching the goblet with wary eyes. Dumbledore rose to begin the ceremony. The goblet's flames turned red, and the first name shot out. The champion for Durmstrang is Victor Krum. Cheers from the Slytherin table as Krum rose and walked to the side chamber. The flames turned red again. The champion for Beauxbatons is Fleur Delacour. Harry caught Fleur's eye as she passed. She gave him a small nod, "Be careful," before disappearing through the door. A third name. The champion for Hogwarts is Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff table erupted. Cedric, looking surprised but pleased, made his way to the chamber. Dumbledore began his closing remarks. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. "It's over. I'm not in it. The danger has." The goblet's flames turned red again. Silence fell. Everyone stared at the fire as it spat out a fourth piece of parchment. Dumbledore caught it, his face going pale as he read the name. Harry Potter. No. The word echoed in Harry's mind as he rose, as he walked toward the headmaster on legs that felt like they belonged to someone else. No, no, no. This wasn't supposed to happen. I didn't enter. I didn't, Harry Potter, Dumbledore repeated, his voice barely above a whisper. Did you put your name in the goblet of fire? No, sir. Did you ask an older student to do it for you? No, sir. Dumbledore's eyes searched Harry's face, looking for deception. They found only truth. Nevertheless, Dumbledore said, his voice heavy with resignation, the goblet has spoken. You are bound by a magical contract to compete. The hall exploded into noise, shock, outrage, accusations. But Harry barely heard any of it. He was in the tournament. Bound by unbreakable magic to compete in tasks designed to kill. And somewhere out there, whoever had done this was watching. Waiting. Constant vigilance, Moody's voice echoed in his mind. Harry had been vigilant. He'd been careful, prepared, paranoid. It hadn't been enough. The game had just changed, and for once, Harry was playing catch-up. Chapter 8 and Chapter 9, The Heir's Shadow. The side chamber erupted into chaos the moment Harry entered. Cedric looked confused. Fleur looked knowing, her earlier warning validated in the worst possible way. Crumb just looked annoyed, his heavy brow furrowed as he studied the unexpected fourth champion. What is the meaning of this? Madame Maxime's voice boomed through the small space. Hogwarts cannot have two champions. A clear attempt to gain advantage, Karkaroff added, his dark eyes glittering with suspicion. Potter is too young to have entered himself. Someone did this for him, someone who wants Hogwarts to have better odds. I assure you, Igor, that is not the case. Dumbledore entered the chamber, his face grave. Harry did not enter his name. He was as surprised as anyone. Then how do you explain? I cannot explain it. Not yet. Dumbledore's voice carried an edge that silenced the foreign headmasters. But the goblet has spoken. The contract is binding. Harry will compete. Moody limped in behind Dumbledore, his magical eye spinning wildly. Someone put Potter's name in that goblet, he growled. Someone who wants him in this tournament. Question is, why? To kill him, obviously. Karkaroff's sneer was ugly. The boy who lived, dying in a tragic tournament accident. It would be quite the statement. Or to get him alone, Moody countered. Away from the castle, away from protection. The tasks take champions to isolated locations. Perfect opportunity for an ambush. Harry listened to the argument with half his attention. The other half was racing through possibilities, analyzing threats, trying to understand who had done this and what they hoped to achieve. Voldemort's people. It has to be. The original plan was to use the tournament to resurrect him. But Wormtail is in prison, who else could be working for him? Crouch Jr. He was supposed to be dead, but in the original timeline, his father broke him out of Azkaban. Could that have happened here too? Harry. Dumbledore's voice cut through his thoughts. Do you have any idea who might have done this? No, sir. But Professor Moody is right, someone wanted me in this tournament. And given my history, I think we can guess their general motivation. Voldemort. Dumbledore said the name calmly, but the foreign headmasters flinched. He's gone, Karkaroff said quickly. Dead and buried. He's neither. Harry met Karkaroff's eyes. He's out there, somewhere, waiting. And someone who serves him just put me in a position where I'm vulnerable. The silence that followed was heavy with implication. Then we must be vigilant, Dumbledore said finally. Harry will compete, he has no choice, but he will be protected. Watched. And when this is over, we will find who did this and ensure they face justice. It was a nice sentiment. Harry didn't believe it would be that simple. The first task was dragons. Harry learned this through a combination of Hagrid's indiscretion, a midnight trip to the Forbidden Forest revealed the nesting mothers, and his own reconnaissance. Moody's magical eye could see through solid objects, and Harry had borrowed it for an hour of cleaning. For dragons. For champions. Get past them to retrieve a golden egg. This is insane, Hermione said when Harry told her. Dragons are class XXXXX creatures. One wrong move and you're dead. Hence the tournament designed to test the limits of magical ability. Harry was examining a diagram of dragon anatomy, looking for weaknesses. The good news is, I've faced worse. When? When have you faced anything worse than a dragon? The basilisk, 4-1. And Voldemort himself, technically. Hermione opened her mouth to argue, then closed it. She'd gotten used to Harry's impossible experiences, but they still caught her off guard sometimes. What's your plan? I'm still working on it. But I have some ideas. The ideas coalesced over the following week. Harry practiced summoning charms until he could call objects from across the castle. He studied dragon behavior, looking for patterns he could exploit. And he spent hours in the room of requirement, running through scenarios, testing his reflexes, preparing for combat. In the original timeline, I summoned my broomstick. Out flew the dragon, grabbed the egg. It worked, but it was risky, one wrong move and I'd have been incinerated. This time, I want something more elegant. The solution came to him 3 days before the task. Dragons were resistant to most magic, their hide deflected spells, their fire could burn through shields. But their eyes were vulnerable. And their nesting instincts could be exploited. Harry spent the remaining time refining his approach, practicing the spells he'd need, building contingencies in case things went wrong. They will go wrong, he reminded himself. They always do. The question is whether I can adapt fast enough. The morning of the first task dawned cold and grey. Harry ate breakfast mechanically, ignoring the stares and whispers from around the great hall. The other students had divided into camps, those who believed he'd cheated his way into the tournament, those who thought he was a victim of sabotage, and those who just wanted to see what would happen. "Good luck," Hermione said, her face pale with worry. "Please don't die." "I'll do my best." "That's not reassuring." Ron clapped him on the shoulder. "You've got this, mate. You've done crazier things." "That's also not reassuring." But Harry appreciated their support, even if he couldn't fully absorb it through the wall of focused calm he'd built around himself. This was combat mode, the mental state that shut out everything except the task at hand. The champions gathered in a tent at the edge of the arena. Harry could hear the crowd beyond the canvas walls, thousands of voices buzzing with anticipation. "Welcome, champions." Bartemius Crouch Sr. looked even more haggard than Harry remembered, the stress of the tournament, or something else. "You will each face a nesting mother dragon. Your objective is to retrieve the golden egg she guards. The order will be determined by drawing from this bag." Harry drew the Hungarian horntail. Of course. The most dangerous dragon in the competition. Someone really wants me dead. Cedric went first, using transfiguration to distract his Swedish short snout. He succeeded, though not without burns. Fleur faced the common Welsh green, using her Vela allure in combination with a sleeping charm. Elegant, but the dragon woke before she reached the egg, and she barely escaped. Crumb took the Chinese fireball, using a conjunctivitis curse on its eyes. Effective but crude, the blinded dragon stumbled into its own nest, nearly crushing the eggs. Then it was Harry's turn. He walked into the arena, wand drawn, every sense alert. The horntail crouched over her nest, yellow eyes tracking his movement, tail spiked with lethal barbs. Beautiful, some part of Harry thought. Terrible and beautiful. He raised his wand. Accio firebolt. The broomstick came screaming from the castle, arriving in seconds. Harry mounted in one smooth motion, kicking off from the ground as the horntail's first burst of flame scorched the spot where he'd been standing. But he didn't fly toward the egg. Not yet. Instead, he climbed. Higher and higher, circling above the arena, drawing the dragon's attention upward. The horntail roared, straining against the chain that anchored her to the ground. Come on, Harry thought. Follow me. Forget about the nest. The dragon's head tracked him, fire building in her throat. Harry dove, pulling up at the last second, close enough to feel the heat of her flames. Then he climbed again, spiraling, erratic, impossible to predict. The horntail was getting frustrated. Her focus narrowed to the annoying creature that kept taunting her, kept evading her attacks. She forgot about the eggs, forgot about everything except the prey that wouldn't hold still. Harry watched for the moment, the split second when the dragon's attention was entirely on him, when her body was twisted around trying to track his movement. Now. He dove again, but this time he didn't pull up. He shot past the dragon's head, close enough to see the individual scales, and headed straight for the nest. The horntail spun to follow, but she was too slow. Harry's hand closed around the golden egg just as the chain snapped taut, jerking the dragon back. He soared out of the arena, egg clutched to his chest, the crowd exploding into cheers behind him. "That was brilliant," Ron said afterward, his face flushed with excitement. "The way you pulled that dive, I thought you were done for." "Calculated risk. Calculated nearly getting yourself killed, more like." Harry smiled slightly. "Same thing, sometimes." The scores put Harry in first place, tied with Crumb. He didn't care about the scores. What he cared about was the egg, the clue to the second task, and more importantly, what the second task might reveal about whoever had entered him in the tournament. The egg screamed when he opened it. A horrible, piercing wail that drove everyone from the common room and gave Harry a headache that lasted for hours. "It's a code," Hermione said later, examining the egg with scholarly interest. "Some kind of message that sounds like screaming in air. But in a different medium, water, maybe, it might be comprehensible." Water. Harry considered this. The lake. The prefect's bathroom has a large pool. You could test it there. Harry did, slipping into the bathroom after hours with the egg and his invisibility cloak. The password, obtained through careful observation of Percy's habits, was "Pine Fresh." He submerged the egg and opened it. Instead of screams, he heard singing, ethereal, haunting, in a language that was almost but not quite English. "Come seek us where our voices sound, we cannot sing above the ground, and while you're searching, ponder this, we've taken what you'll sorely miss." Mere people. The second task would involve the lake. Harry surfaced, mind already working through the implications. Taken what you'll sorely miss, they were going to use hostages. People Harry cared about, endangered to raise the stakes. In the original timeline, they took Ron. Who will they take this time? The list of possibilities was longer now. Ron, Hermione, Sirius, Remus, any of them could be chosen. And if something went wrong, if Harry failed to reach them in time. "I won't fail," he told himself firmly. "I didn't come back to this timeline just to lose people to a stupid tournament." But the worry remained, a cold knot in his stomach that wouldn't dissolve. December brought the Yule Ball and a new kind of pressure. "You have to attend," McGonagall informed him during a meeting about his tournament obligations. "Champions open the dancing. It's tradition. I have to dance. You have to dance. And you need a partner." Harry's first thought was to ask Hermione, she was his closest female friend, and it would be comfortable. But when he found her in the library, she was already deep in conversation with Crumb, the two of them laughing over some shared joke. Interesting, Harry thought, filing the observation away. His second thought was Fleur, but she'd already been asked by at least a dozen students, all of whom she'd refused. In the end, he asked Ginny Weasley. "Me?" She looked genuinely shocked. "But you're smart, you're brave, and you won't spend the whole evening gushing about how famous I am." Harry smiled slightly. "I'd consider it a personal favor." Ginny's face went through several colors before settling on a determined red. "All right. Yes. I'll go with you. Thank you." The ball itself was, surprisingly nice. Harry had never been much for formal events, but there was something pleasant about the Great Hall transformed, about the music and the lights and the general atmosphere of celebration. He danced with Ginny, who proved to be an excellent partner, made polite conversation with foreign dignitaries, and managed to avoid any major social disasters. "You clean up well," Fleur observed during a lull in the festivities. She'd spent most of the evening surrounded by admirers, but she'd slipped away to find Harry. "Thanks. You look." Harry searched for adequate words and failed. "Very nice." Such flattery. But she was smiling. "Have you figured out the egg yet?" "Mere people. Lake. Hostages. Quick work. Her expression turned serious. Be careful with the second task. The lake holds more than mere people, there are creatures down there that haven't seen the surface in centuries. Speaking from experience. Family history. Vila and water don't always mix well. She glanced across the room, where Crumb was leading Hermione through a waltz. Your friend seems happy. She does. Harry followed her gaze. It's good to see. Enjoy these moments, Harry Potter. The calm before storms. She drifted away before he could respond, leaving him with the distinct feeling that she knew more than she was saying. January brought intensive preparation for the second task. Harry had several advantages. He knew the challenge involved underwater survival, he knew a hostage would be taken, and he had months to prepare. The disadvantage was that he wasn't entirely sure how to breathe underwater for an extended period. Gillyweed was the obvious solution, he remembered it from the original timeline, but he wanted backups. Multiple approaches, contingency plans, ways to adapt if things went wrong. The bubblehead charm, Hermione suggested during one of their research sessions. It creates an air pocket around your head. Effective for up to an hour if cast properly. Too vulnerable. One hit and the charm fails. Transfiguration, then. Partial self-transfiguration to give yourself gills. Complex, and I'd need to practice. What else? They worked through options systematically, testing spells, acquiring ingredients, building a toolkit of underwater survival techniques. By the end of January, Harry felt reasonably confident. But the hostage question remained. They won't actually hurt anyone, Hermione assured him. The tournament has safety protocols. The hostages are just motivation. In theory. But someone put my name in the goblet for a reason. If they're planning to strike during the second task, the hostage becomes a liability. You think someone will try to kill whoever they take? I think I can't afford to assume they won't. The conversation left Hermione visibly shaken. She'd known, intellectually, about the dangers Harry faced. But the specifics, someone she might know, endangered as part of a scheme to hurt Harry, made it real in ways it hadn't been before. I'll be careful, Harry promised. Whatever happens, I'll get them out. I know you will. I just wish you didn't have to. The morning of the second task, Harry learned who the hostage was. Ron was missing. He never came to breakfast, Neville reported, looking worried. I checked the dormitory, his bed was empty. Ron. They took Ron. Harry felt the familiar cold settle over him, the combat focus, the elimination of everything except the mission. His best friend was at the bottom of the lake, surrounded by mere people, potentially in danger from whoever had engineered this tournament. I will get him out. Whatever it takes. The champions gathered at the lake's edge, the February cold biting through their robes. Harry had already taken the gillyweed, disgusting, but effective, and could feel the gills forming on his neck, the webbing growing between his fingers. Champions, your task is simple, Dumbledore announced. Each of you has had something precious taken and placed at the bottom of the lake. You have 1 hour to retrieve it. Exceed the time limit and you forfeit. The cannon fired. Harry dove. The lake was dark and cold, visibility limited to a few feet. Harry used a modified lumos to light his way, the blue glow revealing a landscape of underwater vegetation and strange rock formations. He swam with purpose, following the direction he'd determined through careful research. The Merepeople village lay in the deepest part of the lake, marked by ancient structures that predated Hogwarts itself. Grindylows attacked twice, small, vicious creatures that tried to drag him down. Harry dealt with them efficiently, stunning spells cutting through the water with reduced power but sufficient effect. The village appeared after 20 minutes of swimming. Stone buildings, decorated with shells and bones, surrounded a central plaza where 4 figures floated in enchanted sleep. Ron. Hermione, for Crumb. A young girl who looked like Fleur's sister. And Cho Chang, who Harry assumed was Cedric's connection. Harry reached Ron first, using a cutting spell to sever the ropes that bound him. His friend drifted free, still unconscious, and Harry caught him. But he hesitated. The others. If something goes wrong, if the other champions don't make it, in the original timeline, Harry had worried about this. Had tried to save everyone, nearly drowned because of it. The memory was vivid, the fear still fresh. I can't leave them. Not when I don't know what's really happening here. He moved to Hermione, cutting her ropes as well. Then Fleur's sister, Gabrielle. The mere people were watching now, their expressions unreadable, but they made no move to interfere. Harry Potter saves more than his own, one of them said, her voice a strange underwater melody. This will be noted. He didn't have time to consider what that meant. With 3 unconscious people in tow, Harry began the long swim to the surface. The gillyweed's effect started to fade halfway up. His gills began to seal, his webbed fingers returning to normal. The hostages were dragging him down, their weight becoming an anchor. Keep moving. Keep pushing. You've survived worse. His lungs burned. His vision darkened at the edges. But he could see the surface now, light filtering down through the water, freedom just out of reach. Harry broke through with a gasp, dragging the hostages up with him. Hands reached down, Moody, Dumbledore, others, pulling them onto the dock. All 3, someone said in wonder. He saved all 3. Harry collapsed onto the wooden planks, coughing up water, every muscle screaming in protest. You're insane, Ron said when he woke up, still dripping on the dock. Completely mental. You could have died. Didn't though. That's not the point. But Ron was smiling, and Hermione was crying, and Fleur was hugging her sister so tightly it looked painful. Harry had saved them. All of them. For now, that was enough. The judges conferred for a long time. When they finally announced the scores, Harry was in first place, not for speed, Cedric had retrieved Cho faster, but for moral fiber, and outstanding determination to rescue all hostages. You're either the bravest person I've ever met or the stupidest, Moody said afterward. Possibly both. I couldn't leave them. Not knowing what I know. And what do you know, Potter? Moody's magical eye fixed on him. What exactly are you expecting to happen? Harry met his gaze. I know that someone put me in this tournament for a reason. I know they're probably planning to strike during one of the tasks. And I know that leaving potential victims at the bottom of a lake while enemies are circling seemed like a bad idea. Logical enough. Moody grunted. You've got good instincts. Don't let them get you killed. I'm trying not to. The third task loomed ahead, the final challenge, the maze, whatever trap was waiting at its center. Harry had 2 months to prepare. 2 months to figure out who had entered him, what they were planning, and how to stop them. Constant vigilance, he reminded himself. And maybe a little luck. Chapter 9 and Chapter 10, the prisoner returns. The weeks between the second and third tasks passed in a blur of preparation and paranoia. Harry threw himself into training with renewed intensity, spending every spare moment in the room of requirement or with Moody in his private sessions. The maze would be filled with obstacles, magical creatures, enchantments, traps, and he needed to be ready for anything. But the physical preparation was only part of it. The real question, the one that kept Harry awake at night, was who had entered him in the tournament and what they were planning for the final task. It has to be someone inside Hogwarts, Hermione reasoned during one of their strategy sessions. The goblet was heavily warded. Only someone with access to the castle could have tampered with it. Someone powerful enough to fool an ancient magical artifact, Harry added. That narrows the list considerably. Dumbledore, obviously. But he wouldn't, no. He wouldn't. Moody has the skills. And he's new to the castle this year. Harry had considered this. In the original timeline, it hadn't been Moody at all, it had been Barty Crouch Jr., using Polyjuice Potion to impersonate the Auror. But Harry had been watching Moody carefully for months, and he'd seen nothing to suggest the man wasn't who he claimed to be. Unless I'm missing something. Unless the impersonation is better this time. I need to verify Moody's identity, Harry said. Definitively. How? We can't exactly ask him to prove he's not a polyjuiced imposter. No. But there are other ways. The plan was delicate. Harry approached Dumbledore first, explaining his concerns without revealing the full extent of his knowledge. The headmaster listened with grave attention. You suspect Alastor is not who he claims to be? I suspect that someone capable of fooling the Goblet of Fire is capable of other deceptions. And Moody is the most logical target, new to the castle, trusted, with access to me. A reasonable concern. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. How would you propose to verify his identity? There's a spell, Hominum Revelio, but modified. It can detect the magical signature of Polyjuice Potion, even hours after consumption. You've researched this. I research everything. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, but there was something sharper beneath the amusement. Very well. We'll conduct the test together, discreetly, so as not to alert anyone who might be watching. The test was performed the following evening, during one of Harry's training sessions. Dumbledore appeared partway through, claiming to check on Harry's progress, and cast the modified spell while Moody's attention was elsewhere. The result was negative. No Polyjuice signature. Satisfied? Moody growled, his magical eye having tracked the spell despite his apparent distraction. I know what you're looking for, Potter. Not stupid. I had to be sure. Course you did. Anyone who wasn't sure would be a fool. Moody's scarred face twisted into something like approval. Keep that paranoia. It'll keep you alive. Harry nodded, relieved but still unsettled. If it wasn't Moody, then who? The answer came from an unexpected source. 2 weeks before the third task, Harry received a message through Sirius's two-way mirror. Emergency meeting, Sirius said, his face pale in the mirror's surface. Grimmauld Place. Tonight. Bring Dumbledore if you can. Harry showed Dumbledore the message. The headmaster's expression grew grave. I'll arrange a portkey. We leave in 1 hour. Grimmauld Place was tense when they arrived. Sirius paced the kitchen, Remus sat at the table looking drawn, and Creature hovered in the shadows, more agitated than Harry had ever seen him. What's happened? Harry asked. There's been a breakout, Sirius said. Azkaban. Last night. Harry's blood ran cold. Who? Bellatrix Lestrange. Rodolphus Lestrange. Rabastan Lestrange. Antonin Dolohov. Sirius's voice was tight with controlled fury. And Barty Crouch Jr., the name hit Harry like a physical blow. In the original timeline, Crouch Jr. had been the one to put Harry's name in the goblet, the one who'd orchestrated the tournament trap, the one who'd sent Harry to Voldemort. I thought Crouch Jr. was dead, Hermione said. She'd insisted on coming, refusing to be left behind. The records say he died in Azkaban years ago. The records were falsified. Remus's voice was heavy. His father broke him out, kept him hidden under the Imperius curse. We only learned the truth when we started investigating the Azkaban incident. The Dementors, Dumbledore said quietly. They've abandoned the Ministry. Not just abandoned. They've joined him. Sirius stopped pacing. Voldemort. He's back, or close to it. The Dementors wouldn't defect unless they sensed his power returning. Harry processed this information, pieces clicking together in his mind. Crouch Jr. was supposed to be at Hogwarts this year, impersonating Moody. But Moody is real, we verified it. So where has Crouch been instead? And if he's just escaped now, who put my name in the goblet? There's more, Sirius said. The escape wasn't random. It was coordinated with an attack on the Ministry. Someone got into the Department of Mysteries, accessed the Hall of Prophecy. Harry went very still. The prophecy, he said. The one about me and Voldemort. It's gone. Taken. Sirius's eyes met Harry's. Whoever did this knew exactly what they were looking for. The implications cascaded through Harry's mind. Voldemort knowing the full prophecy, knowing about the power he knows not, knowing about the equal, would change his strategy, his approach, everything. The third task, Harry said. It's a trap. It was always a trap, and now they're accelerating. We'll increase security, Dumbledore said. Cancel the task if necessary, you can't cancel it. The magical contract is binding. Harry's voice was calm, but beneath it was steel. I have to compete. But we can use that. Use it how? They're expecting to spring a trap on me. Let them think they're succeeding. Harry's mind raced through possibilities. We set our own trap instead. Let them make their move, then strike when they're committed. That's incredibly risky, Remus said. You'd be putting yourself directly in their path. I'm already in their path. The question is whether I meet them on my terms or theirs. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment, his ancient eyes studying Harry with an intensity that felt like being weighed on invisible scales. You've thought this through, he said finally. I've had a lot of time to think. Then let's plan. The next 2 weeks were a frenzy of preparation. Dumbledore and Moody worked on security measures, hidden horrors, detection wards, contingency plans for various scenarios. Sirius and Remus coordinated with the Order of the Phoenix, a shadowy group Harry hadn't known still existed, formed during the First War and maintained in secret. Harry focused on combat readiness. He practiced dueling against multiple opponents, learning to fight while surrounded. He memorized the maze layout, obtained through careful bribery of the groundskeepers. He prepared specific spells for specific threats, fire for acromantulas, light for boggarts, speed for whatever else might emerge. And he researched port keys. The cup at the center of the maze, he told Hermione. In the original timeline, it was turned into a port key. Transported me directly to Voldemort. You think they'll do the same thing this time? I think it's their most logical move. Get me alone, away from Hogwarts, where no one can interfere. Then don't touch the cup. Or touch it prepared. Harry's eyes were hard. If they're expecting a scared teenager, they're going to be very surprised. The night before the third task, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling, running through scenarios in his mind. Tomorrow, everything would come to a head. The trap would spring, one way or another, and Harry would face whatever waited on the other side. Voldemort, he thought. Probably Voldemort. Crouch Jr. escaped to help with the ritual. They'll try to resurrect him using my blood. Unless I stop them. A soft knock at the dormitory door. Harry's wand was in his hand before he consciously decided to move. It's me, Hermione's voice whispered. Can we talk? Harry slipped out of bed and met her in the common room. She was wrapped in a dressing gown, her face pale in the firelight. You're really going to do this, she said. Walk into a trap, fight Voldemort, risk everything. I don't have a choice. You know that. There's always a choice. Her voice cracked slightly. Harry, you're my best friend. You're the bravest person I know. But you're also 13 years old, and you're talking about fighting the most dangerous dark wizard in history. I'm not 13. Not really. Harry met her eyes. You know that too. She was quiet for a moment. The things you've seen. The things you remember. How do you carry it all? One day at a time. One task at a time. He reached out and took her hand. Hermione, whatever happens tomorrow, I need you to know that your friendship has meant everything to me. In this life and the other one. Don't talk like you're not coming back. I'm planning to come back. But plans don't always survive contact with the enemy. He squeezed her hand. If something goes wrong, take care of Ron. Keep him from doing anything too stupid. Tears were streaming down her face now. I hate this. I hate that you have to do this. I know. I hate it too. Harry pulled her into a hug. But it's going to be okay. I'm going to make sure of it. They stayed like that for a long time, two friends holding on to each other in the darkness, drawing strength from the connection. Finally, Hermione pulled back. Promise me you'll come back. I promise. It was a promise he intended to keep. The third task began at sunset. The maze loomed at the edge of the Quidditch pitch, 20-foot hedges forming a labyrinth that seemed to pulse with malevolent intent. Inside, Harry knew, were creatures and enchantments designed to test every skill he possessed. He wasn't worried about the maze. He was worried about what came after. Champions, take your positions. Dumbledore's voice carried across the crowd. Mr. Potter, Mr. Diggory, you enter first, having tied for first place. Mr. Crumb and Miss Delacour will follow. Harry met Cedric's eyes and nodded slightly. They'd talked the previous day, Harry warning him about potential dangers without revealing his full knowledge. Cedric had listened, his handsome face serious. Whatever's in there, Cedric said now, watch your back. You too. The cannon fired. Harry plunged into the maze. The hedges closed behind him immediately, sealing off escape. Darkness pressed in despite the fading daylight, the enchanted walls absorbing light and sound. Harry moved quickly, wand lit, senses extended. The first challenge came within minutes, a blast-ended scrut, all fire and stingers, blocking his path. Stupefy. 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 3 stunners, rapid fire, hit the creature in quick succession. It collapsed, twitching, and Harry stepped over its armored body. The maze shifted around him, paths opening and closing, trying to disorient. Harry ignored the confusion, following the route he'd memorized, trusting his preparation. A boggart emerged from a side passage, Dementor-shaped, cold and terrible. Harry didn't hesitate. Ridiculous. The Dementor stumbled on roller skates and crashed into the hedge. Harry moved on. Sphinx. Riddle. Correct answer. Path opens. Golden mist. Disorientation spell. Mental shields hold. Acromantula. Fire. More fire. Smoking ruins. And then, finally, the center of the maze. The Triwizard Cup sat on a pedestal, gleaming in the moonlight. Cedric was there too, having arrived from another direction, his robes torn and his face scratched. Together? Cedric asked, reaching for the cup. Wait. Harry held up a hand. Something's wrong. What do you mean? Harry studied the cup, extending his magical senses. The artifact practically hummed with enchantment, more than it should have for a simple trophy. Portkey. I was right. The cup's been tampered with, Harry said. It's a portkey. Probably designed to transport whoever touches it somewhere very unpleasant. Cedric went pale. Then what do we do? I touch it alone. You stay here, get help, alert Dumbledore. Harry met Cedric's eyes. I know where it goes. I'm prepared for what's waiting. I can't just let you, you can and you will. This isn't your fight, Cedric. Not yet. Harry's voice softened. Go home. Hug your parents. Live a long life. That's how you help me. Cedric hesitated, clearly torn between honor and self-preservation. Finally, he nodded. If you don't come back in 1 hour, I'm bringing everyone. Fair enough. Harry reached out and grabbed the cup. The world dissolved into spinning color. The graveyard was exactly as Harry remembered. Tombstones emerged from the mist, ancient and weathered. A massive manor house loomed in the distance. And at the center of the clearing, a cauldron bubbled over magical flames. Figures waited in the shadows. Harry counted 6, no, 7, robed shapes with masks that gleamed silver in the firelight. Death Eaters. The escaped prisoners from Azkaban. Harry Potter. A voice emerged from the largest figure, Wormtail, his silver hand catching the light. The Dark Lord has been waiting for you. Harry's wand was already raised. Stupefy. The spell splashed against a shield, deflected by one of the Death Eaters. More wands came up, curses flying through the air. Harry moved. Moody's training took over, dodge, shield, counter, never stay still. He ducked under a killing curse, rolled away from a body bind, came up firing stunners and disarmers in rapid succession. One Death Eater fell. Then another. But there were too many, and they were too coordinated. A curse caught Harry's shoulder, spinning him around. Another hit his leg, dropping him to one knee. Enough. A new voice, cold and high, echoed through the graveyard. Harry looked up. Lord Voldemort stood before him. Not the twisted, inhuman creature of the ritual, this Voldemort still bore traces of Tom Riddle's handsomeness, though corrupted by dark magic. His eyes glowed red. His wand, you, Phoenix Feather, brother to Harry's own, was pointed at Harry's chest. You've grown since we last met, Voldemort said. Stronger. More skilled. I've been watching your progress with great interest. Through the Horcruxes. Harry managed through the pain. Through the piece of yourself you left in my scar. Something flickered in Voldemort's eyes, surprise, perhaps, or caution. You know about the Horcruxes. Interesting. He circled Harry slowly. Dumbledore has been more forthcoming than I expected. Dumbledore has nothing to do with it. I figured it out myself. Indeed. You are more resourceful than your father was. Voldemort's smile was cold. Though that resourcefulness will not save you tonight. The ritual is prepared. Your blood will restore me to full power. About that. Harry's hand moved, slowly, carefully, toward his pocket. I'm going to have to decline. You have no choice. You're surrounded, disarmed, helpless. Not disarmed. Harry pulled his wand, his backup wand, the one he'd hidden in his sleeve, and fired a spell that wasn't aimed at Voldemort. It was aimed at the cauldron. The magical fire exploded outward, consuming the ritual components in a blaze of green flame. Death Eaters screamed as the backlash caught them. The graveyard descended into chaos. Harry ran. He didn't run away, he ran toward the cup, still lying where he dropped it, his ticket back to Hogwarts. Curses flew around him. Something hit his back, pain flaring, but he kept moving. His hand closed around the cup. The world spun again. He landed hard in the maze, surrounded by confused officials and a crowd that had gone silent. Harry. Dumbledore's voice, sharp with concern. What happened? Where, Voldemort? Harry gasped. He's back. The graveyard, Death Eaters, I disrupted the ritual but he's still, the words tumbled out in fragments. Hands lifted him, carried him away from the maze. Voices asked questions he couldn't quite parse through the pain and exhaustion. But he'd done it. He'd walked into the trap, survived the ambush, and escaped. Voldemort's resurrection ritual was incomplete, damaged, possibly irreparable. I bought us time, Harry thought as consciousness faded. How much time, I don't know. But the war is coming. And this time, we'll be ready. The last thing he heard before darkness took him was Dumbledore's voice, calm and commanding, organizing the response that would shape the wizarding world's future. The third task was over. The real battle was just beginning. Chapter 10 and Chapter 11, the Tournament of Shadows. Harry woke in the hospital wing to the sound of arguing. Can't just dismiss what he's saying. The boy was tortured, nearly killed. I'm not dismissing anything, Albus. I'm asking for evidence. Proof that you know who has returned. The evidence is lying in that bed. His injuries, his testimony, the testimony of a traumatized child who may have seen what he expected to see. Harry opened his eyes. The hospital wing was crowded. Dumbledore, Fudge, Moody, Sirius, looking murderous, and several Aurors he didn't recognize. Madame Pomfrey hovered near his bed, clearly unhappy about the intrusion. I'm not traumatized, Harry said, his voice hoarse. And I know what I saw. Everyone turned to look at him. Harry. Dumbledore moved to his bedside. How do you feel? Like I was hit by several Cruciatus curses. Because I was. Harry pushed himself up, ignoring the pain. Voldemort was at that graveyard. He's been working to resurrect himself for months. The escaped Death Eaters were there to help with the ritual. You see. Fudge's voice was shrill. He's clearly, Minister. Harry's voice cut through the noise. I don't care if you believe me. I don't care if you think I'm lying or confused or whatever excuse you want to make. But when Voldemort starts killing people, and he will, I want you to remember this moment. Remember that you had warning and chose to ignore it. The room went silent. That's quite a statement from a 13-year-old, Fudge said finally. I'm not a typical 13-year-old. Harry met the minister's eyes. And if you'd done your job properly, the Death Eaters who escaped Azkaban would still be in prison instead of helping their master return to power. Fudge's face went purple. Now see here, enough. Dumbledore's voice was gentle but carried absolute authority. Minister, the facts are clear. Harry was transported against his will, attacked by known Death Eaters, and witnessed preparations for Voldemort's restoration. Whether you choose to act on this information is your decision. But the information itself is not in question. Fudge looked around the room, searching for support. He found none. I'll take this under advisement, he said finally, and swept out with his Auror escort. The moment he was gone, Sirius was at Harry's side. Are you really all right? They said you were hit with Cruciatus, several times. It's not pleasant. Harry managed a weak smile. But I've had worse. When? When have you had worse than? Sirius stopped, remembering. Right. The visions. The visions. Harry looked at Dumbledore. We need to talk. Privately. Dumbledore nodded. With a few quiet words, he cleared the room of everyone except Sirius, Moody, and Madame Pomfrey, who refused to leave her patient. What happened in that graveyard? Dumbledore asked. Harry told them everything, the Death Eaters, the ritual preparations, Voldemort's appearance, the fight, the escape. He held nothing back. You destroyed the ritual components, Moody said when Harry finished. That was smart. Probably set back their plans by months. Maybe longer. The ritual to restore a body from a spirit form is complex. Missing even one component means starting over. Dumbledore's expression was troubled. But Voldemort is patient. He'll find another way. Then we need to stop him before he does. Harry sat up straighter. The Horcruxes. We've destroyed 3. There are still more out there, the cup in Bellatrix's vault, the diadem at Hogwarts, and... He touched his scar. The one inside me. You've made progress on that front, Dumbledore said. The soul separation research. I have. But I'm not ready yet. The procedure is risky, and if I die before the other Horcruxes are destroyed, Voldemort can still return. Then we prioritize. Dumbledore's voice was firm. The cup and the diadem first. Then we address the fragment in your scar. The cup is in Gringotts. The goblins won't let us just walk in and take it. Leave the goblins to me. I have contacts in the bank, people who might be willing to help if the circumstances are explained properly. Harry nodded. He'd hoped Dumbledore would take point on the Gringotts problem. The headmaster had connections and influence that Harry simply didn't possess. And the diadem? Is in the room of requirement. I know exactly where it is. Harry paused. I was planning to retrieve it this summer. Before fourth year starts. Fourth year. Sirius shook his head. You're talking about next year like it's guaranteed. Harry, you nearly died tonight. I nearly die most years. It's becoming a pattern. Harry's voice was dry. The point is, we have a plan. We have resources. And we have something Voldemort doesn't expect, knowledge of his weaknesses. His arrogance, Dumbledore murmured. His inability to conceive that anyone could discover his secrets. Exactly. He thinks he's invincible. We're going to prove him wrong. The aftermath of the tournament was chaotic. The Ministry's official position was that Harry had been attacked by rogue elements, with no connection to Voldemort. The Daily Prophet ran stories questioning Harry's mental state, suggesting that trauma had led him to exaggerate or fabricate his experiences. Harry ignored all of it. He had work to do. The summer after third year was the busiest of Harry's second life. With Sirius and Remus's help, he trained harder than ever: combat magic, healing spells, defensive techniques. Hermione joined them for research sessions, her brilliant mind proving invaluable in parsing the complex theory behind Horcrux destruction. And they planned the Gringotts raid. The Lestrange vault is deep in the bank, Dumbledore explained during one of their strategy meetings. Protected by curses, guarded by a dragon, and keyed to Bellatrix's blood. We can't exactly ask her for a donation, Sirius said dryly. No. But there are other ways. Dumbledore produced a small vial. This is a sample of Lestrange blood, obtained through unofficial channels. Combined with the proper enchantments, it should fool the vault's defenses long enough for us to retrieve the cup. You've been planning this for a while, Harry observed. Since you told me about the Horcruxes, yes. The cup was always going to be the most difficult to obtain. I wanted to be prepared. The raid was scheduled for mid-July. Harry, Dumbledore, and Sirius would enter the bank under cover of a legitimate visit to the Potter Vault. From there, they'd descend to the Lestrange vault, retrieve the cup, and escape before anyone noticed. Simple in theory. Terrifying in practice. The morning of the raid, Harry woke before dawn. He dressed carefully, checking his equipment: wand, backup wand, emergency port key, healing potions. Everything was in place. You don't have to do this, Sirius said as they prepared to leave Grimmauld Place. I can go with Dumbledore. You can stay here where it's safe. Nowhere is safe. And I need to be there. Harry met his godfather's eyes. This is my mission, Sirius. I'm not going to hide while others take the risks. Sirius nodded, pride and worry warring on his face. Just like your father. I'll take that as a compliment. They fled to the leaky cauldron, then walked to Gringotts in the early morning quiet. The bank was just opening, its massive doors swinging wide to admit the day's first customers. Dumbledore approached the goblin at the front desk with perfect composure. Good morning. I'm here to visit the Potter family vault, accompanied by Mr. Harry Potter and his godfather. The goblin examined them with suspicious eyes, then nodded curtly. Griphook will escort you. Griphook. Harry remembered that name. In the original timeline, the goblin had helped them break into Gringotts, then betrayed them. He'd have to be careful. They descended into the depths of the bank, the cart rattling along tracks that plunged ever deeper into the earth. The Potter Vault was a brief stop. Harry withdrew a bag of galleons for appearances, before they continued downward. The Lestrange Vault is 3 levels below this point, Griphook said as they descended. You have no business there. Actually, we do. Dumbledore's wand moved in a blur. The memory charm hit the goblin before he could react. Griphook's eyes went unfocused, his body slumping against the cart's side. "He'll wake in an hour with no memory of this encounter," Dumbledore said. "By then, we'll be gone." They navigated the remaining tunnels on foot, following a map that Dumbledore had somehow obtained. Harry didn't ask where, some questions were better left unasked. The dragon appeared around a blind corner, massive, blind, trained to expect pain from the sound of clanking metal. Dumbledore produced a set of devices that emitted the expected sounds, and the dragon cowered back, allowing them to pass. The Lestrange vault's door was covered in curses. Sirius worked through them one by one, his black family knowledge proving invaluable. Harry watched, wand ready, alert for any sign of alarm. The door opened. Inside, gold and artifacts were piled high, the accumulated wealth of a family that had served darkness for generations. And there, sitting on a shelf near the back, was the cup of Helga Hufflepuff. Harry reached for it. "Wait." Dumbledore's hand caught his arm. "The vault has additional protections." Touched the wrong thing and something shifted in the pile of gold. Coins began to multiply, spilling outward, threatening to bury them. "Gemino curse!" Sirius shouted. "Don't touch anything else." Harry grabbed the cup and ran for the door, coins multiplying around his feet, threatening to trip him. The vault was filling rapidly, gold pressing against the walls, against the ceiling. They burst through the door just as it slammed shut, the vault sealing itself behind them. "That was close," Sirius panted. "Too close." Harry looked at the cup in his hand, ancient, beautiful, radiating dark magic. "But we have it." The escape was almost anticlimactic. Dumbledore obliterated 2 more goblins, Sirius disabled an alarm, and they emerged from Gringotts into bright morning sunlight with the Horcrux safely concealed in Harry's bag. "One more down," Harry said quietly. "One more to go," Dumbledore agreed. "The diadem awaits." The diadem was easier. Harry returned to Hogwarts 2 weeks early, claiming a desire to prepare for his 4th year. In reality, he spent his time in the Room of Requirement, searching through centuries of accumulated junk for the lost artifact of Rowena Ravenclaw. He found it on the 3rd day, sitting on a tarnished tiara stand, its blue sapphire gleaming with malevolent light. "Hello, Tom," Harry murmured, lifting the diadem carefully. End of the line. He'd prepared for this, gathered the necessary materials, practiced the destruction ritual, built up his magical reserves. The soulfire spell was complex, dangerous, and absolutely effective against Horcruxes. Harry placed the diadem on a stone table he'd conjured, raised his wand, and spoke the incantation. Ignis Animarum. White flame engulfed the diadem. The soul fragment screamed, a horrible, piercing sound that seemed to come from everywhere at once, and then it was over. The diadem lay blackened and empty, its dark magic extinguished. 4 Horcruxes destroyed. Only one remained. Harry touched his scar, feeling the familiar tingle of dark magic. Soon, he thought. Soon, it'll be your turn. August brought the final piece of the puzzle. The soul separation ritual was ready. Harry had spent months refining the procedure, working with Dumbledore and a team of healers from St. Mungo's who'd been sworn to secrecy. The ritual required 3 highly skilled casters, precise timing, and a subject who was willing to endure significant pain. Harry was willing. "Are you sure about this?" Hermione asked the night before. She'd come to Grimmauld Place for moral support, unable to stay away. "There's still so much that could go wrong." "There's always something that could go wrong. That's life." Harry took her hands. "But this is the last Horcrux, Hermione. Once it's gone, Voldemort can be killed. Permanently. And if you die in the process? Then at least I'll have given everyone else a fighting chance." He squeezed her hands. "I'm not planning to die. But if I do, it'll be worth it." Tears streamed down her face. I hate that you're so calm about this. I'm not calm. I'm terrified. Harry managed a smile. But I've learned that being terrified doesn't mean you stop. It means you keep going anyway. The ritual was performed the following morning. Harry lay on a stone table in a specially prepared room at St. Mungo's. Dumbledore stood at his head, flanked by two of the most skilled healers in Britain. Sirius and Remus watched from the doorway, their faces pale with worry. Begin when ready, Dumbledore said. The incantation started, complex, layered, building on each other like a symphony. Harry felt the magic pressing against him, searching, probing, looking for the thing that didn't belong. When it found the Horcrux, the pain began. It was worse than the Cruciatus. Worse than anything Harry had ever experienced. The soul fragment fought back, clinging to his magical core, refusing to be removed. Harry screamed, his body arching off the table, every nerve on fire. Hold him steady. The fragment is resisting, more power. We need more power. Voices swirled around Harry, distant and distorted. The world had become pain, nothing but pain, endless and absolute. And then, suddenly, something tore free. A rush of darkness exploded from Harry's scar, taking shape in the air above him, a twisted, screaming face that might have been Tom Riddle, might have been something worse. Ignis Animarum. Dumbledore's voice, strong and clear. White fire consumed the darkness. The face screamed one final time, then dissolved into nothing. Harry collapsed against the table, gasping, his scar burning with a pain that slowly faded. It's done, Dumbledore said quietly. The Horcrux is destroyed. Harry opened his eyes. The room was silent, everyone staring at him with expressions of awe and relief. How do you feel? Sirius asked, his voice breaking. Harry touched his scar. For the first time in his life, in both lives, it was just a scar. No tingling, no darkness, no connection to the monster who'd made it. Free, Harry said. I feel free. The news spread quickly through those who knew. All Horcruxes destroyed. Voldemort was mortal. It doesn't mean he's not dangerous, Harry reminded everyone during the celebration at Grimmauld Place. He's still one of the most powerful dark wizards in history. But now, when we fight him, we can actually win. When we fight him? Ron raised an eyebrow. You make it sound like it's scheduled. It might as well be. He's going to come for me, he always does. The question is whether we meet him on our terms or his. Our terms, Sirius said firmly. Always our terms. Harry raised his glass. To the end of Voldemort. And to the friends and family who made it possible. To the end of Voldemort, the room echoed. They drank, they laughed, they celebrated a victory that was still incomplete. Because Harry knew the truth. The war wasn't over. The final battle was still coming. But for the first time, Harry believed they could win it. Chapter 11 and Chapter 12, The Order Reborn. Fourth year began with an unexpected sense of normalcy. No tournament, no goblet, no machinations forcing Harry into deadly competitions. Just classes, homework, Quidditch practice, and the ordinary rhythms of Hogwarts life. It felt almost strange after everything that had happened. You're fidgeting, Hermione observed during breakfast on the first day of term. You've checked the entrance 3 times in the last minute. Old habits. Harry forced himself to relax. I keep expecting something to happen. Maybe nothing will happen. Maybe this year will actually be peaceful. When has anything in my life ever been peaceful? She couldn't argue with that. But the first weeks of term passed without incident. Classes were challenging but manageable. Harry had long since mastered the fourth-year curriculum, but he enjoyed the intellectual stimulation of advanced topics. Defense against the dark arts was taught by a competent if unremarkable witch named Professor Thornwood, who emphasized practical application over theory. Quidditch tryouts came and went. Harry made Seeker easily, his skills undiminished despite months focused on more serious matters. The first match against Slytherin was a decisive victory, Harry catching the snitch within 20 minutes. "You're showing off," Ron accused afterward, grinning. "Maybe a little. It felt good to do something normal. Something that was just about being young and having fun, without the weight of destiny pressing down on his shoulders." But Harry knew it couldn't last. October brought the first signs of trouble. Reports began filtering in through Sirius and the Order of the Phoenix, strange occurrences, disappearances, whispers of dark magic in places that had been quiet for years. Nothing concrete, nothing that could be directly tied to Voldemort, but the pattern was unmistakable. "He's rebuilding," Harry said during an emergency meeting at Grimmauld Place. The Order had grown since the summer, Aurors, former resistance fighters, people who remembered the First War and were determined to prevent a second. Recruiting followers, gathering resources, preparing for open conflict. "Without the Horcruxes, he's vulnerable," Sirius pointed out. "Why would he risk exposure now?" "Because he doesn't know they're gone." Dumbledore's voice was grave. "Voldemort believes his immortality is intact. He has no reason to think otherwise." "Can we use that?" Remus asked. "His overconfidence. We can try. But Tom Riddle was never stupid. Eventually, he'll realize something has changed." Dumbledore looked around the table. "We need to be ready when that happens." The meeting continued for hours, planning contingencies, assigning responsibilities, building the infrastructure that would support the coming war. Harry participated fully, his knowledge of the original timeline proving invaluable in predicting Voldemort's likely moves. "You're different from when we started," Moody observed afterward. "More focused. More certain. I've had time to prepare." "It's more than that." Moody's magical eye fixed on Harry. "You've accepted what you are. What you have to do. I accepted that years ago. I'm just getting better at hiding the weight of it." November brought the first attack. A wizarding family in Devon, the Boneses, relatives of Susan Bones from Hufflepuff, was murdered in their home. The dark mark floated above the ruins, visible for miles. Amelia Bones was targeted specifically, Dumbledore reported at the next Order meeting. His face was grey with grief and anger. She was the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. One of the most effective advocates for strict prosecution of Death Eaters. "A message," Harry said. "He's showing that no one is safe. That the Ministry can't protect its own." "Precisely." Dumbledore's voice hardened. "This is how the First War began. Terror attacks, targeted assassinations, the systematic elimination of opposition. We cannot allow the pattern to repeat. Then we fight back." Sirius's voice was fierce. "We stop hiding, stop waiting. We take the battle to them. And expose ourselves to retaliation. Reveal our networks, our safe houses, our members." Moody shook his head. "That's what they want. They're trying to provoke us into rash action." "Then what do we do?" "We prepare," Harry said. All eyes turned to him. "We build our strength, expand our networks, recruit more allies. And when Voldemort finally commits his forces, when he makes a move that he can't take back, we strike with everything we have." "You're talking about a decisive battle," Dumbledore said. "A confrontation that ends the war one way or another. I'm talking about not letting this drag on for years while people die." Harry's voice was steady. "The original war lasted over a decade. Thousands dead, the entire society traumatized. We can't let that happen again." "You sound very certain about what the original war was like." "I am certain. I've seen it. Lived it, in a way." Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. "I know you still have questions about my knowledge, about where it comes from. But right now, that doesn't matter. What matters is that I can help us win. If you'll let me." The room was silent for a long moment. I trust Harry, Sirius said finally. I've seen what he can do, how he thinks. If he says he knows how to win this war, I believe him. As do I, Remus added. One by one, voices around the table echoed their support. Even Moody, ever paranoid, nodded grudgingly. Dumbledore smiled, a sad, knowing smile that made him look very old. Very well, he said. Harry, the floor is yours. The strategy Harry outlined was complex but clear. Phase 1, Intelligence Gathering. Learn where Voldemort was hiding, who his key lieutenants were, what resources he'd accumulated. The Order had spies, contacts, ways of gathering information without direct confrontation. Phase 2, Disruption. Target Voldemort's operations, safe houses, supply lines, recruitment networks. Not direct attacks, but sabotage. Make it harder for him to build the force he needed for open war. Phase 3, Preparation. Train Order members for combat, stockpile supplies, establish fallback positions. When the final confrontation came, they needed to be ready for anything. Phase 4, The Strike. When Voldemort committed his forces, when he made a move that revealed his position and intentions, the Order would respond with overwhelming force. Not to capture, not to contain. To destroy. This is a war plan, McGonagall said, her voice sharp. You're talking about killing people. I'm talking about stopping people who will kill everyone we love if we don't stop them first. Harry's voice was cold. Voldemort doesn't negotiate. He doesn't compromise. He doesn't show mercy. The only way to end this is to end him. And what about his followers? The Death Eaters, the sympathizers. Those who surrender will be given fair trials. Those who fight. Harry paused. Will be treated as combatants. The discussion continued for hours, refining details, addressing concerns, building consensus. By the time the meeting ended, the Order had a plan, ambitious, dangerous, but achievable. You've changed things, Dumbledore said quietly as the others filed out. The moment you entered this timeline, you set events in motion that couldn't be predicted or controlled. I know. Do you regret it? Harry considered the question. The weight of everything he'd done, everything he'd changed, pressed against him. Ask me when the war is over, he said finally. If we're both still alive. December brought Christmas at Grimmauld Place. The house had been transformed over the past 2 years, no longer a dark monument to pureblood supremacy, but a warm home filled with light and life. Decorations hung from every surface. A massive tree dominated the entrance hall. The smell of creatures cooking filled the air. This is wonderful, Hermione said, looking around with wide eyes. I can't believe it's the same place. Amazing what happens when you let love in instead of keeping hate. Sirius appeared behind them, wearing a ridiculous Father Christmas hat. Come on, the others are waiting. The gathering included most of the Weasleys, several Order members, and a few of Harry's Hogwarts friends. Neville had come, looking more confident than Harry remembered him at this age. Luna Lovegood, whom Harry had made a point of befriending this year, drifted through the crowd with her usual serene oddness. You're building something, Luna said to Harry during a quiet moment. I can see it. The people, the connections. Like a web that catches light instead of flies. That's one way to describe it. It's beautiful. But webs can break. Her pale eyes met his. Be careful what you ask them to carry. Harry nodded, unsettled as always by Luna's insight. She saw things that others missed, sometimes literally, sometimes metaphorically. Either way, her warnings were worth heeding. The evening's highlight was Sirius's toast. To Harry, he said, raising his glass. Who gave me my life back, who's given all of us hope for the future, and who somehow manages to be the most terrifying 13-year-old I've ever met while also being the best godson a wizard could ask for. 14, Harry corrected. I'm 14. Even more terrifying. Sirius grinned. To Harry. To Harry, the room echoed. Harry felt warmth spread through him, not from the butterbeer, but from the faces surrounding him. Friends, family, allies. People who cared about him, who would fight beside him, who believed in what they were building together. This is what I'm fighting for, he thought. Not just survival. Not just victory. This. January brought the war's escalation. 3 more attacks in rapid succession, a ministry official in Birmingham, a Muggle-born family in Manchester, a retired Auror in Scotland. The dark mark appeared each time, a signature of terror that couldn't be ignored. The ministry's response was predictable: denial, deflection, desperate attempts to maintain the illusion of control. Fudge held press conferences claiming the attacks were isolated incidents, with no connection to any organized threat. No one believed him. The public is terrified, Arthur Weasley reported during an order meeting. The ministry is losing credibility by the day. People are starting to look for alternatives. Alternatives like us? Harry asked. Alternatives like anyone who seems to know what they're doing. Arthur's expression was grim. That includes us. But it also includes darker options. Death Eater recruitment. Exactly. When people are scared enough, they'll follow anyone who promises safety. Even if that safety comes at a terrible price. Harry had seen this before, in his memories of the First War, in the patterns that repeated across history. Fear was a weapon, and Voldemort wielded it expertly. We need to offer a counter-narrative, Harry said. Not just opposition to Voldemort, but a positive vision. Something people can believe in. What kind of vision? A better wizarding world. One where blood status doesn't determine worth, where the ministry serves the people instead of pure blood interests, where Muggleborns and half-bloods have the same opportunities as anyone else. Harry leaned forward. Voldemort offers fear and domination. We offer hope and justice. That's a political platform, not a war strategy. They're the same thing. Wars aren't won just on battlefields, they're won in people's hearts. Harry looked around the table. If we want to defeat Voldemort permanently, we need to defeat what he represents. Otherwise, another Dark Lord will just rise in his place. The room was quiet as the implications sank in. You're not just fighting Voldemort, Dumbledore said slowly. You're trying to transform wizarding society. I'm trying to build something worth saving. Harry's voice was steady. Is that so wrong? It's ambitious. Dangerous. Potentially destabilizing. Less dangerous than letting things continue as they are. Dumbledore studied Harry for a long moment, something ancient and knowing in his eyes. You've changed more than the timeline, he said finally. You've changed me. Made me see possibilities I'd given up on decades ago. Is that good or bad? I suppose we'll find out. February brought the first major victory. Order intelligence had identified a Death Eater safe house in Cornwall, a gathering point for recruitment and planning. Harry led the strike team personally, accompanied by Sirius, Remus, Moody, and a dozen trained fighters. The raid was surgical. They hit the house at midnight, overwhelming the defenders before they could organize resistance. 6 Death Eaters were captured, along with documents detailing Voldemort's network across Britain. This is gold, Moody said, examining the captured papers. Names, locations, supply routes. We can disrupt operations for months with this information. Then let's get started. The following week saw a campaign of systematic sabotage. Safe houses were raided, supply caches destroyed, recruitment meetings disrupted. The Order operated in small, fast-moving teams, striking and vanishing before the enemy could respond. For the first time, Voldemort was on the defensive. He's getting frustrated, Harry reported during a strategy session. The attacks are becoming less coordinated, more desperate. He's losing control of his own organization. Which makes him more dangerous, Dumbledore cautioned. A cornered animal strikes hardest. I know. That's why we need to be ready for the counterstrike. It came in March. Hogsmeade burned. Harry was in potions class when he felt it, a wave of dark magic washing over the castle, strong enough to make his scar ache despite the Horcrux's destruction. He was on his feet and moving before the alarm bells began to ring. The scene at the village was chaos. Death Eaters had appeared in force, dozens of them, more than Harry had seen gathered since the graveyard. Buildings were ablaze, people were screaming, the dark mark hung in the sky like a promise of worse to come. Harry. Sirius appeared beside him, having apparat from London at the first sign of trouble. Where do you need me? Evacuation. Get the civilians to safety, then join the counterattack. Harry was already assessing the situation, identifying key threats, planning responses. Remus, Moody, focus on the eastern flank. They're trying to cut off retreat to the castle. Orders given, Harry plunged into the battle himself. He fought with everything he had, spells Moody had taught him, techniques from a lifetime of combat experience, the desperate creativity that came from knowing the stakes. Death Eaters fell before him, stunned or bound or simply overwhelmed. But there were too many. For every enemy Harry disabled, two more seemed to appear. The Order was outnumbered, outgunned, being slowly pushed back toward the castle gates. We're losing, Harry realized. Unless something changes, we're going to lose this battle. And then Dumbledore arrived. The headmaster appeared in a flash of phoenix fire, Fawkes on his shoulder, his robes billowing as he descended into the center of the conflict. His wand moved in patterns that seemed impossible, spells cascading outward like water, sweeping Death Eaters aside as if they were leaves in a storm. For a moment, just a moment, the battle paused. Both sides stared at the ancient wizard who stood wreathed in power, who radiated such overwhelming magic that even the air seemed to crackle around him. Enough, Dumbledore said, and his voice carried across the burning village like thunder. The Death Eaters broke. They disapparated in twos and threes, abandoning their assault, fleeing from the power they couldn't hope to match. Within minutes, the attack was over. The aftermath was devastating. Hogsmeade was half destroyed, dozens injured, 3 dead. The psychological impact was worse. Voldemort had struck at the heart of Wizarding Britain's most beloved village, and no one felt safe anymore. This was a message, Harry said at the emergency order meeting that night. He's showing that he can hit us anywhere, anytime. That even Dumbledore can't protect everyone. Then what do we do? Molly Weasley's voice was raw with fear. My children are at that school. What if he attacks Hogwarts next? He won't. Not yet. Hogwarts is too well defended, and he's not ready for that kind of confrontation. Harry's voice was certain. But he's escalating. The kid gloves are coming off. Ours too, Sirius said grimly. We can't let him dictate the pace of this war anymore. Agreed. Harry looked around the table. It's time for Phase 4. It's time to end this. We're not ready, Dumbledore said. We don't know where Voldemort is hiding, we don't have the forces to guarantee victory, then we draw him out. Harry's eyes were hard. We give him something he can't resist. Something that will make him commit everything he has. What could possibly? Dumbledore stopped, realization dawning. You mean yourself. I'm the target he's wanted since the beginning. The boy who defeated him, who's been disrupting his plans, who he believes holds the key to his immortality. Harry stood. If I make myself vulnerable, openly, publicly, he'll come for me. And when he does, we'll be waiting. You're talking about making yourself bait. I'm talking about ending the war before more people die. Harry's voice was steady. I've faced him before. I can do it again. And this time, I'll be ready. The room erupted into argument, but Harry stood firm. This was the endgame he'd been building toward since the moment he'd awakened in his cupboard under the stairs. One way or another, it was almost over. Chapter 12 and Chapter 13, The Half-Blood's Truth. The plan took shape over the following weeks. Harry would appear at a public event, visible, accessible, apparently vulnerable. The Order would position forces nearby, hidden but ready to respond. When Voldemort took the bait, they would spring the trap. Simple in concept. Terrifying in execution. The Ministry's annual spring gala, Dumbledore said, spreading a map across the table at Grimmauld Place. It's the most prominent public gathering of the wizarding elite. If you appear there, Voldemort will know within hours. And he'll see it as an opportunity. Harry studied the map, the Ministry building's layout, entry points, defensive positions. The question is whether he'll take it himself or send subordinates. If he believes you're truly vulnerable, he'll come personally. His ego won't allow otherwise. Sirius's voice was grim. But that means facing the most powerful dark wizard in history in the middle of a crowded building. That's exactly what I want. Harry looked up. In an open battle, Voldemort has advantages: numbers, ruthlessness, willingness to cause collateral damage. But in a confined space, with civilians present, those advantages become liabilities. He can't use his full power without killing people he might want to recruit. You're counting on his restraint? I'm counting on his arrogance. He'll want to defeat me personally, publicly, to prove his superiority. That means he'll hold back, at least initially. And that gives me an opening. Moody grunted approvingly. You think like a soldier. Good. What about backup? Order members in disguise throughout the building. Aurors we trust positioned at key exits. Dumbledore waiting outside, ready to engage if Voldemort tries to escape. Harry traced paths on the map. The goal isn't just to fight him, it's to trap him. Force a confrontation he can't walk away from. And if he brings his entire force, then we have a battle. But a battle on our terms, with our preparations, on ground we've chosen. Harry met Moody's eye. I know the risks. I've calculated them. This is our best chance. The room fell silent as everyone absorbed the implications. You've thought of everything, Hermione said quietly. She'd insisted on being part of the planning, her strategic mind proving invaluable. Except what happens if you lose. If I lose, you all continue the fight. The Horcruxes are destroyed, Voldemort can be killed by anyone now. I'm not the only hope anymore. I'm just the best option. Harry's voice softened. But I don't intend to lose. The weeks before the gala were intense. Harry trained harder than ever, pushing his body and magic to their limits. Moody drilled him on combat scenarios, Dumbledore taught him advanced defensive techniques, Sirius shared Black family battle magic that had been developed over centuries. But the most important preparation was mental. Voldemort is a Legilimens, Dumbledore explained during one session. One of the most skilled in history. If he breaches your mind during the confrontation, he'll see everything, our plans, our positions, our weaknesses. My occlumency is strong. Strong isn't enough. It needs to be perfect. Dumbledore's eyes were serious. I'm going to attack your mind, Harry. With everything I have. You need to learn to defend against that level of assault. The training was brutal. Dumbledore's mental attacks were nothing like Snape's clumsy probes from the original timeline, they were surgical, precise, finding weaknesses Harry didn't know he had. Again and again, the headmaster broke through, forcing Harry to rebuild his defenses, to find new ways to protect his thoughts. By the end, Harry's mental shields were as strong as anything he'd ever built. You're ready, Dumbledore said after their final session. Or as ready as anyone can be. High praise. The highest I can give. Dumbledore's expression was unreadable. Harry, there's something I need to tell you. Something I should have told you long ago. The prophecy. You know about, Dumbledore stopped, shaking his head. Of course you do. I sometimes forget how much you already know. I know the words. Neither can live while the other survives. I've known for years. Then you know why this confrontation is necessary. Why it always had to come down to you and Tom. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. I've spent years trying to protect you from that burden. I see now that was a mistake. You were never a child to be shielded, you were a warrior to be prepared. You did what you thought was right. I did what was comfortable. There's a difference. Dumbledore met Harry's eyes. Whatever happens at the gala, I want you to know that I'm proud of you. Prouder than I've been of anyone in a very long time. Harry felt something loosen in his chest, old resentments, lingering anger, the weight of everything Dumbledore had gotten wrong in the original timeline. Thank you, he said. That means more than you know. The night before the gala, Harry couldn't sleep. He sat in the library at Grimmauld Place, surrounded by books he'd already read, planning he'd already completed, preparations he'd already made. Everything was in place. Everything was ready. So why did he feel so unsettled? Can't sleep either. Harry looked up to find Sirius in the doorway, looking as tired as Harry felt. Too much to think about. I know the feeling. Sirius settled into the chair across from him. I couldn't sleep the night before my first real battle either. Spent the whole night convinced I was going to die. Did you? Obviously not. But the fear was real. Sirius leaned forward. Harry, I need to say something. Something I've been putting off. What is it? I'm sorry. The words came out rough, unexpected. For everything. For not being there when you were growing up, for letting my anger at Pettigrew blind me, for failing James and Lily by failing you. Sirius, let me finish. Sirius's eyes were bright. You saved me. Gave me back my life, my freedom, my purpose. And I've spent the last few years trying to figure out how to repay that debt. But I realized something tonight. What? I can't repay it. What you gave me isn't something that can be balanced on a ledger. It's a gift, freely given, and the only appropriate response is gratitude. Sirius reached out and gripped Harry's shoulder. So thank you. For believing in me when no one else did. For giving me a second chance I didn't deserve. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. You deserved it more than anyone. Maybe. Maybe not. But I got it anyway, and I'm going to make it count. Sirius stood. Tomorrow, whatever happens, I'll be right beside you. We face this together. As family. As family, Harry echoed. Sirius left, and Harry sat alone in the library, feeling something he hadn't felt in a long time. Peace. Whatever happened tomorrow, he was ready. The Ministry Spring Gala was everything Harry expected, glittering, pretentious, filled with people who cared more about being seen than about anything of substance. Harry moved through the crowd in formal robes, accepting congratulations and well-wishes from people who'd called him a liar 6 months ago. He smiled, shook hands, played the role of the boy who lived with practiced ease. But his eyes never stopped scanning. The Order members were in position, Tonks near the main entrance, disguised as a waitress, Kingsley by the emergency exits, wearing Auror dress robes, Remus circulating through the crowd, his werewolf senses alert for anything unusual. Dumbledore waited outside, ready to seal the building the moment Voldemort appeared. Anything? Harry murmured, pretending to examine a champagne flute. Nothing yet, Moody's voice replied through the enchanted earpiece. But the night's young. Harry continued his circuit of the room, making himself visible, making himself a target. Every nerve was alight, every sense extended, waiting for the attack he knew was coming. It came at 11 o'clock. The lights went out. Screams erupted as darkness engulfed the ballroom. Harry's wand was in his hand instantly, a non-verbal lumos illuminating the space around him. Figures appeared at every entrance, Death Eaters in their silver masks, wands raised, cutting off escape routes. The guests panicked, stampeding toward exits that were already blocked. And at the center of the chaos, emerging from shadow like a nightmare made flesh, stood Lord Voldemort. Harry Potter. His voice cut through the screaming, cold and amused. You've been very busy. Destroying my Horcruxes, disrupting my operations, building your little army of blood traitors and mudbloods. Tom. Harry stepped forward, his voice steady. I was wondering when you'd show up. You knew I would come. You planned for it. Voldemort's red eyes gleamed. I can smell the trap, boy. Your Order members hidden in the crowd, your Auror allies at the exits, the great Dumbledore waiting outside. He smiled, a terrible expression on his inhuman face. Did you really think I wouldn't prepare? More Death Eaters apparat into the room, dozens of them, more than Harry had anticipated. The Order members revealed themselves, engaging the enemy, but they were outnumbered 2-1. Your trap has become mine, Voldemort said. Your allies are occupied. Your mentor is locked outside, my wards will hold long enough. And you stand before me alone. That's exactly where I want to be. Harry attacked. The duel was unlike anything the wizarding world had seen in generations. Spells flew between them at blinding speed, curses, counter-curses, magic so powerful it scorched the air. Harry drew on everything he'd learned, every technique, every trick, every bit of combat experience from 2 lifetimes. Voldemort was stronger. There was no denying it, his raw magical power exceeded Harry's by a significant margin. But power wasn't everything. Harry was faster, more creative, more willing to take risks. Where Voldemort relied on overwhelming force, Harry used precision. Where Voldemort expected fear, Harry showed nothing but cold determination. You've improved, Voldemort admitted, deflecting a particularly vicious curse. I underestimated you. I won't make that mistake again. You've been making mistakes since the night you killed my parents. Harry pressed the attack. You thought fear would make you strong. It just made you blind. Philosophical musings from a child. How touching. Voldemort's wand moved in a blur. Avada Kedavra. Harry dove, the green light missing him by inches. He came up firing, spells chaining together in combinations Moody had drilled into him. The battle raged around them, Order members fighting Death Eaters, civilians fleeing in panic, the Ministry building itself groaning under the strain of so much violent magic. But Harry's focus remained on Voldemort, on the monster who had shaped his entire existence. You can't win, Voldemort hissed. Even without my Horcruxes, I am still Lord Voldemort. I am still the greatest wizard who ever lived. You're a sad, broken man who was afraid of death. Harry's voice was steady despite his exhaustion. Everything you've done, the murders, the war, the terror, it's all because you couldn't accept your own mortality. I conquered mortality. You ran from it. There's a difference. Harry raised his wand. And now, finally, you have to face it. He attacked with everything he had left. The final exchange lasted seconds, but it felt like hours. Voldemort's killing curse met Harry's disarming charm, the spells connecting in a blinding flash of light. The priori incantatem effect took hold, brother wands recognizing each other, refusing to destroy what the other had created. But this time, Harry was ready. He pushed power into the connection, forcing it toward Voldemort, using techniques he'd developed specifically for this moment. The golden thread between their wands began to move, creeping toward the Dark Lord's side. Impossible, Voldemort gasped. You cannot, I can. And I will. Harry poured everything into the effort, his magic, his will, his desperate determination to end this war once and for all. The connection reached Voldemort's wand, touched it, began to force it to regurgitate its spells. Shadows emerged from the wand. Victims of the killing curse, one after another, appearing in a procession of the damned. No. Voldemort's concentration broke. The connection shattered. Harry's disarming charm, supercharged by the priori incantatem effect, hit Voldemort square in the chest. The Elder Wand, for that's what Voldemort wielded, having taken it from Dumbledore in another timeline that no longer existed, flew from his hand. And Harry caught it. "It's over, Tom." Voldemort stared at him, red eyes wide with something that might have been fear. "Kill me, then. If you have the courage." Harry looked at the monster before him. The man who had murdered his parents, destroyed countless lives, threatened everything Harry loved. The easy thing, the satisfying thing, would be to end it now. One spell, one moment, and Voldemort would be gone forever. But Harry had learned something in his years of fighting, his years of loss, his years of trying to be better than the forces he opposed. "No," he said. "I'm not going to kill you. I'm going to let you face justice." "Justice?" Voldemort laughed, high and cold. "You think your ministry can hold me? You're Azkaban. You're pathetic, stupefy." The spell hit Voldemort before he could react. The Dark Lord crumpled, unconscious, defeated. The battle was over. The aftermath was chaos. Horrors flooded the building as Dumbledore finally broke through the wards. Death Eaters were captured or fled. Wounded were tended, dead were mourned, and the wizarding world slowly came to terms with what had happened. Lord Voldemort had been defeated. Not killed, captured. He lay in magical restraints, guarded by a dozen Aurors, awaiting trial for crimes too numerous to count. "You could have killed him," Dumbledore said, finding Harry in a quiet corner of the ruined ballroom. "No one would have blamed you." "I know." Harry looked at his hands, dirty, bloody, trembling with exhaustion. "But I didn't want to be a killer. I wanted to be better than him." "You are better than him. You always were." "Maybe. But now everyone else knows it too." Harry looked up. "He'll be tried, convicted, executed through proper legal channels. The wizarding world will see that justice is possible, that the rule of law matters, that we don't have to descend to the level of our enemies to defeat them." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. "You've thought about this for a long time." "I've had nothing but time to think." Harry smiled wearily. "Is it over? Really over? The war is over. The rebuilding will take years." Dumbledore placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "But yes, Harry. It's over. You've won." Harry let the words sink in, let the reality of it wash over him. He'd done it. Changed the timeline, saved the people he loved, defeated Voldemort without becoming a monster himself. It was over. And for the first time in as long as he could remember, Harry Potter allowed himself to rest. Chapter 13 and Chapter 14, The Battle of Hogwarts. The trial of Lord Voldemort lasted 3 weeks. Harry testified on the first day, recounting everything, the Horcruxes, the murders, the war crimes that stretched back decades. The Wizengamot listened in horrified silence as the full scope of Voldemort's evil was laid bare. Other witnesses followed. Survivors of Death Eater attacks. Former followers who'd turned informant. Ministry officials who'd been imperioused or blackmailed. The evidence was overwhelming, undeniable. Voldemort himself said nothing throughout the proceedings. He sat in his magical restraints, red eyes fixed on some distant point, his face utterly expressionless. Some said he'd gone mad. Others said he was simply waiting for an opportunity. Harry suspected the latter. "He's planning something," he told Dumbledore during a break in the proceedings. "I can feel it. The restraints are the strongest we have. The guards are the best available." Dumbledore's voice was reassuring, but his eyes were troubled. What could he possibly do? "I don't know. But he's not defeated. Not in his own mind." Harry watched Voldemort through the courtroom doors. "He's waiting for something. And when it comes, he'll strike." The something came on the final day of the trial. The Wizengamot had just announced its verdict, guilty on all counts, sentenced to be death by veil, when the attack began. The courtroom doors exploded inward. Death Eaters poured through, wands blazing, cutting down guards before they could react. At their head strode Bellatrix Lestrange, her face twisted with fanatical joy. "For the Dark Lord," she screamed. "For our master." Chaos erupted. Wizengamot members fled in panic. Aurors rushed to respond but were overwhelmed by the ferocity of the assault. And at the center of it all, Voldemort's restraints shattered as dark magic surged through the courtroom. "Did you really think this was over?" Voldemort rose, his wand, a new one, smuggled in somehow, already in his hand. "Did you think a trial, a verdict, could end Lord Voldemort?" Harry was on his feet, the Elder Wand in his hand. "I think you're desperate. Your Horcruxes are gone, your army is broken, and you're making a last stand in a building full of Aurors." "A building full of hostages, you mean?" Voldemort gestured, and Death Eaters grabbed Wizengamot members, wands to their throats. "Order your people to stand down, or they die." "Harry." Dumbledore's voice was steady despite the chaos. "Don't give him what he wants." "I know." Harry's mind raced through options. "Voldemort, this changes nothing. Even if you escape today, you're mortal now. Every Auror in Britain will be hunting you. You'll spend the rest of your life running. Then I'll spend it productively. Rebuilding my forces, planning my revenge." Voldemort's smile was terrible. "Starting with you." He raised his wand. Harry was faster. "Protego Maxima." The shield spell erupted between them just as Voldemort's curse struck. The impact shook the courtroom, cracking stone, shattering windows. "Everyone down!" Harry shouted, and the battle resumed. The fight through the Ministry was brutal. Harry led a group of Aurors and Order members against the Death Eater forces, room by room, floor by floor. Bodies fell on both sides. Magic scorched the walls, collapsed ceilings, transformed the building into a war zone. "He's heading for the atrium." Tonks shouted, her hair cycling through colors as she fought. "If he reaches the flues, he won't." Harry sprinted forward, dodging curses, his focus narrowed to a single point, Voldemort. The Dark Lord had gathered his remaining forces in the Ministry's grand entrance hall. Dozens of Death Eaters formed a defensive perimeter while Voldemort prepared something. Dark magic swirled around him, building toward a purpose Harry couldn't identify. "A portkey," Dumbledore said, arriving at Harry's side. "He's creating a portkey to escape." "Not if I can help it." Harry charged. The Death Eaters turned to meet him, but Harry was a force of nature now, driven by desperation and determination. Spells flowed from his wand in continuous streams, overwhelming defenses, creating openings for the Aurors behind him. He reached Voldemort just as the portkey activated. Their hands closed around the same object at the same moment. The world dissolved. They landed hard on stone. Harry rolled, coming up with his wand ready, taking in his surroundings. Ancient ruins, half-collapsed walls, the smell of salt air. An island, somewhere remote, somewhere Voldemort had prepared as a final refuge. Alone at last. Voldemort rose, brushing dust from his robes. No Dumbledore, no Aurors, no pathetic order to hide behind. Just you and me, Harry, as it was always meant to be. Fine by me. Harry circled slowly, looking for advantages. "I've beaten you before. I'll beat you again. You caught me off guard. You won't be so lucky twice." Voldemort's wand came up. "This ends now." They attacked simultaneously. The duel that followed was different from their previous encounters. No crowds watching, no hostages to consider, no need to hold back. Just two wizards, fighting with everything they had, in a battle that would determine the fate of the wizarding world. Harry drew on techniques from both lifetimes, Moody's combat training, Dumbledore's advanced magic, the desperate creativity that came from years of impossible situations. He pushed himself harder than he ever had, faster, more vicious, more precise. But Voldemort matched him. The Dark Lord was wounded, desperate, running on adrenaline and fury. But desperation made him dangerous. His spells were wild, unpredictable, powerful enough to crack the ancient stones beneath their feet. "Why won't you die?" Voldemort screamed, unleashing a torrent of fiendfire. Harry countered with a wall of water conjured from the sea below, the magical flames hissing into steam. "Because I have too much to live for." Sentiment. Weakness. Voldemort's eyes blazed. "Love has never saved anyone. Love saved me. The night you killed my parents, my mother's love protected me. It's protected me ever since." Harry pressed forward. "That's what you never understood, Tom. Love isn't weakness, it's the strongest magic there is." "Then let's test that theory." Voldemort raised both hands, dark magic building around him in a vortex of power. Harry felt the pressure increase, felt his shields beginning to crack. "He's going to kill us both," Harry realized. "He's gathering so much power that even he won't survive the release." "You're insane. I'm Lord Voldemort. I am power itself." The vortex intensified. "If I cannot rule this world, I will destroy it. Starting with you." Harry made a decision. He dropped his shields, lowered his wand, and walked forward. "What are you doing?" Voldemort's concentration wavered. "Fight me, damn you." "No." Harry continued walking, step by step, through the building storm of dark magic. It burned him, tore at him, but he kept moving. "I'm not going to fight you anymore. I'm not going to give you what you want. What I want is your death. What you want is to matter. To be feared, remembered, immortal." Harry reached the edge of the vortex. "But you won't be. 100 years from now, no one will remember Lord Voldemort. They'll remember the people who stood against you. The ones who loved, and sacrificed, and fought for something better." "Lies. You're nothing, Tom. You're a scared little boy who never grew up, never learned to love, never became anything more than the sum of your fears." Harry reached out, his hand touching the edge of the dark magic. "And I forgive you." The word struck Voldemort like a physical blow. The vortex faltered, the power beginning to dissipate. Harry saw his opportunity and seized it. Expelliarmus. The spell, powered by the Elder Wand, hit Voldemort's unstable magic and detonated. The explosion threw Harry backward, crashing through ancient stones, his body battered by the shockwave. He lay in the rubble, gasping, every inch of him screaming in pain. But he was alive. He forced himself to his feet, stumbling toward the blast center, dreading what he would find. Voldemort lay in a crater of his own making, his body broken, his wand shattered beside him. His red eyes stared at the sky, dimming, the life fading from them even as Harry watched. "How?" Voldemort whispered. "How could you?" "Because I'm not alone." Harry knelt beside his enemy. "I never was." Voldemort's breath rattled in his chest. His hand twitched, reaching for something, his wand, perhaps, or maybe just grasping at life as it slipped away. "I could have been great." "You could have been," Harry agreed. "But you chose to be a monster instead." The light faded from Voldemort's eyes. Tom Marvolo Riddle was dead. Harry sat in the ruins for a long time. He should have felt triumph, he thought. Joy at the victory, relief that it was finally over. Instead, he felt only exhaustion, physical, emotional, spiritual. The weight of everything he'd done, everything he'd lost, everything he'd sacrificed pressed down on him like a physical force. "It's over," he told himself. "It's really over this time." But the words felt hollow. A crack of apparition announced Dumbledore's arrival. The headmaster looked older than Harry had ever seen him, his robes singed, his face drawn with worry. "Harry." His voice cracked with relief. "Thank Merlin. We've been searching for hours." "Hours?" Harry looked at the sky. Dawn was breaking, painting the ruins in shades of gold and rose. "I didn't realize. The portkey scattered your magical signature. It took time to trace." Dumbledore knelt beside him. "What happened?" Harry gestured at the crater. "At the body within it." Dumbledore's face went through several emotions: shock, understanding, and finally something that might have been grief. "It's over," he said softly. "It's over." Dumbledore helped Harry to his feet, supporting him as they walked toward the edge of the island. An Auror team was arriving, their brooms visible against the lightning sky. "What happens now?" Harry asked. "Now we rebuild. Mourn our dead, heal our wounded, repair what was broken." Dumbledore's voice was gentle. "And you, Harry, rest. You've earned it more than anyone." "I don't know if I remember how to rest." "You'll learn. You have time now." Dumbledore smiled, sad and proud and hopeful all at once. All the time in the world. The funeral for those who fell in the Ministry battle was held at Hogwarts. Hundreds gathered in the grounds, united in grief and gratitude. Names were read: Aurors, Order members, civilians caught in the crossfire. Each one a person with a life, a family, dreams that would never be fulfilled. Harry stood with his friends, his family, the people he'd fought beside and nearly died for. Sirius on one side, Hermione on the other, Ron and Neville and Luna nearby. Survivors of a war that had lasted far too long and cost far too much. Dumbledore spoke, his voice carrying across the crowd. "We gather today to honor those who gave everything in the fight against darkness. They were not soldiers, most of them. They were ordinary people who, when called upon, found extraordinary courage within themselves. The war is over. Lord Voldemort is dead, his followers scattered, his ideology defeated. But the struggle continues, the struggle to build a world worthy of their sacrifice. A world where the old hatreds, the old prejudices, have no place. A world where every witch and wizard, regardless of blood or birth, can live in peace and prosperity. That is the legacy we must create. That is how we honor the dead." Harry listened, letting the words wash over him. A world worth living in, he thought. That's what we fought for. That's what they died for. And that's what I'm going to build. That evening, Harry found himself alone on the astronomy tower. The sun was setting, painting the Scottish Highlands in shades of amber and crimson. Below, the castle was quiet, its inhabitants still processing the events of the past weeks. Footsteps approached. Harry didn't turn. "I thought I'd find you here," Hermione said, settling beside him at the railing. "It's quiet. I needed quiet." "I understand." She was silent for a moment. "How are you?" "Really?" Harry considered the question. "I don't know. Everything happened so fast, Voldemort's escape, the battle, the island. I haven't had time to process any of it." "That sounds about right." Hermione's voice was gentle. "You know, when you first told me about the visions, about knowing the future, I didn't fully understand what that meant. What it cost you. It cost everything. And nothing." Harry turned to look at her. "I knew what was coming, but I couldn't stop all of it. People still died. Friends, allies, innocent bystanders. And I'll spend the rest of my life wondering if I could have done more. You saved everyone you could. You changed the timeline, destroyed the Horcruxes, defeated Voldemort. How many people are alive today because of you? I don't count them. I count the ones I lost." Hermione reached out and took his hand. "That's why you're a hero, Harry. Not because you're powerful or brave or special. Because you care. Even when it hurts. even when it would be easier not to. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. He'd been holding so much in for so long, the grief, the fear, the crushing weight of responsibility. But here, with his best friend beside him, he could finally let some of it go. "What do I do now?" he asked. "The war's over. Voldemort's dead. I've spent my whole life, both lives, fighting. I don't know how to be anything else." "You learn." Hermione squeezed his hand. "You take it one day at a time. You let people help you. And eventually, you find something new to fight for." "Like what?" "Like building that better world Dumbledore talked about. Reforming the Ministry, ending blood prejudice, making sure none of this ever happens again." She smiled. "Or maybe just finishing your education, getting a job, having a normal life for once." "Normal." Harry tested the word. "I don't think I know what that means." "Neither do I. But maybe we can figure it out together." They stood in silence as the sun disappeared below the horizon, two friends at the end of one journey and the beginning of another. Whatever came next, Harry realized, he wouldn't face it alone. He never had. Chapter 14 and Chapter 15, The Master of Death 1 year later. Harry stood at the edge of the Black Lake, watching the giant squid trace lazy patterns across the water's surface. The June sun was warm on his face, the grounds were alive with the sounds of students enjoying their final days before summer, and somewhere behind him, the castle he'd called home for 5 years waited for his return. He was 15 years old. Or 32, depending on how you counted. "You're brooding again." Harry smiled without turning. "I prefer the term, contemplating." "Same thing, different vocabulary." Hermione appeared beside him, her prefect badge glinting in the sunlight. "Dumbledore's looking for you. Something about a meeting." "I know. I'm avoiding it." "Since when do you avoid meetings?" "Since they started being about my future instead of saving the world." Harry finally turned to face her. "Do you know what they want to talk about?" "Career counseling. What NEWTS I should take, what profession I should pursue. As if I'm just a normal student with normal concerns." "You could be." Hermione's voice was gentle. "That was the whole point, wasn't it? Defeating Voldemort so you could have a normal life." "I don't know what a normal life looks like. I never have." They walked together along the lake's edge, two figures silhouetted against the glittering water. The past year had been strange, peaceful in ways Harry had never experienced, but unsettling too. The constant tension he'd carried for so long had no outlet now, no purpose. "Sirius wants me to travel," Harry said. "See the world, learn magic from other cultures, take a gap year before deciding anything permanent." "That sounds wonderful." "It sounds like running away." "From what?" "The war's over, Harry. Voldemort's dead. The Death Eaters are in Azkaban or scattered to the winds. There's nothing left to run from. Except myself," Harry thought but didn't say. They reached the spot where the Whomping Willow stood, its branches swaying gently in the breeze. Somewhere beneath it, the tunnel to the Shrieking Shack waited, the place where Harry had met the scholar, the other version of himself, the ghost from a timeline that no longer existed. "Have you seen him again?" Hermione asked, as if reading his thoughts. "The scholar?" "Once. After the battle at the Ministry." Harry's voice was distant. "He said he was proud of me. That I'd done better than he ever did, saved more people, lost fewer. Changed things in ways he thought were impossible. That's good, isn't it?" "I suppose. But then he said something else. Something I've been thinking about ever since." "What?" Harry was quiet for a long moment. "He said the work isn't finished. That defeating Voldemort was just the beginning. The real challenge, the one that matters most, is building something better in his place." Hermione nodded slowly. "The reforms you've been pushing. The changes to the Ministry, the schools, the laws. It's not enough. I've spent this year sitting in meetings, writing proposals, lobbying politicians. And for what? A few minor policy changes, some new protections for Muggleborns, a restructuring of the Aura department. Harry's frustration bled through. It's like trying to empty the ocean with a teaspoon. Change takes time. You know that. I know. But I'm impatient. He smiled ruefully. Hard to go back to small-scale thinking after years of planning wars and hunting Horcruxes. The meeting with Dumbledore was, as expected, about Harry's future. The Ministry has made several offers, the headmaster said, shuffling through papers on his desk. The Aura department, naturally. But also the Department of International Magical Cooperation, the Wisengamot itself. There's talk of the youngest seat in history. I'm aware. And yet you've declined everything. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Forgive an old man's curiosity, but why? A year ago, you spoke of building a better world. These positions would give you the power to do exactly that. Power within a system that's fundamentally broken. Harry leaned back in his chair. I could spend 50 years in the Ministry, climbing ranks, pushing reforms, fighting bureaucratic battles. And at the end of it, the wizarding world would be marginally better than it is now. Marginally. You have grander ambitions. I have realistic ambitions. Harry met Dumbledore's gaze. The Ministry can't be reformed from within. It's too entrenched, too invested in the old ways. Real change requires something different, a new approach, new institutions, new ways of thinking. Revolution. Evolution. But accelerated. Harry stood, pacing to the window. I've been researching. Talking to people in other countries, other magical communities. There are models that work, governments that are more democratic, more equitable, more responsive to their people. We could learn from them. That sounds like a long-term project. It is. Years, maybe decades, of work. Harry turned back. But it's work that matters. Work that could actually change things, not just tinker around the edges. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment, stroking his beard thoughtfully. You've grown, he said finally. When we first met, really met, when you came to me with your knowledge of the future, you were focused on survival. On preventing disasters, stopping villains, protecting loved ones. Noble goals, all of them. But small, in a sense. And now? Now you're thinking about systems. Structures. The underlying causes of the problems you spent so long fighting. Dumbledore smiled. It's a sign of wisdom, Harry. Wisdom beyond your years, either set of them. Does that mean you support it? What I'm planning? I support you. Whatever you choose to do. Dumbledore rose, moving to stand beside Harry at the window. I've lived a very long time. Seen empires rise and fall, ideologies come and go, great men and women change the world and then be forgotten by it. Through it all, one thing has remained constant. What's that? The most important thing is not power, or knowledge, or even love, though love comes close. Dumbledore's voice was soft. It's hope. The belief that tomorrow can be better than today. That our efforts, however small, can make a difference. You've always had that hope. I've struggled with it. More than you know. Dumbledore's eyes were distant. There were times, dark times, when I despaired. When the weight of my failures crushed me, when I thought my efforts had been for nothing. But then something would happen. A small kindness, an unexpected victory, a student who reminded me why I became a teacher in the first place. Like me. Like you. Though I confess, you're rather more dramatic than most. Dumbledore chuckled. My point is this, whatever you do next, do it with hope. Believe that it matters, even when evidence suggests otherwise. That belief, that stubborn, irrational faith in the possibility of good, is the most powerful magic of all. The summer after 5th year was a turning point. Harry traveled, as Sirius had suggested, but not aimlessly. He visited magical communities across Europe, Asia, the Americas. He studied their governments, their schools, their approaches to the eternal tensions between magical and mundane worlds. He learned. In France, he studied under masters of magical theory who had developed new approaches to spell creation. In Japan, he trained with practitioners of an ancient discipline that merged mind and magic in ways Western wizardry had never explored. In Brazil, he witnessed a magical democracy that gave all citizens, including magical creatures, equal voice in their governance. And everywhere he went, he made connections. Met people who shared his vision, who were dissatisfied with the status quo, who believed that something better was possible. "You're building a network," Sirius observed when Harry returned to Grimmauld Place at summer's end. "I'm building the foundation for a movement." Harry spread maps across the library table. "Look, magical communities in 16 countries, all struggling with the same problems. Blood prejudice, governmental corruption, tensions with the mundane world. We've been treating these as separate issues, local concerns. But they're not. They're symptoms of a deeper dysfunction. Ambitions," Sirius said dryly. "My godson has ambitions. Your godson has a plan. Several plans, actually." Harry grinned. "But the first step is education. We need to change how people think, how they understand their world. That means schools. Schools. New schools. Not just Hogwarts or Beauxbatons or Durmstrang, institutions designed around modern principles. Critical thinking, magical theory, mundane studies, practical ethics. Places that produce citizens, not just wizards." Sirius whistled. "That's ambitious. It's necessary. The current system produces people who can cast spells but can't think beyond their prejudices. We need to break that cycle. And you want to do this while finishing your NEWTS. The NEWTS can wait. This can't." The following years were the busiest of Harry's life, both lives. He did return to Hogwarts, eventually, completing his education while simultaneously laying the groundwork for his larger plans. Hermione joined him, her organizational skills proving invaluable. Ron came too, though his role was more practical: security, logistics, the unglamorous work that kept everything running. "The first school opens next year," Harry announced at an order meeting, though they'd long since stopped calling it that. The Order of the Phoenix had evolved into something broader, a network of reformers and activists spanning the magical world. Cornwall. Small at first, 50 students, interdisciplinary curriculum, experimental teaching methods. "And the funding?" Remus asked. "Secured. A combination of Potter Vault resources, private donations, and a grant from the Brazilian ministry. They're interested in the model, want to see if it can be adapted for their context." "This is really happening," Neville said, wonder in his voice. "You're really changing things." "We're changing things. All of us." Harry looked around the table at the faces gathered there, old friends, new allies, people from half a dozen countries united by common purpose. "This isn't about me. It never was. It's about what we can build together." 10 years after Voldemort's defeat, the world looked very different. The Cornwall School of Magical Arts had spawned sister institutions in France, Germany, Brazil, and Japan. Thousands of students had passed through their doors, receiving an education that would have been unthinkable a generation earlier. The British ministry had undergone reforms, not the complete overhaul Harry had envisioned, but significant progress. Muggleborns served in senior positions. Magical creatures had expanded rights. The Wisengamot included representatives elected by the general populace, not just appointed by ancient families. Harry himself had become something unexpected, a public intellectual, a voice for change, a figure who commanded respect across political boundaries. He gave speeches, wrote articles, consulted with governments, always pushing for more, never satisfied with partial victories. "You're exhausting," Hermione told him one evening, finding him hunched over papers in his study at Grimmauld Place. "I'm motivated." Same thing, different vocabulary. She settled into the chair across from him. "Ron's worried about you. Says you're working yourself to death. Ron should talk. He spent last week coordinating security for 3 simultaneous events in different countries. Ron does that because you asked him to." Hermione's voice was gentle but firm. "Harry, when's the last time you took a day off? A real day, no meetings, no planning, no saving the world." Harry had to think about it. "I'm not sure. That's the problem." She reached across the desk and closed the folder he'd been reading. "You've done amazing things. Changed more than anyone thought possible. But you can't pour from an empty cup. I know. It's hard to stop. Every time I rest, I think about everything that still needs doing. The inequities, the prejudices, the systems that crush people without even noticing. You can't fix everything. I have to try." Hermione studied him for a long moment. "You know," she said finally, "when you first told me about the timeline, about coming back, about knowing the future, I thought it was the most incredible thing I'd ever heard. A second chance. The opportunity to do everything over, do it right. It felt that way at first. But it's also a burden, isn't it? Knowing what you know, having seen what you've seen. The weight of it never goes away." "No. It doesn't." "Then let us help carry it." She stood, circling the desk to stand beside him. "You've built something remarkable, Harry. A movement, a community, a family. We're not here because you command us or manipulate us, we're here because we believe in what you're doing. Let us share the load." Harry looked up at his oldest friend, seeing the years in her face, the gray beginning to thread through her hair, the fine lines around her eyes, the wisdom that had only deepened with time. "When did you get so smart?" "I've always been smart. You're just slow to notice." He laughed, a real laugh, the first and longer than he could remember. "All right. I'll take tomorrow off. No meetings, no planning, no world saving. That's a start." The dreams still came sometimes. Harry would find himself standing before the veil in the Department of Mysteries, listening to whispers that were almost words, feeling the presence of something vast and patient on the other side. "You've done well," the scholar said, appearing beside him. The other Harry, older, wiser, the version who had watched from outside time, looked exactly as he had years ago. "Better than I dared hope. It's not finished. It never will be. That's the nature of the work." The scholar turned to face the veil. "But you've changed the trajectory. The world you're building is fundamentally different from the one I came from. Better. More just. It's still flawed. Everything is flawed. Perfection is a direction, not a destination." The scholar smiled. "But you know that. You've always known that, even when you forgot. What happens now? To you? I've watched long enough. Guided what I could. But my time is ending." The scholar began to fade, his form becoming translucent. "The timeline has stabilized. The branches that needed pruning have been pruned. There's nothing left for me to do." "Wait," Harry reached out. "There's so much I still want to ask. About what you saw, what you learned, how. You don't need my answers anymore. You have your own." The scholar's voice was distant now, barely audible. "Live well, Harry Potter. Love deeply. And when your time comes, don't be afraid. Death is not the enemy. It never was." He was gone. Harry stood alone before the veil, listening to its whispers, feeling the weight of everything he'd done and everything still to do. Then he turned and walked away. The final chapter of Harry's story is not about battles or villains or dramatic confrontations. It's about the small things. The school he founded in Cornwall, where children learn to think and question and create. The laws he helped pass, protecting the vulnerable and constraining the powerful. The friendships he maintained, the family he built, the love he gave and received. He married eventually, not Ginny, in this timeline, but someone he met through his reform work, a brilliant arithmancer who challenged him intellectually and grounded him emotionally. They had children, who grew up in a world safer and more just than the one Harry had been born into. He grew old, watching the changes he'd helped create take root and flourish. The schools multiplied. The reforms spread. The old prejudices faded, replaced by new challenges that a new generation would have to address. And when his time finally came, peacefully, surrounded by family, at the end of a very long life, Harry Potter was not afraid. He'd seen what lay beyond the veil. Spoken with death itself. Mastered the Hallows, united them, earned the title that came with that achievement. The Master of Death. Not a conqueror of death, but someone who understood it. Accepted it. Recognized it as part of the natural order, the ending that gave meaning to the beginning. His last words were simple. It was worth it. All of it. Then he closed his eyes, and Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the chosen one, the man who had changed the world not once but twice, moved on to whatever came next. Epilogue 50 years after Harry's death, a young girl stood before his portrait in the Cornwall School's Great Hall. "He looks kind," she said to her grandmother, who had brought her for the first day of term. "He was kind. But also fierce, and stubborn, and absolutely impossible when he thought he was right." The old woman smiled, remembering. "I knew him, you know. Before he was famous. Back when he was just a boy with too much knowledge and not enough wisdom." "What was he like?" "He was complicated. Driven by guilt and love and a desperate need to make things right. He carried burdens no one should have to carry, and he did it without complaint." The old woman touched the portrait's frame gently. But the most important thing about Harry Potter wasn't his power or his knowledge or even his famous scar. It was that he cared. About everyone, everything, the whole broken world. He cared enough to try to fix it. Did he succeed? The old woman looked around, at the school Harry had founded, the students streaming in from a dozen countries, the world that was undeniably better than the one she'd grown up in. "He gave us the tools to succeed ourselves. And that, I think, is what he would have wanted most." The portrait stirred. The painted Harry opened his eyes, looked at the girl with a gaze that seemed to see right through her. "Study hard," the portrait said. "Question everything. And remember, the future isn't written. It's made, choice by choice, day by day. Make it a good one." The girl nodded solemnly. Then she went to join her classmates, walking into a future that Harry Potter had helped create, carrying forward the hope he had lived and died for. The work continued. It always would.